Welcome to this meeting of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, and roll call, please.
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Hamburg?
Here.
Chair McCowan?
Here. And I will invite our new CAL FIRE Unit Chief, George Gonzalez, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll get to public expression.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we will now go straight to public expression. So please identify yourself for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is George Gonzalez. I'm the new CAL FIRE Unit Chief located up on the Willits Grade at our Howard Forest headquarters. And I got some business cards for you, and I wanted to introduce myself. And I want to introduce my partner behind me here, Brett Pinson, Assistant Chief. He's been in Mendocino unit for about 28 years. I've been here since 2009. And I just wanted to give you my business card, and I look forward to working with you guys in the future. It sounds like we have some topics that are going to pop up in the future, and I wanted to introduce myself officially to you. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we do have a closed session scheduled. We're going to go ahead and take some public comment right now before going into closed session, and when we come back out, we'll open it up again for additional public expression. So is there anyone present who can't come back later for public expression? All right. I think Joey, please come forward. And this is actually for an item on the agenda, but I've been told you're not able to come back later, so we'll take a brief comment now.
Okay. It's about cannabis regulation, and my comment was about the area of Section 20 that concerned prior cultivation. And if I'm reading it right, I understand that you need to prove prior cultivation, the individual in concerning the parcel of land.
For that parcel on which you've been cultivating.
Exactly.
Out
So
116.
my concern about that is that it seems like it's in place to keep out outside interests from coming in, buying up a bunch of land. They haven't been here. They're not members of the county, etc. It seems like you're also going to wind up incidentally pushing people that are buying new land currently, who have been here, who have participated in the zip tie program, who have been complying and been residents of Mendocino County for years. And it seems like the intention is to keep out big business and that kind of stuff from coming in and buying it all up and reaping the benefits of what a lot of us have been here working hard for years. So my suggestion would be to maybe alter that to have to prove Mendocino residency before 2016, January 1st, because there's a lot of people who have been here for years, have been abiding by anything and everything we've been asked to abide by in order to participate in the program, zip ties, etc., that will be unable to purchase new land and expand themselves and cultivate because maybe the land they're on hasn't been cultivated on. And I think that it's more important for the person to prove prior cultivation, not the piece of land. Because there's pieces of land that haven't been cultivated on that people who have been here for years who are just trying to relocate, and I understand there's relocation is in there as well, but it sort of falls under the same category that it's the piece of land that becomes incumbent upon proving that it has been cultivated upon, rather than an individual who has been paying into the zip tie program and being a member of the Mendocino County who has to prove that they themselves have been doing this. So that's what I wanted to say.
Well, thank you. Your point is made.
I hope you can remember that for later on. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else for public expression now who can't come back later? Please come forward, sir.
Good morning. My name is Gabriel Ferreira. I live in Round Valley in the 3rd District. I just read outside in the notes for public expression that you cannot actually respond to some of my comments here today.
Well, correct, and you're speaking also to an item that is on the agenda. Typically, we don't take public expression. You're saying you can't come back later?
I can't, no.
Okay, well, so briefly, please.
Yes, I will. And what I'll do is make sure that my contact information is received for later so that I can receive the information I'm requesting today. Thank you. I live in the Round Valley in the 3rd District. I've been a resident of Mendocino County for over 10 years. I'm a property owner. My buildings are all permitted and up to code, and my taxes are paid. I am a founding member of KYBU out of Covelo. I have a show on Sunday nights, and I'd be willing to bet that I have at least 10 listeners. I'm a member of the Friends of the Round Valley Library. I also sit on the board of a nascent nonprofit that aims to offer alternative education programs in Round Valley. I'm a registered voter, and I'm a pillar of the community in training. I'm also a cannabis farmer. I'm here today to urge the board, as you grapple with how to best serve all your constituents, whether they agree with the will of the people of California or not, to remember that for every knucklehead pot grower with a junkyard dog and an unregistered firearm, there is a conscientious cannabis farmer who is eager to be in compliance with county guidelines and make his or her living in accordance with the law. For every fly-by-night pot grower who cares next to nothing about what happens to the discarded oil from his generator, there's an organic cannabis farmer who cares deeply about the environment and urges his neighbors to do the same. For every marijuana mogul who lives somewhere else, takes their products somewhere else, and takes the money they made here somewhere else, there's a cannabis farmer who does live here, who is in fact proud to be a resident of Mendocino County, and who makes meaningful contributions to their community. I mention these positive examples of cannabis farmers because I know them. They are my friends, my neighbors, and I consider many of them to be part of my family. They're good people with good families and good intentions. But as your regulations become more convoluted and restrictive in an effort to separate the wheat from the chaff and to protect the county against newcomers and enterprises that do not have the best interests of this county at heart, my friends and neighbors are becoming disheartened and nervous and worried that their many years of hard work to become legitimate tax-paying farmers will be for nothing. I don't think it would surprise anyone on this board to hear that many of my friends and neighbors applaud the board's efforts to establish certain barriers to entry to cannabis cultivation to safeguard the county's economic and environmental well-being, and like you, we all want a level playing field. So I'm here today to urge all of you as representatives of all your constituents, please don't throw out the baby with the bong water. Also, as a resident of the 3rd District, I would like to point out that this is a historic moment in the county's history. There is a promise of a cannabis-driven economic windfall to the county and all of its residents, and the attendant promise of a new challenge as cannabis becomes a legitimate part of the county's culture. Yet my neighbors and I in the 3rd District have no representation on this board. No one speaks for us here, and no one has for some time. My neighbors and I find that unacceptable, as should anyone, regardless of their opinion of the work the board undertakes to put reasonable regulations regarding cannabis into place. As I understand it, the responsibility for naming a replacement lays in the governor's hands, so I courteously ask that the board either provide me with the following information or direct your clerk to do so. The name and contact information of the person at the county level to whom the responsibility of maintaining contact with the governor's office regarding the appointment of a replacement has been delegated, that delegate's counterpart in the governor's office, his or her name and contact information, and any information shared by the governor's office that would indicate a timeline for a replacement or a reason for the delay of the replacement.
Please conclude.
I am. If there's some legal reason why I can't have this information, I'd appreciate hearing that reason. Thank you for your time. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. So we are going to adjourn to closed session before taking additional public comment. So, Mr. Bigfoot, we're going to hear from you when we come back. We're going to hear from you when we come back from closed session, because I presume you're going to be here. So, Mr. Please.
What time now?
We're,
Okay.
I accommodated some public expression here. We actually have a timed item for closed session, but I am going to see if any items do not need to be pulled from consent. We will do consent calendar now for anyone interested in that. Are there items to be pulled from consent?
I have none.
Then do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Also move, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Hamburg, second by Brown for the consent calendar. Is there any public comment to the consent calendar? And seeing no one come forward, we'll vote by the button. I do want to,
Let her
well,
announce.
I do, pardon?
Motion carries unanimously.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the important part of this process. So I do want to thank new CAL FIRE Unit Chief George Gonzalez for joining us this morning, for introducing yourself. Please feel free to come down and update us anytime you have information that you'd like to share with us, and we hope you have a great success here in Mendocino County. Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn to closed session. And I should note also for the record that on the consent calendar for item 4G, we also convened as the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District. And again, that was item 4G. The closed session items are conference with labor negotiator and all employee organizations, and also item 9B pursuant to Government Code 94956.8, acquisition and sale of real property interest, the physical address 125 East Commercial Street, Willits, aka the Willits Justice Center, and we will be negotiating with our negotiators and with regard to the administrative office of the courts, the owner of the property. So we're adjourned to closed session. We expect to reconvene in approximately 1 hour at 10:15. So, and we will at that time take additional public comment. So we are returning to closed session. The board had been in closed session on two items, 9A, labor negotiations, and 9B, acquisition and sale of real property, physical address 125 East Commercial Street. On both items, the board received information and gave direction to staff. We're now going to go back to public expression for items that are not on the agenda. Anyone willing to address or wanting to address the board on items not on the agenda, please come forward and you'll have 3 minutes. We have Richard, looks like it's on cannabis, right? The outdoor lights?
No.
Okay, so Richard Rhodes, and identify yourself and you'll have three minutes.
Thank you. You identified me. I'm Richard Rhodes. I live in Redwood Valley, and I've been a resident of Mendocino County for about 30 years. And there is a letter I have been meaning to write to the Board of Supervisors, and I haven't done it. And a couple of things have kind of brought me to this, to come here to talk to you instead of writing a letter. And I may follow up with a letter. Hey, kid. And my concern is this, is over several years, when I enjoy my outdoor life in Mendocino County, is the reason why I came here, I've been noticing a lot of lights that are starting to pop up in the mountains and the hills around me. And a lot of them are sodium vapor, mercury vapor. So you get these bright yellow and bright white or, mercury colored lights. And as I see them, they start to detract from my experience of Mendocino County. I was down in the Bay Area, and at the time that I was down there, the Bay Area started to suffer from a lot of illuminated night sky, and they made a couple changes in their building and planning so that the light would remain on the property in which it was originated from. And so not wanting to segue onto the cannabis lighting, but that's not what I was talking about. But what I was thinking about is anybody who starts any type of growing facility, whether it be vegetables or this, that, and the other thing, anything that's light sensitive, I would hate for the county to miss this opportunity to regulate the lights of the night sky. And that we are then looking at a lot of glowing areas here, there, and everywhere. And I guess my reason for that is that I think if you're going to do anything commercially, then you should be responsible to the rest of the community and protect what they enjoy as well, so that you don't have a right beyond everybody else's. That's all I wanted to say, and I think I don't know what your laws are in the books right now.
Right.
But I don't want to repeat it. If there's something there that you can work with, then that's it.
And
So I'll leave.
thank you, and I just have one very
Yeah.
brief yes or no question. So in your experience over, say, the last 10 years, has this issue become much more noticeable on a progressive basis?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Everybody
Well,
seems to be,
Thank you.
concerned about security and lighting. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. So an advocate for night sky policies. Louis Bigfoot, if you are still present. So if Mr. Bigfoot shows up later, we will take his public comment. Anyone else to address the board on items not on the agenda? So please come forward.
I was just about to write it down. I didn't see specifically the funding for the Mendocino Access Television. I saw that it was going to be maybe
Your
listed.
name?
My name is Ukai Morrison.
Well, I guess I'll just say that the ad hoc, which are Supervisor Judy and I, do not yet have a recommendation. That will be on a future agenda, but we don't have a recommendation yet.
So it will not be on today's.
It's not on today's agenda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other public comment for items not on today's agenda? Okay, so we will move on with our agenda, and I'll, for people who don't know, I believe we are planning to take up the cannabis-related items at 1:30, and we will not take that up prior to 1:30. So just to help you plan your day. So item 5A, informational update on the status of the Mendocino Town Local Coastal Plan Amendment and possible direction or consideration of Coastal Commission comments regarding the submitted Mendocino Town LCPA, Planning and Building the sponsor, and we also have the ad hoc. Don't see any, oh, Adrian?
Good morning, Adrian Thompson. Bill Kinzer's on his way over. If you'd like to switch to the Planning and Building monthly report, which is also on there, we could do that while we wait for Bill to come over from our department.
Please, so we're on item 5B.
Yes, Planning and Building monthly service report. Another consistent month for Planning and Building. You can see our numbers maintain. We're very busy in the office. It continues to rise with plan checks, retroactive plan checks. No real new single-family dwellings to speak of this month for February, but we're continuing to be very busy in the department with multiple projects.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any questions, I'm here to answer those for you.
Board members?
No, but I do appreciate the report.
Okay.
Keeps us informed.
We're working on other reports to come in, but they're not quite ready yet. They're different monitors and things.
Uh-huh. Perfect timing.
I know, can't beat it, short form.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will now go to item 5A, the Mendocino Town Plan update, which we've already identified. So, Mr. Kinzer.
Hello, perfect timing. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. There's not a whole lot of an update.
Please re-identify yourself.
Bill Kinzer, Mendocino Planning and Building Services.
They like that on tape.
Pardon me. There's not too much of an update to provide. There has been a meeting set with the ad hoc committee for April 5th at 10:30, and it will include Jack Ainsworth, the Executive Director of the Coastal Commission, Deputy Director Allison Detmar, and Regional District Manager Bob Merrill. It would be in our offices here. In discussions with the Coastal Commission with Bob Merrill recently, we anticipate additional meetings with staff to try to work out some of the areas where there's still a dispute. The Coastal Commission is on a pretty tight deadline to try to get the hearing in front of the Coastal Commission for the North District meeting June 7th through 9th. So we would anticipate it to be pretty busy over the next 2 months.
Mm-hmm. Supervisor Brown.
Yes. And if it's not heard in June, what happens?
I need to check on that, but I think in talking to Mr. Merrill, my understanding was it needs to be held in June. That's a deadline approach, and I will report back to you. In fact, I had a call into him this morning to try to confirm that it needs to be heard and acted on June 7th. But before I state that specifically, I'd like to confirm it.
Because otherwise, it's adopted. Is it in its entirety by default, I believe, but I'd sure like to get that confirmed.
Okay, and I will report back to you on that.
Thank you.
And I'm sure the full board would appreciate that information as well once you confirm it. And Supervisor Jurdy.
So you may have said this last meeting, but where will the June meeting be held?
June meeting, it's in the North District, but the location, when I checked the website this morning, had not been established.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Supervisor Hamburg.
Yes, I actually thought that meeting was going to be in Arcata. Is that not correct?
It doesn't say on the website.
We don't know for sure?
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know if you mentioned on March 4th, I'm sorry, on March the 8th, the ad hoc did meet with Juliana and Bill. We spent a couple of hours going over the, I believe, 18-page response,
yes,
which was basically put together by Juliana and Bill. That response is on the website.
On the website and in the Coastal Commission's hands, and they're reviewing it.
And also the Coastal Commission's request to us, and then our response to them. And I don't know that the ad hoc changed a great deal what staff had put in their letter. I've received quite a bit of input from people who've been, watching the town plan, who are not in full agreement with what the board did, but also people just appreciating that correspondence is on the website and is easily accessible. So Just want to state that again, that people who want to know what the most current correspondence has been, go to our website and look it up. And then we'll also have Allison Detmer. Did you mention that? That she'll also be with Jack Ainsworth for our meeting on April the 5th.
That's correct, at
Yep.
10:30.
10:30.
Okay, thank you.
And in, just for the public, I believe Supervisor Ryan Sandberg has been appointed by the governor to be a representative for the North Coast to the California Coastal Commission, and fills the seat of former Supervisor McClure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Nash Gonzalez, Interim Director. I know that you've had an update of the Mendocino Town Plan every meeting. I was going to ask your board if this is something that they would consider as perhaps having the updates every month as opposed to every meeting, because sometimes we don't have a lot to report. These types of items that Mr. Kinzer is going to be looking into, we can obviously bring to you to the next meeting, but obviously going forward, it might be more productive if we, were to do this once a month or under a director's report.
Supervisor Brown?
With all due respect, I'd like to see it stay at every meeting, but there's no reason that the ad hoc cannot give that update and not have Mr. Kinzer have to come all the way from the coast. So as long as Supervisor Hamburg agrees, we can do that. Because I think that's the direction of our colleagues. And I'm thinking they want to continue that.
Well, that sounds acceptable, and so maybe the ad hoc can coordinate with the department for those updates where it would be a good idea to have Mr. Kinzer present. Otherwise, we'll just look to the ad hoc for the updates.
Perfect.
Does that sound
Thank you.
acceptable?
Yeah, I think that'll work great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, item 5C, do we have a CEO report?
Chairman Cowan, there's no CEO report this week, and there's no legislative report either.
So we will go to item 6A, Supervisors Reports. Supervisor Hamburg, do you have?
Let me just see here. Let's see. We had a Public Safety Standing Committee meeting on March 13th. Had our first discussion about the issues around Class K. Took some public testimony on that. Asked some questions of staff, and we're going to continue to work on that issue. There are some obvious problems with an ordinance that went into effect in 1981 based on a 1976 code. It seems that one of the main uses for Class K, and I think we're all aware of this, has been for the amnesty periods and giving people a way to more easily come within the amnesty program. But even though the contractor community is not really wanting to throw it out completely, they do see some usefulness in it. I think we're going to be bringing some suggested changes to the board. The other major issue we talked about was the airport and the fact that CDF did turn down our what they considered to be a major amendment for the NTMP. Howard has worked diligently, and Howard, I'm trying to remember the staff person who came with Howard and actually knew more about it than he did. But anyway, staff has been working with FAA and trees that needed to be cleared in the so-called bowl amphitheater where there's most vulnerability in terms of planes taking off and landing. Those issues have been resolved. I actually got a call from Dan Porter of the Nature Conservancy the day after our standing committee meeting asking me where we were in terms of looking at land swaps. So maybe TNC is yet going to come up with a suggestion. On the 15th, the BHAB, Behavioral Health Advisory Board, met in Fort Bragg. it's a good meeting. Tammy Moss Chandler discussed a lot of the housing issues, which the board heard about yesterday. We had a good look at the hospitality center and what was going on then. Talked about the problems of serving the numbers of homeless on the coast, which is about double the number that Hospitality House takes care of every night. Talked about some of the services that are being offered through Hospitality Center. So anyway, that was my first look at the facility, and it looked pretty good. Sigma meeting on the 16th. I'll let Supervisor Brown talk about that, but I do think slowly but surely we're making a lot of progress, and the parties are coming together. We almost have a JPA that everybody seems to be agreeing to. On the 17th, the Joint Coordinating Committee for the Casper Transfer Station met for the second time. We're definitely making progress. We're hoping that within 60 days we'll have the leachate or leakage problem solved so that we don't run into any problems with water quality. They do know that we're working on the issue and are not anxious to levy any fines against us as long as we are moving forward. And it seems that indeed we are. This is going to be an expense of somewhere between $40,000 and $50,000, which is going to be reimbursed to SWOW through a pass-through agreement. So I think that's the main things for me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair McCowan, and I'm just quickly going to go over all the meetings I have attended since our last board meeting, and then I'll have more specifics on some of these meetings. But Supervisor Hamburg and I, as you heard earlier, met as the ad hoc on the Mendocino Town Plan. I attended a public meeting for the relicensing of the Potter Valley project. There was an Inland Water and Power Commission meeting where we did talk about the relicensing and other routine business, but nothing that comes out that I need to report to this board. There was also an ad hoc that I served with you, Mr. Chair, meetings on the Coyote Valley Tribe intergovernmental agreements. I attended the Public Policy Facilitating Committee meeting, and that was held in Santa Rosa. And as you all know, I do have information if you'd like to go over it. That particular body meets once a year for a public meeting, so everyone knows the work that's going forward on the biological opinion that was done by NOAA Fisheries on the Russian River after fish were listed. So it's a yearly meeting. I went to the Rural Counties Association board meeting in Sacramento. Also by conference call, I was on the Cannabis Working Group, CSAC policy committees meet, and the working group is one of those, and it was a conference call, so I listened in. I do want to remind everyone that the CSAC Legislative Conference is coming up. It will be, and registration is open now, and basically you have a savings if you get your registration in, and you may lose out in being in the hotel if you do not make those reservations, and that's May 17th and 18th. I will be attending, and actually I don't stay at those hotels. I stay at one that's much cheaper and walk the 3 blocks and park my car for free. But if you are interested, like the coastal counties, they may have a meeting where Supervisor Jurdy and Hamburg may be attending. We also have many of the policy committees. We'll hear from Government in Sacramento as a general purpose, and they usually have really good speakers. I'll talk about Sigma in just a moment. Also, as vice chair of LAFCO, I had a LAFCO executive committee meeting. And coming up, I will be going to Forestville. It's an all-day meeting on the Russian River called The Confluence that Supervisor James Gore has put together, and I believe now is working with Supervisor Linda Hopkins with this effort. And it will be an all-day conference with speakers, and we'll be actually talking about the confluence. So I really do look forward to that. I was just informed of some legislation, and this is Assembly Member Bigelow. He introduced Assembly Bill 211, and I believe there's another bill, AB 288, and this has to do with the state responsibility area fire prevention fees that everybody's been paying, and so I'm going to look into those, and I think it might go along with our legislative platform and bring those forward at one of our next meetings. I do have the agenda for the cannabis, and one interesting, and that's the CSAC working group. One interesting point was you cannot believe the 20 bills that are all being looked at that have been introduced on cannabis itself by the legislature this year. So I think there is movement to combine some of those and discuss them, but put it down into a smaller packet. I have the listing if you'd like to see it. At the Sigma meeting, our CEO attends, as well as our staff person, Sarah Duquette, and we had a very good meeting, actually last Thursday, March 16th, and it appears we're going to be moving forward with language that was agreed to. It was a compromise between Russian River Flood Control and the city of Ukiah. We'll be bringing it back before this body on April 17th or 18th, and then the City Council, Ukiah City. And to remind everyone, this is a Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and Ukiah Valley is required to form a groundwater sustainability agency. And we're trying to get to the point of having one agency instead of several in the Ukiah Valley. We just feel it makes sense. We will be required to do some studying to prove that we're not drafting the aquifer in the Ukiah Valley. And we're required to have a GSA formed by June 2017 and a plan to the state by, I believe it's June or January 2022.
January 22, I believe.
Okay. And so that is going forward. City of Ukiah will be considering the language for the JPA, for the GSA. On April 5th, Russian River Flood Control will be meeting on April 10th, and the Upper Russian River JPA will be meeting on April 5th. And then we do have 2 seats, a tribal and an agricultural seat, and I don't think their approval is needed, but I'm sure they will bring back information for us as to what their constituents and those they represent are thinking on that. At the Rural Counties Association Board of Directors meeting, I did also sit on as a member of the Golden State Finance Authority, and we did talk a lot about legislation that is going on in the finance, Golden State Finance. I do want to mention that this is an entity, an authority that is able to lend money, and they also do other projects. I have it here, but it kind of caught my eye when I think of Supervisor Hamburg sometime in the future for Anderson Valley, the Boonville area, and a water system or broadband financing. We approved some language for that, but I would, like to recommend this would be a place to go for that particular financing, or at least to look at it. At the RCRC meeting, there was a lot of talk about Senate Bill 1, which is Beal, and Assembly Bill 1, which is Frazier, and this has to do with the transportation funding. There was a split vote, but the majority of the Rural Counties Board want to support this particular package. There are some differences between the Senate bill and the Assembly bill. I won't go into those right now, but I can give you language if you would want to see it. And basically the difference and the controversy that led to some no votes for RCRC not to support it had to do with rural counties and the miles they need to drive and the amount of money they would have to pay, an extra diesel tax or any type of fuel tax for vehicles. And they felt it was unfair when the state continuously directs money like to the bullet train or to other transportation methods that rural counties just can't take advantage of. So that was the controversy there. But RCRC is supporting it. We've already sent out our letter, and other counties have done that as well. There is an entity that is part of RCRC, but it's a separate joint powers authority, and that's the Environmental Services. They call it, there's the ESJPA, and this has to do with keeping up for at least the rural counties on all the regulatory processes, legislation that has to do with solid waste. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to bring information to both Supervisor Hamburg and McCowan, because we might want to consider joining this. That will, because they also do advocacy at the Capitol as well. They keep you updated in any changes, and as we know, we're required by the state to do certain recycling, and we're also going to have rules coming forward that's going to be the mandatory commercial organics recycling as we go into the future. Here's all the comments, but I've made a page for each of you. I think that's about it. If you want to go through my RCRC packet, legislative updates are available with that and other business that we discussed.
Thank you. And CEO Angelo has a comment.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. I would just like to let the full board know that Supervisor Hamburg and Supervisor Brown on the Sigma committee are really doing an outstanding job representing the county. This is not an easy process. If anybody that knows water in this county understands that. Particularly, I would like to commend Supervisor Brown for her facilitation skills in our meetings, and particularly the last meeting. You know, we do have a facilitator that comes to every meeting and works with us, but I really want to commend Supervisor Brown for really making sure to include everyone that's at the table, that they all have a voice and they all speak, and that their comments are heard. And so the last meeting, I think, was a breakthrough, I would say, in the progress that's being done, and I attribute a lot of that to Supervisor Brown's ability to facilitate the meeting and pull everybody together. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those comments, and it is very positive that they're now looking at having only one groundwater sustainability agency instead of two or more for the Ukiah Valley, which wouldn't make any sense, particularly since my understanding is we can just get this agency formed and do the necessary studies. We ought to be able to demonstrate that we do not have an overdrafting situation in the Ukiah Valley. So it's much more cost effective if people will simply work together to get the necessary studies done and show the results to the state. Supervisor Brown.
And you're absolutely correct, Supervisor McCowan. How much fighting do we need to do just to show that we're not in an overdraft situation.
Right.
And it's better to be together, so you're absolutely correct.
So thank you for all your work towards that end. So Supervisor Jurdy.
Supervisor Hamburg summarized the content of our last two joint Powers Authority meetings with on Casper Transfer Station, and one other meeting I just wanted to touch on was last Wednesday. We had the monthly retirement board meeting, and the main item of discussion that I think is relevant to this board is the retirement board renewed a 3-year contract for the actuarial company, Siegel and Associates. It was a little bit controversial because of, in general, there's been a critique of actuaries and how accurate or inaccurate they've been over the years in terms of estimating the lifespan of retirees, underestimating that, and underestimating the contributions needed for a retirement plan. And so many people believe they're partly to blame for the underfunding of pension plans. And unfortunately, there are only about 5 or 6 actuary companies in California that specialize in public pension plans. So it's not like there's an infinite number of companies that the MCERA can hire. But just on that point, though, it's a 3-year contract, but there's the ability with, I think, 10 days notice to terminate. So the reason why I'm mentioning that is because for the first time, I think in about 5 or 6 years, there will be an independent actuarial company who will do basically their own study of what Siegel has been doing to kind of see if they spot any errors in their reporting period process. And so we'll have that report. Of course, that too costs money. It'll be $50,000 or $60,000 to get the once every 5 or 6 year independent audit of their work. And then finally, this is the third. Every 3 years, Siegel's also hired, or the actuary company, but it's Siegel this time, is hired every 3 years to do an experience study, which that is the means by which they bring back a proposed assumed rate of investment return, and that really has a big impact on the contribution rates. And so we're here in 2017, we're in that 3rd year, and it will be done sometime this year. So we may well see a new investment return assumption. A lot of people believe a realistic assumption at this point, given the market for the foreseeable future, that 6.25 is probably more accurate. Certainly it is. That would have been more accurate looking backwards, which would mean a 1% reduction. And as I think the board knows, that's about a $3 million, about a $6 million increase in annual contributions, of which about a little over $3 million would come from the county general fund. A little less than $3 million would come from the state and federal sources. And then there would also be about a $1.5 million increase in contributions from employees as a group, if that were to happen. And the state's CalPERS has reduced its assumed rate of return, but they're phasing it over 2 or 3 years. That if that kind of recommendation came forward, it might be looking at a multi-year phased-in reduction in the assumed rate of return to have the least shock to the county budget process.
Thank you. So that concludes supervisor reports, and we will now go back to public expression. Louis Bigfoot.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Cable access, cable TV 3, PEG funding, all the above. Is there going to be another ad hoc committee meeting where we can actually bring all the programmers from Channel 3 together and the people over at Channel 3 to meet with you and Dan and Carmel, if she wants to come, and kind of hammer out the future in a positive, non-emotional, I get very emotional way. That's sort of what I'm asking for, so that we can come to an understanding on what the future is. I've been around Ukiah for a long time, and I've seen lots of ups and I've seen lots of downs, and I don't want to see any downs. I just want to see ups. I can remember back when Channel 3 was in the closet over at the education facility. I remember when they closed Channel 3 in Willits because of a political dispute. I know when the coast had problems on its access, and we're I want to see a good resolve, so I'm looking forward to a good, serious meeting where we can all, as soon as possible, sit down. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would just say there is no public meeting of the ad hoc scheduled, and the ad hoc has not yet agreed upon what our recommendation to the board would be. So that's where we are right now. Supervisor Jurdy?
The only other thing I would add is I feel like we're sort of in a two-step process. One is coming to an agreement on what we want to recommend to the board and to staff for the allocation of the county's share of the funds in terms of, because there are 3 service areas, Willits, the Coast, and Ukiah. And then in my mind, it's somewhat separate is how those operators in those 3 communities function. So I feel like we need to resolve the first piece, and I think we're pretty close. And then we can maybe transition over to the other piece, which is what is the structure of that service provider.
And obviously, full board direction will be, key to making any decisions, so we're not prejudging what the board may ultimately decide. CEO Angelo, did you have an additional comment?
I had a comment on another topic that had to do with the supervisor reports, not necessarily MATV.
So we will take that comment now.
Oh, thank you. Chair McCowan, I'm not certain that there was a comment made about the 3rd district seat, but since there's been such interest, I just wanted to be certain that the public knew that we have not received any information. So I don't know if there's anything that any board member would like to say, but we have no further information today from the governor's office.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair McCowan, and thank you, Ms. Angelo. And I think it's really important for the public to realize that this county supervisors have no say. It's a governor's appointment. And I think we have asked in the letter we sent that we would hope it would be made as soon as possible. But our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do. And in a way, I feel very offended when people get up and blame us for a 3rd district supervisor not on this board to represent them. It's not our doing. So that's a frustration, I guess, I needed to express. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. I would just add that the board did send a letter, and I've participated in 2 conference calls with the executive officer and county council where we have encouraged the governor to, or the governor's appointments office to help us get to a decision point as soon as possible. So they're very aware of the interest in seeing this seat filled, but it is entirely up to the governor's office as to the timing. I will say the governor's office is extremely thorough and professional, and also rather circumspect about exactly what the process looks like. So they don't release a lot of information. They do thoroughly review every applicant, and they have a very detailed process that they go through, but the timing of the appointment will be up to the governor, and the decision will be the governor's alone. We all hope for a 3rd district supervisor as soon as possible, but we really have no more influence than any member of the general public on that issue. So we CEO Angelo, 2 days in a row.
You keep giving me a promotion, Chair McCowan.
With a pay
Thank you
cut.
very much. Yes. Thank you for that. I wanted to be certain that we didn't forget that. 2 things. One, I do want to mention that we do have the special meeting scheduled for March 28th. And this board, if you could decide this afternoon, since we are doing a cannabis item this afternoon, March 28th, we're looking at 9.30 and 9.31 is the plan for the staff. But it would be good to know from this board if you want to do a morning session or an afternoon session. Staff does not believe that there is a full 8-hour presentation and dialogue. So I just share that so that this board, before we end today, we could have direction from this board. And lastly, our representatives from Sonoma Clean Power are here, but I think they need about 5 minutes or so to set up for their presentation. So if this board wouldn't mind, if we could just take a quick 5-minute break so they could set up, that might be helpful.
Certainly. So thank you, and please proceed with setting up, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
So Tuesday, March 28th?
On item number 5E, discussion and possible action related to an update from the county's community choice aggregation energy provider, Sonoma Clean Power. Supervisor Hamburg, the vice chair of the Sonoma Clean Power Board, and the sponsor of the item. I'll turn to you to introduce it and then you can introduce Sonoma Clean Power.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm very glad to have Danielle and Kate and Erica, who I know will all introduce themselves here today. And they have been working for, over a month already, going around the county and introducing people at various events to Sonoma Clean Power and what it has to offer Mendocino County. In this presentation today, we're going to hear more about that rollout, more about how people's electrical bills will look different if they do choose to be part of this program. They'll also be available to explain to the board what the effects are of choosing Sonoma Clean Power, and some of the successes that the Joint Powers Agreement has had, which are many over a very brief period of a couple of years, and also be talking about this issue I brought up a few times of the Power Charge Indifference Adjustment, the PCIA, and how that affects the differential between what PG&E customers pay and what Sonoma Clean Power customers pay, and how that issue is currently being discussed at the PUC and with our state organization, which is an organization that represents CCAs up and down the state, and that, of course, as we all know, is growing in power, if I may use the word power. As we have more CCAs, we have more political clout in in Sacramento, and hopefully more opportunity to do even better for our customers. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over. Who's going to be leading this?
I am. I'm going to give it a start. Yes.
Start off. And again, thank you for coming up. We've had multiple trips up here by staff of Sonoma Clean Power, and we certainly enjoy our monthly trips down for the board meetings in Santa Rosa. So take it away.
Well, thank you, and good morning, County Supervisors and County staff. I am Kate Kelly. I'm the Public Affairs Director for Sonoma Clean Power, and joining me this morning are Erica Torgerson, our Customer Service Director, and Danielle Baker, our Customer Care Specialist. And before I kick off the PowerPoint presentation, to your point, the three of us have sort of been on a road show here in Mendocino County. We have been visiting. We've presented at the Willits and Fort Bragg City Councils and are doing Point Arena Wednesday, I believe. And we've also been holding public meetings at senior centers and other community centers to help educate the public about what changes are coming, what their options are, explain a little bit more about our service and how it works. And we've been attending some community events, and that will continue between now all the way through our rollout and after service has started, really through at least the first half of the summer, so that Mendocino County residents can have an opportunity to interact with us and get their questions answered. We've also been talking to the press a lot. We've been fortunate to have good exposure in local papers, and we're going to be doing a radio interview here in a couple days. So we're really working to make sure that the public has access to the information that they need. So today, we thought we'd just go over a little bit more about our program and give you the opportunity to ask questions as you wish. So Sonoma Clean Power is what we like to call a new kind of public agency, in that we are a public agency, but we are privately funded. So when we began, there were no tax dollars that were used. We started out with bank loans, which were paid off 4.5 years earlier than anticipated. So we're happy to be debt free. And Sonoma Clean Power and agencies like ours were really created by public demand in response to the 2000 energy crisis, which I'm sure everybody remembers, the rolling blackouts and the corruption in the energy markets and the gubernatorial race that ensued. That's when communities really demanded local control of their electricity supply. They wanted more renewables, and they wanted the ability to have more control over what was happening to this very important service in our life. So community choice programs add choice where you never had choice before. Monopoly utilities have, in our case, PG&E has been the default provider for electricity for this area for over 100 years. So community choice adds choice, competition, and local control to our power market, which are all good things in our opinion. And again, we are self-funded with no tax dollars, so there's no risk to the county and the cities joining our program. Community choice aggregation, which is the type of program Sonoma Clean Power is, allows communities to buy and sell electricity to their residents if a community choice program is formed. And we were made possible by the community choice aggregation law in 2002 that said if a community choice program forms, they become the default provider and are able to then buy energy and sell it to their local residents at competitive rates. It's been around for quite a few years. California is one of the states that have CCAs, but there are a number of states that have had them for quite a bit longer than we have. California was a little bit late to the game. When the law was passed in 2002, it wasn't until 2010 that Marine Clean Energy, the first community choice program in California, got up and running. And then we came along 4 years later, serving our customers. And now we are happy to report that there are 8 operational community choice programs in California and many more in formation. So,
Kate, I have
yes,
a question, and I think we, since we aren't terribly pushed for time,
Sure.
and we talked about the length of the presentation, I think it is okay if board members ask questions as we go. And you were talking about how this law to allow CCAs came into being in 2002, and I believe it was Senator Migden who authored the legislation. But then it took many years before Marin County, and I think it was Supervisor Chuck McGlashan who really spearheaded the effort down there and got that going in about 2010, was it?
Yes, they started serving their customers in 2010.
Actually rolled out. And I remember 2010 really well because that happened to be a year I was running for office, but it was also the year of Proposition 16.
Yes.
And Proposition 16 was a $45 million, correct me if I'm wrong, $45 million effort by PG&E using, now here's where I might be wrong, but this was the popular understanding, using ratepayer money to try to stop Marin Clean Energy in particular, because that was the lead.
Correct.
That was the tip of the spear for CCAs.
Well, and it was trying to basically cut off any future growth of community choice aggregation.
And incredibly, and I just wonder if you have a comment on this, incredibly that measure failed.
Overwhelmingly voted down by the voters.
As I remember, the only group that really was standing up to the investor-owned utility, as I remember, was Turn.
Correct.
How did that occur? Can you just give me 30
with all
seconds?
Due respect,
come on.
I would like to have the presentation rather than the philosophical discussion.
Well, no, I'm just interested in how. Where did CCAs get their support going
from the
back?
Communities? So local communities and grassroots efforts were really what spurred California to pass the community choice aggregation law in 2002 because people were tired of having no choice, no local control. When there's an investor-owned utility monopoly, you don't have the ability to attend public meetings and participate in the rate setting process. It's done in a private meeting with lawyers and the investor-owned utility, in our case, in San Francisco. So even if you wanted to go, you had to travel a far way. So this gave you the ability to demand local renewables and have the ability to impact that, to have a board set up, a joint powers agreement, and a board of directors set up that is made up of your elected officials.
Yeah.
So there's accountability. Because it's a public agency, there is transparency. Everything is public. Our budgets, our minutes, all of our meetings are
Right.
held in a public process.
Okay.
So
Well, I will, in deference to the chair, I don't want to
Yeah.
push this too hard, but I do think that it was one of the more amazing elections I've seen in California. Where one side,
Agreed.
it was really a David and Goliath story
Yes.
that launched the CCA movement. And I think it is interesting that it was launched in Marin County, then picked up in Sonoma County, and now is moving up to our county.
Well, I think it shows, and you said community support, that's what it boils down to. The public gets it, and that same kind of effort, I'd love to see it be revived now, because the investor-owned utilities are trying this end run around by, let's recapture the savings the consumer is getting and use it to pay for power plants that shouldn't have been built because they were never needed.
and we're already not using their energy anyway. So why do our customers have to pay for
Right.
it? It's
So,
ridiculous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. So feel free to stop me at any time. So just real quickly, you probably all already understand this, but how community choice works is, so Sonoma Clean Power, we operate on the generation side. So we go out into the open market and we bid on power contracts the same way that PG&E does. And so that is the part of the business that we compete on. We compete on the generation side. We buy that power and we place it into the grid on behalf of our customers to serve our customers. PG&E is still responsible for maintaining the grid, the reliability of the grid, responding to emergencies and outages. That is what they do really well, and we partner with them on that. But that is the side of the business that they continue to own. Actually, by law, they are required to maintain the grid. So one of the questions that we often get is, how reliable is the grid? If I'm a customer of Sonoma Clean Power and the power goes out, will PG&E fix my lines? The answer is yes. Not only will they do that, but they're required to do that by law. So there's no disruption in reliability for any customer. And the customers benefit by having cleaner energy, local control, and competitive rates. So our service territory has grown. We are now serving all of Sonoma County with the exception of Healdsburg, who, like Ukiah, has their own municipal utility, and the county of Mendocino. And Mendocino County service starts in June on your June meter read date. So whatever day of the month your meter is read in June, that is the day that your service will switch over to Sonoma Clean Power. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in the coming slides. Changes to your account are questions we get, frequently asked questions that we receive. So as I said, June meter read, that's when your service will cut over, and all customers will be automatically defaulted into Sonoma Clean Power's default service, which we call Clean Start. It is 36% renewable. It is competitively priced. It's currently 1% below PG&E's rates, and it is designed for maximum participation. So we do have an additional service, which we'll talk about a little bit more in depth in a few minutes, but that's called Evergreen. It is an optional service. It is a premium service, so it is not cheaper, but it is 100% renewable. And at this point, 100% made in Sonoma County is geothermal. So that's for folks who want to, are anxious to get 100% renewable right off the bat and do a little bit more and can afford to pay a little bit more. As you are automatically enrolled into Sonoma Clean Power, this does not terminate your account with PG&E. Because, as I was explaining earlier, PG&E is still maintaining the grid and responding to and maintaining reliability of the grid. We share our customers. So we compete on the generation side, we partner on the distribution side, and if you are a gas customer with PG&E, you will continue to receive your gas service from them as well, because Sonoma Clean Power is on the electricity side only. So in essence, we share our customers, and we like to say that we have a competitive partnership with PG&E. What you will see changes to your bill, which we'll talk about more in depth later, but quickly. Previously, all customers were bundled under PG&E because they were providing the generation and the distribution services, you were called a bundled customer. So the change that you'll see on your bill starting in July for your June service is you will show that that bundle has been uncoupled, and you'll receive Sonoma Clean Power, electric generation from Sonoma Clean Power. It's not an additional charge, it's just been split apart so you can see it. And then the distribution or delivery from PG&E. And we have some examples of bills for you to look at in just a few minutes. Any customers that have discounts on their PG&E bill currently, such as CARE, FARA, or Medical Baseline, will continue to receive those discounts. They don't need to reapply for them. There's no disruption in those services. Those are PG&E discounts on the distribution side, so those stay the same. And if we have customers on solar, which we do have quite a few here in Mendocino County, this will trigger a true-up with PG&E, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We are doing public workshops specifically for solar customers. We know that this is a little bit more complicated. People have lots of questions to their individual bill, and so we're doing some separate efforts to particularly educate our NEM customers, our net energy metering customers. Did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood what NEM stood for.
Net energy metering is that's basically PG&E's program for that. Our NEM program is called Net Green, and it's a little bit better, and we look forward to sharing the information about that program with you as well.
And the reason it's important for NEM customers to understand this process is that there are times for them to opt in to Sonoma Clean Power based on the season.
Correct,
Based
or
on
to
the
not,
time
to opt out.
Because if you are a NEM customer, you notice on your bill that some months you do really, really well, and some months you don't do nearly as well.
Correct,
So
and
the
Erica's
time
got
for the
some thoughts on
there
that.
is an optimal time to switch over.
You're correct.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Erica. Do you want
I'll wait.
Okay.
We're going to talk more about it.
Okay. Good.
But you're correct, so good point. Another question we often get is, how does this affect my priority with PG&E? As I was stating earlier, it doesn't. If there's an outage or an emergency and you're a Sonoma Clean Power customer, PG&E will still come and fix your lines. They can't tell the difference and are required to maintain the grid and the reliability of the grid. So customers receive no disruption in reliability. And so what we are in the process of starting to kick off now is our enrollment period and notices. We're going to send a series of notices. Like Erica says, by August, you'll be sick of us. We're going to be in your mailbox a lot, but we really want to make sure people understand what's happening, what their options are, how the program works, and how to get in touch with us with questions or to opt out or to choose Evergreen. So the first enrollment notice will kick off in early April. And we have additional letters for people that are on solar, people that have the balanced payment plan with PG&E, people that are on the smart rate program with PG&E. Service begins in June, and even then there are 2 additional notices that come out after service has started, so that people really sometimes don't notice until their bill comes in July. No matter how much we've talked to them, been out there banging the drum, don't really notice until then. So we really want to make sure that we have an opportunity to let people know even after the fact. Are you going to say something about that? Okay. I'm going to turn over to Erica now. She's going to talk more about our programs and billing and answer any additional questions you may have.
And I just wanted to say briefly, you're using the term enrollment notice, but really, most people are automatically enrolled unless they're opting out.
That is correct. So it's a term that the CPUC uses, and so we have followed their lead in using that term. But you're right, everybody will be automatically enrolled in June unless they opt out. So it's a kind of a enrollment by default.
And I think you identified the challenge. No matter how many pieces of mail you send, at the end of the process, people will say, no one ever told me about this. I never saw anything.
Yes,
So
we
I don't
definitely
know how you overcome that.
Yeah, well, we're trying really hard through lots of radio ads and newspaper ads, and doing a lot of outreach like this, as well as at farmers markets, community events. We're trying to get out there as much as possible, but there's always going to be that person. In addition, the notices come in mail in a letter format. a trifold postcard, an oversized postcard. So we try and mix it too and make them colorful so that hopefully one of them will stand out. All the envelopes of the notice say, your enrollment is happening, your service begins this month. So we really are trying to get people to open those letters. And actually the county of Mendocino has been very generous in allowing us to use their seal to put on those envelopes and letters in a hopes that that will help improve the open rate as well.
Thank you.
So this is actually the default service called Clean Start that all our customers will be defaulted into unless they make another option. In 2015, it was 36% renewable. We expect to have our 2016 audited numbers by the end of May. We expect that renewable percentage to go up at least about 40%, so it's a pretty significant jump. This year in 2015, that renewable 36% renewable was important, but also to note that it's 77% carbon free. And we'll get into the power mix in a second here, but we do use a lot of hydropower, which is not considered renewable in California. However, it is carbon free. The great thing about Clean Start is that not only does it have more renewable power than PG&E's mix, but it is competitively priced with an average savings of 1% compared to PG&E on your total electric bill. As I said, it's available to everybody, and it has 48% less greenhouse gas emissions compared to PG&E.
So I think that's something maybe just to take a second on. What is the percentage of renewable power now being offered to customers in this area by PG&E?
So up here on this slide is PG&E's numbers for 2015.
So you're getting to that.
Yes. So these are audited numbers for 2015 for both SCP and PG&E. PG&E did just come out with their estimated 2016 numbers, and they will go from 30% renewable to 33% renewable. I don't have exactly what the whole mix is yet. I don't believe it has come out yet. But as soon as it does, we will update these slides for actual 2016 numbers.
Okay, so Sonoma Clean Power will still be ahead of PG&E, not by as much as it's been in the past. Is that true?
Actually, it'll be more because this year we were 6% higher than PG&E in renewables. Next year, assuming we hit 40%, which is what we're estimating.
Because we're moving up too.
Yes.
But the other thing I wanted to just look at, 48% lower GHGs, greenhouse gas emissions compared to PG&E. That's pretty interesting to me that the renewables, the gap is not as much, but when you look at greenhouse gases, it's much, much higher.
And that is because we contract with the 41% hydropower, because that is carbon-free but not renewable. Just like PG&E's nuclear is carbon-free but not renewable. Okay. So there are sources out there that have the benefits that we're looking for in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but may not be classified as renewable by the state of California.
Okay, and another thing, just about rates. Rates are changing all the time, and I know Sonoma Clean Power is at a policy of only changing rates infrequently. I believe annually has been the usual.
That's our goal, yes.
The goal to only have one rate adjustment. But however, PG&E does rate adjustments as many as 4 times a year.
Usually 3 to 5 times per year.
3 to 5 times a year. So if, say right now we're looking at SCP being around 1% lower than PG&E, that doesn't mean that's where it's going to be in 6 months.
No, I can pretty much guarantee you it will not be there in 6 months.
I mean, is that what as you go around and talk to people, you're saying, well, right now we're 1% lower, but we have done our rate adjustment for 2017. PG&E is going to continue to do rate adjustments. Now, is that correct?
So that is correct. So I don't say anything about what we're going to do this year because our board has not voted on that yet, and we'll be bringing a package to our board shortly at the April board meeting about rates and budgeting. But at the same time, what we're trying to provide is rate stability, at least on our side of the bill. And we can't do anything about PG&E's, and it doesn't make sense to try and chase PG&E 3 to 5 times a year by changing our rates. And PG&E doesn't change rates across the board. It's very up and down. And so sometimes they go up, sometimes they go down. Different rate classes go up or down compared to other rate classes. So it's very hard. We do look at these numbers on a regular basis. We do comparisons with PG&E of average costs. Every time that there is a rate change, we post it to our website within 60 days after that rate change.
Okay.
So we try and be as transparent as possible, but it is a moving number.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Brown.
Yes, but the rates for PG&E, isn't that overseen by the CPUC?
It is.
So they have to go to the hearings in order to have something go up or go down? Is that correct?
They file an advice letter with the CPUC, and the CPUC either takes no action and then that advice letter is approved, or they can take an action to reject that advice letter and then it has to be redone. It is unusual that it is rejected, though.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about Evergreen. Evergreen is our 100% local, 100% renewable product. It does carry a premium of 2.5 cents per kilowatt hour more than Clean Start, or it's about 11% or $13 per month extra on top of Clean Start for the average residential customer. We think very highly of this product, though. We all have it on staff in our homes because it is doing more for the environment on a personal level than you can do in any other way. This is basically taking greenhouse gas emissions out of your house, except for if you use natural gas. But for the most part, all your lighting and air conditioning and those type of things will be now using 100% clean energy, which is very exciting. This is an optional program. You do have to enroll in it. But we find that most people who enroll stick with it because they do really like it. You can also sign up now for this program if you were interested, and then start receiving the service right away in June.
And does that fit in with NEM?
So it does fit in with NEM. So as you know, solar only works during the day. So if you want to make sure that you have 100% greenhouse gas free energy coming into your house, then you can supplement it with Evergreen. So anytime you are pulling energy off the grid, you're pulling clean energy off the grid.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a sample bill of what the new bills here in Mendocino County will look like when they hit mailboxes in July. So previously under your account, you had one charge. The two highlighted ones there were actually just a single charge that says current electric charges. This has been unbundled now to show the delivery side and the generation side. As we've said before, PG&E continues with the delivery and we take over the generation. It's not an additional charge. What most people didn't know before us showing up on the scene was how much of their bill went towards delivery. It takes a lot of money to pay for all the infrastructure that PG&E has put in and continues to maintain, all those lines and meters and substations and towers. They take a lot of money to maintain. So a good portion of your electric bill does go there, and most people just didn't realize it. Our portion is really the portion that you use. So when you flip on that light switch, the actual electricity is coming from us.
If I could just add something about your chart.
Sure.
Here in Mendocino County, except perhaps for a small number of people who live outside of Ukiah city limits who would be in the Sonoma Clean Power system, they may have gas service, but basically if you're in Mendocino County outside of the city of Ukiah, you have no gas service. And so this is probably as a chart you've updated from Sonoma County,
yes.
I'm guessing. But people who live in Willits, people who live on the coast, when you're giving presentations, you might just subtract the gas because that's not showing up on anybody's bill.
Okay.
But there is another point Redwood Valley does. And it carries those gas lines out Tonkai Road. And if you looked at your alerts from PG&E in replacing some gas infrastructure, you would know that it goes out. But
So there are some people here in the valley that do have gas, I guess, but who are outside Ukiah city limits.
I think it's more illustrative, and you're right, that as we get to more familiar with this county, we do realize that Fort Bragg doesn't have gas. But some people think that their natural gas bill is going to go away with us coming on board too, but obviously it's not because we don't do anything with natural gas. But it is more illustrative than anything else. Yeah. Thank you. So this is page 3 of your electric bill. This is the PG&E details page. The first part of it looks very similar to what it has since you're in PG&E customers. You're still going to see the tiering that is solely on the PG&E side of the bill and will continue. What is new is the green line and the 2 yellow lines underneath it. So the generation credit is what PG&E would have charged you for electric generation if they were continuing to serve you that service. So that way it's on the bill, and we all fought with Marin for that so that you could easily compare our costs with PG&E's costs. The other 2 things that you're going to see on your bill that are new are the power charge indifference adjustment, which Supervisor Hamburg brought up earlier. This PCIA is the fee that Sonoma Clean Power customers pay to ensure that bundled customers of PG&E are not hurt by our departure. So 20 years ago, 15 years ago, even 10 years ago, PG&E bought contracts for all of us, assuming that we were not going to leave their service. And because the power market was different back then, the costs for those contracts were more expensive than the current price of energy today. So again, to ensure that bundle customers aren't harmed by us departing, we pay for our fair share of those above market costs for energy. And that is captured in the power charge indifference adjustment. So right now it's just under 3 cents per kilowatt hour. So it will depend on how much you use to see how much will show up on your bill. We are working with the PUC as well as with Southern California Edison in a working group to lowering this charge as well as to provide more transparency into this charge. Right now, because PG&E is a private company, many of the documents that or the contracts that go into this number are blacked out in all the public documents. And so we don't have really good visibility into this. And so that is one of the things that we're working on, is finding ways that are fair to PG&E as well as fair to us to get more transparency into this fee. It will eventually go away. It could be 30 years if we don't get much movement on it, but it will eventually start to decrease and go away. We are working to make sure that's not 30 years. The other charge you see is a franchise fee. This is a pass-through charge that is paid by our customers as well as PG&E's customers to give to the cities and county to ensure that PG&E can use their streets for the right to run their electrical and gas equipment.
Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
So there's one verbiage here I want to ask about, and that's tier usage. How do you determine tier usage? Or is it in the regulations? I think that's something that most people have no knowledge on.
Sure. So the tiers are on the delivery side of the bill. So I am going to be speaking about PG&E side here. The tiers were designed originally to inspire people to conserve energy through cost savings. So you are allowed, based on where you live, what climate zone you're in, according to PG&E, and whether or not you have gas or electric heating, a number of kilowatt hours you are allowed to use per day as your allowance. So for this person, they get, during the winter month, and they are not electric, 10.9 kilowatt hours per day that they can use under the tier 1 allowance. And you can see the price difference between tier 1 and tier 2 is pretty significant there. So it's almost 20 cents compared to 27.5 cents. Once you exceed your baseline for the month, so the 10.9 times 30 days, you hit tier 2. A couple of years ago, there was 4 tiers, and the CPUC has recently, over the last 2 years, collapsed those tiers from 4 down to 2. So that's what you see here. And these are March prices, so this is the most up-to-date information you can get. So that's how the tiering works. It's solely on the delivery side of the bill. Our rates, when we get there, you'll see they're flat. We do have different time of use rates, but that's different than the tiering. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but one more.
Sure.
How is the baseline determined? Is that solely of the company that's providing the power?
It's all on the PG&E side, and it is approved through the tariff that the CPUC approves of. Each rate class has different baselines, and to be honest, I don't know how that is exactly determined.
But does the CPUC tell Sonoma Clean Power, here are the levels?
So we don't have those levels because we don't work in tiers at all.
Okay.
The tiers is solely on PG&E side and is regulated by the CPUC to PG&E.
Gotcha.
But the idea behind it is to ensure that somebody who lives in the coast versus somebody who lives in the Central Valley, that person who lives in the Central Valley gets a little bit more of a baseline during the summer when they are going to run their air conditioning to basically sustain life, compared to us coastal folks who have more moderate temperatures. So this is the new page of the bill you're going to see. It's the details of Sonoma Clean Power page. And as you can see, our math is very simple. You take your total usage times our price, and that's how you determine how much you owe us. Really, other than that, that's the most exciting thing about this page. It's very simple. If you are on a time of use rate, you will see, the different peak times and different prices. But for the most part, most of our residential customers are on this rate E1, which is a flat rate, meaning you pay the same price of electricity whether it's day or night. So to get back to our solar customers, our NEM program, or our Net Energy Metering program, is called Net Green. And we do think that our program has a few more benefits than PG&E's programs. First of all, anytime that you are producing more energy than you are consuming, we're going to credit you that energy at the price that you would have paid for it plus a penny. So if you would have bought that energy from us at 7 cents per kilowatt hour, we're going to actually credit you 8 cents per kilowatt hour back to it. In addition, we do a monthly billing as opposed to PG&E's annual true-up, and that means that over the course of the year, if you generate more electricity than you use, we're going to put credits into your account. If you use more electricity than you generate, we're going to first take credits out of your bank, and if you don't have enough credits to cover it, we're going to send you a bill for that month. And so that way you don't have that annual bill at the end of the year.
I've had a NEM system for a long time, more than 15 years. And it's my belief that in the years that I have generated more electricity than I have taken from the grid, in other words, the annual true-up, I am not paid anything by PG&E for that energy that I've generated.
So if you have excess credits at the end of the year with PG&E, first they look to see whether or not you are a true net generator, meaning not that you over generated in terms of dollars, but that you over generated in terms of kilowatt hours. Right. And that is actually very rare. So once they look at that, if you do qualify under that, then you can request by phone or by mail a check for that excess credits. However, they only pay you the wholesale rate for that electricity, which currently is about 2.5 cents per kilowatt hour. Okay. And so that is where our program...
So this is just a way better deal, but that's also an interesting caveat you brought up.
Yeah, so what we look at is
I know, sometimes my trip will be minus $200 and something, but that doesn't necessarily apply to the kilowatt hours.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah. But our system is a little bit different, our program, because what we do is that we keep everything in dollars. So if you overgenerate in dollars, whatever that is, we're going to pay you out at the retail rate plus that bonus penny in May.
Much more clear.
We try.
Much more transparent. Thank you.
In addition, we are trying to promote more rooftop solar on top of houses because we think that is good for everybody, and producing local renewable energy is very important to us, which is why in the first year and a half that we have sent out our annual cash outs, we have sent over 1,600 customers almost $900,000 for producing excess solar in Sonoma County, and we'll be bringing this program to Mendocino County. And there are a lot of solar people up here, so that's great. I think right now we're looking at, for 2016, another $650,000 to $700,000 of cash out. So just back to our cash out period, it does happen in May every year. We look at your April meter read and see what your credits are. If you have more than $100 in credits, then we automatically send you a check in May for that full value up to $5,000, and we do cap it at $5,000. So in summary, the benefits of Sonoma Clean Power, we think, are choice and competition. As Kate said, Mendocino has not had a choice in their electricity provider for over 100 years. And so we're happy to bring that choice to them. And we think the benefits of our program, with its lower greenhouse gas emissions and its local control, will benefit Mendocino County like it has Sonoma County. And just so you know, this is our website for Mendocino County. It's sonomacleanpower.org/Mendocino. And like I said, we try and make it as transparent and clear as possible. If you want to opt out, it's right there. All you have to do is enter in the first 9 digits of your PG&E number and your zip code, and you're basically done. Like I said, we do try and make it as easy as possible, or you can call our toll-free number.
Presentation. Board members, Supervisor Jordan.
So I think there are many reasons why people should be happy to see their bill transition over to the line item for Sonoma Clean Power. To me, one of the most compelling reasons was the chart where you showed 48% is carbon free, or 48% reduced carbon footprint of the PG&E.
Mm-hmm.
And as that number changes over time, because both you're changing your source to be even cleaner and so is PG&E, I think it'd be helpful to keep updating that number and making that as high a profile as possible, because
Absolutely.
that sounds to me is actually more compelling or more important really than the percentage that's deemed to be renewable, because that's something of a debatable term.
Thank you. We will.
And you could also add to that, it's both more has a lower, smaller carbon footprint, and it's nuclear free, which
Yes.
is another
Oh,
important
correct.
point.
And we do have a policy in place that not to buy any nuclear.
And all of those are important to some people, and for others, the real ticket is going to be, am I saving money? And for whatever reason, some people, even if you explain to them, yes, you are saving money, there are these other environmental benefits, you don't have to care about that, but you will save money, they still opt to stay with PG&E, which is a little mystifying. Have you done any research? Is that brand loyalty, or, what's the explanation for that?
Ironically, the number one reason that people opt out of Sonoma Clean Power is that they don't like being automatically enrolled. So even with all the benefits that we tout, and when we initially launched in Sonoma County, we were able to offer savings of 6 to 9% compared to PG&E. People still opted out. So there is just, people like the same, people like what they're used to. PG&E does a great job in the community. They sponsor a lot of events. They do a great job keeping the power on, and they do a lot of good work. And there is that brand loyalty to that. Mm-hmm. And if you turn on your TV, they play a few commercials letting you know how amazing they are too. So I think people watch.
Thank you. Other questions? Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. So I think I heard you say this, but I want you to say it again because I was writing as you were talking. If I, as your customer, decides 6 months from now to opt out, what is the process?
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to start a little bit before that. So if you decide you want to leave our service before we start service, or at 60 days after we start your service, you get to opt out. It's just go onto the website, put in your PG&E account number and your zip code, and you're done. Or you can call our 1-800 number, same thing. If you choose to opt out after 60 days, once you've started service, it's the same process. However, there is a $5 charge for residential customers and a $25 charge for commercial accounts. But other than that, you don't have any more obligation with Sonoma Clean Power. With PG&E, if you opt out after the 60 days after you started service, then they are going to require that you stay with them for 1 year.
Okay. And then they'll put you on a different rate. And then the other question, and this is a consumer education question. Mm-hmm. What does Sonoma Clean Power do to encourage customers to go solar? Construct solar on their property.
We think that the best way to do that is through having a net energy metering program that offers so many benefits. And so one of the reasons we designed our net metering program the way we did was that with PG&E, there is no incentive, as Supervisor Hamburg mentioned, of overgenerating. If you overgenerate, chances are you're not going to get anything from that. So most people size their systems on their house to meet 80% of their demand, which is great. But what we wanted to do was incentivize people to meet 100% of their demand. And so that way, that's why we designed our program to pay out the retail value of that energy. So if you put 100% on your house and then you find a way to conserve a little bit of energy, that means you're going to get paid for that extra energy that you produced. And we think that's all the benefit that that people should need, but we think that's a great benefit that people have to offer. Other than that, we work with a nonprofit in Sonoma County called Solar Sonoma County that helps customers find qualified local contractors to put solar on their residence or business. And they've offered to help out in Mendocino County as well, to find good contractors.
And
Our pleasure.
you know, the only other thing that we haven't touched on, and you know, we don't really need to get into it too much today, but one of the things that Sonoma Clean Power has been able to achieve, because they have been so successful financially, is not only to pay off their bank loan way ahead of time, but also to take some of the profit that they've made and invest it in local energy, green energy generating projects. And I guess the one that's best known is the one that's happening at the sewer treatment ponds, someone which is which is 10 megawatts,
12.5.
12.5 megawatts.
Yeah.
And that's a major solar panel project. But I thought, you know, I think that's a really creative use of space. I mean, and who would have thought that you would, you know, take your sewer ponds and cover them with solar panels and thereby generate a significant amount of energy. And I know that one of the big advantages that Sonoma Clean Power has in terms of renewables is your access to the geysers, but there are also other projects that are underway that Sonoma Clean Power is looking to in the future for investment. So just instead of with investor-owned utilities simply having the money go back to the accounts of the shareholders, the money is actually going to projects to benefit the entire community, create a more stable business climate in terms of energy costs. And I don't think you can overestimate the importance to a lot of people of having elected representatives be making the decisions about power procurement, and also having something that you didn't bring up, but that has really impressed me at the meetings I've gone to, is a tremendous amount of local participation by volunteer boards that watchdog the board of directors in a very positive way and come up with you know, fantastic ideas and critique the programs that, like most recently, the electric vehicle program, which I think was, we didn't get into that, but which I think was very successful as a startup program, and then to critique that system and look at, or critique that project and then say, okay, as we move forward and do other projects, what should the metrics be by which we decide whether these are good ways to invest the money that we're earning from this program. So anyway, in my my involvement with Sonoma Clean Power, I've just been very impressed with both the quality of the staff and also the quality of community participation, not simply on the board of directors, but much more broadly than that. And I hope that we can have something along those same lines here in Mendocino County, where we have local people who really become involved in this program and advise the board, and particularly advise the entire board of directors, but including the representative of the board of supervisors and the representative of the incorporated cities. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to say I'm in the fairly unique position for this board of most of my constituents will not be participating because the city of Ukiah has its own municipal electric service, so they're simply not eligible. And yet there are possibilities, I believe, for Sonoma Clean Power potentially to partner with the city to help access through the Northern California Power Agency some of the expertise that organization may have. There may be an opportunity for cooperation on power buys. there may be an opportunity for cooperation on local generating projects. So, you know, I believe from my discussions with City of Ukiah administration, they're open to having all of those discussions and seeing what the possibilities are. Of course, now we're focused on the rollout and getting the maximum number of people to decide not to opt out. But once we've succeeded with rollout and we have a fantastic participation rate, then again, the door is very open to having those discussions with the City of Ukiah to see where there might be a mutual interest in and benefit in cooperating.
And we're very open to those conversations as well. And I think there have actually already been some outreach. So, agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any concluding remarks from your side? And also, you know, Sonoma Clean Power did invite the board to lunch, but with noticing issues relating to the Brown Act and so forth, that wasn't quite feasible. So
Yes, we don't want a Brown Act
myself
violation.
as chair and Supervisor Hamburg as vice chair have been invited. However, based on what I've just said, that most of my constituents will not be participating, it might be more appropriate for either Supervisor Jurdy or Supervisor Brown to join Sonoma Clean Power for lunch. Okay, so Supervisor Jurdy, and
Great.
Thank
I
you.
also have something else that came up that I feel I have to deal with over lunch, helped spur this invitation, but it does make perfect sense
Great.
for Supervisor Jurdy to join you and go into more detail on how we can get buy-in for his constituents. So,
Supervisor Jurdy is also the Board of Supervisors alternate
Oh, wonderful.
to
Correct.
the Board of Directors.
Oh, great.
and that's
Sonoma Clean
another
Power.
thing that was in the back of my mind when I first thought of this. So with that, we are adjourned for lunch, and thank you again very much for the
Recess.
presentation.
Thank you for having
Thank
us.
you.
Recessed for
We're recessed. Ready? Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. And we have one small remaining item of business for the day, and that is item 5F, which is a notice public hearing, discussion, and possible action to adopt a resolution adopting amendments to the Mendocino County policies and procedures for agricultural preserves and Williamson Act contracts related to the cultivation of cannabis. 2, adopt resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the medical cannabis cultivation regulation. And 3, introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance adopting Chapter 10A17, Medical Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance, and Chapter 20.242, Medical Cannabis Cultivation Site. Before we move forward with the presentation, a couple of my colleagues have announcements that they would like to make. Supervisor Hamburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm forced to recuse myself due to a FPPC opinion that I could have a conflict based on the potential for economic benefit. So, very sorry to miss this hearing.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan, and I do have a statement to read. And as everyone is aware, I have recused myself on some decisions involving the Williamson Act, and that example is on legislation that allowed counties to change 10-year contracts to 9, and that is an action that must be taken yearly. But this was due to the potential of an economic conflict, yet on others I have not recused myself because no conflict existed. On today's item, I have discussed this with council. My personal property is not in the ag preserve, but our ranching business does lease and co-lease lands that are. This is only for grazing and the raising of grass hay. However, with this particular item today, I do not see an economic conflict of interest and will be participating to consider certain amendments to the county's Williamson Act policies and procedures. Council, do you have any other questions or?
County Council Elliott.
No, that sounds like you covered it all.
And as a practical matter, if Supervisor Brown were to recuse ourselves, we would be unable to proceed at all.
Right. This board would be legally unable to proceed without Supervisor Brown's participation.
But I believe the main point is a determination that there's no actual conflict.
Correct.
So with that, and this item is presented by the Departments of Agriculture, Planning and Building Services, and County Council. As the sponsors, do we have public proper notice?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
And all correspondence and telephone calls received have been distributed?
All have been distributed.
So we will proceed with the staff presentation, then we'll have questions from the board, then we'll have public comment, final remarks by staff, additional questions from the board, and at that point we will have the item before the board for possible action. So we will now go to staff for their presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair McCowan, Supervisors Brown, Supervisor Jurdy. Diane Curry, Interim Agricultural Commissioner, along with Matt Kadrowski, County Council, Beth Burks, Laco and Associates, and Vandy Vandewater from Planning and Building. After direction from the board given to staff February 7th and February 14th, we are now back in front of you with revisions to the Mendocino County policies and procedures for ag preserves and Williamson Act contracts related to cannabis, the initial study and proposed mitigated negative declaration, that's a mouthful, and the medical cannabis cultivation regulation. So staff is recommending that following a brief overview of the revisions of the aforementioned documents and after hearing public comment, that the board adopts the following resolutions that were spoken by Chair McCowan. So the amendment for the Mendocino County Policies, Procedures for Agricultural Preserves and Williamson Act contract related to cultivation of cannabis, mitigated neg declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for medical cannabis cultivation regulations. And finally, we ask that the board introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance adopting Chapter 10A17 Medical Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance and Chapter 2242 Medical Cannabis Cultivation Site. So with that, I will turn it over to Matt Kudrowski.
And perhaps before we go too much farther, because we have, I believe, 3 separate memos from staff, so maybe fairly early on, just a quick cliff notes on the original staff memo, the supplemental staff memo, and the second supplemental staff memo.
Thank you.
Matthew Kudrowski, Deputy County Counsel. The first memorandum posted on March 10th is the primary, and that explains the vast majority of changes that we're looking at today as compared to the versions seen previously by the board.
You know what? I think the mic.
It wasn't.
Oh,
So
okay.
I apologize. I thought it was on.
I think I turned it off.
So Deputy County Counsel, Matthew Kudrowski. The first memorandum was posted on March 10th with all documents on the Planning Department's website. That is still the primary memorandum that describes the changes made since February when the item was previously before the board. A first supplemental memorandum was posted along with the Brown Act time period for this meeting today, last week. That describes certain changes that we are proposing to mitigation measure Bio 1 after consultation with staff from California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
And that memo then also includes the red line version of the resolution, which would be the one we would use were we to move forward on that today.
Correct. The red line pages showing changes based on that meeting, and I believe 1 or 2 other issues. It was Bio 1 was the primary issue discussed there.
Mm-hmm.
The second supplemental was added on Friday just to conform the ordinance to the revised mitigation measure Bio 1. So that did not get done on Thursday in time for posting, so we wanted to provide something showing, yes, Bio 1 in the ordinance is changed. Red line pages were attached to that memorandum, and it's very specifically tailored to the ordinance itself with 1 or 2 minor changes in addition to that, the Bio 1 change.
And that change is in line with the red line version of the resolution that's part of the first supplemental memo.
Correct. The mitigation measure is changed in line with that.
Thank you. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there because I know it's been confusing for some people, the number of staff memos. So thank you for the differentiating them.
Of course. To start with staff presentation, I want to do this in the order we're presenting for potential action by the board. And the first item is the Williamson Act policies and procedures. Right now, these are the changes and the way we're proposing to amend them is the same as was proposed in February. There was board direction given asking that allowances for manufacturing be added right now. And upon reviewing that issue, since right now the ordinance before us is about cultivation, we are recommending that the changes in the Williamson Act policies and procedures be limited to cultivation. And at the time we're ready to bring forth the non-cultivation or facilities ordinance that would include manufacturing facilities, we can take a look at seeing how we would further amend the Williamson Act policies and procedures.
Good afternoon. I'm Beth Burks with Laco Associates, and we prepared the CEQA document for this project.
So I'd like to talk through a little bit about all the different CEQA documents that you've got in your package. The attachment 3 from the primary version, which was the first one that was posted, you'll see is an underlined and strike-through version of the CEQA document. And this is the initial study and mitigated negative declaration. And this is provided just to increase awareness of what has changed in the document and to show the changes that have been made. Then attachment 4 with exhibit, which is the resolution, and then there's exhibit B and C. This constitutes the clean copy of the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, and this is the version that would be considered for adoption today. And attachment B is the mitigated initial study and mitigated negative declaration, and attachment C is an errata sheet, which further clarifies. So all of the changes that have been made really relate to minor corrections, and then there's clarifications in regards to the board direction that we've received at previous hearings, and also changes to reflect that the structure of the ordinance has changed somewhat. So a lot of the code section references in the initial study have had to be revised, so that's been done throughout the document. There's also been changes to the mitigation measures, certain mitigation measures. So if you pull up the MMRP, it should be the PDF. So anytime we change a mitigation measure from what was originally circulated, a finding must be made that the new mitigation measure is equal or equally effective or more effective than the originally proposed mitigation measure. So for the mitigation measures that have been changed, you'll find in the staff report that we did recommend a finding for each of those. And I just want to go through those quickly so we can see which ones are proposed for changes. And the first one is aesthetics 1. Now, this was the mitigation measure that was applicable originally to new structures in terms of making sure that they were fully shielded from light and glare in the evening hours and night hours. We have, through board direction, actually applied that to all structures so that they all must comply. And we've also added language that security lighting must be motion activated and fully shielded. So the finding there would be, we would recommend that it be found more effective at mitigating the impact than the original measure. Then there's agriculture and forestry mitigation measure 4. This previously required a sign-off from California Department of California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE, and we were going to participate in the county would participate in sign-offs when a timber conversion was requested, and this was to make sure that there was no unnecessary timber conversions occurring. This mitigation measure through board direction has been changed to prohibit the removal of any tree species that would be on CAL FIRE's commercial list, and also to prohibit the removal of oak species and tan oak species. So on this one, we would also find that the mitigation measure is equally or more effective than the original proposed. Air quality, Air 1, this continues to require consultation with the Air Quality Management District as was originally proposed, but the revised language was developed with the assistance of the Air Quality Management District to further clarify how that consultation would occur and what set of, and to leave an avenue to set a criteria which the review could be turned over to the county so the consultation wouldn't necessarily have to be ongoing. It also explicitly requires any air quality permits that are necessary to be obtained by the applicant for a cultivation permit.
Excuse me, Supervisor Jurdy, I just noticed.
So something you said about 3 paragraphs back, you talked about how there had been direction from the board to make some changes back in February, and you've made changes to the environmental document subsequent to those changes. And the reason why I'm questioning why, well, first of all, congratulations for moving so quickly. It's sort of almost shocking that we have anything move that fast. But I guess what I'm surprised that we would constrain the environmental document as much as I believe it has been constrained based on that direction at 1 or 2 meetings, because the environmental review document was already circulated and commented upon by the public and by resource agencies. And my basic understanding of planning is that an environmental review document is very detailed procedure. We're going through that process. We received that comment. We have a program that we believe is fully mitigated, but that the actual ordinance, the mechanics of the program simply need to fit within the framework, within the confines of that environmental document. And so I don't know why we would want to constrain the environmental document based on today's version of the ordinance, especially when, as we'll get into it later, presumably the board is united. All three of us want to entertain changes, revisiting some of the changes we talked about in February. And so if we're already contemplating some minor revisions to those changes made in February, why would we artificially, with the speed of lightning, change the environmental review document to constrain itself so much? Because it strikes me that we would potentially be in a position where we now have to go through an expensive, time-demanding process of a new amendment to the environmental review document. It just seems like we're adding more work and more expense and more time to revisiting those issues that supposedly the majority of the board, or all three board members, are open to changing.
Well, I think we can. Am I on? Yep. I think we can review some of the issues that you're open to changing and see if it does in fact affect the environmental document itself, and if those changes would be extensive or not. We certainly were under direction to make sure that we were prepared for a first reading today, and that we had a CEQA document that matched the ordinance we were presented. So we move forward on that as quickly as possible. I think for some of the issues, we may find that they are more policy direction than those that raise particular environmental concerns in terms of being related to an environmental impact. And those would be fairly easy to make changes to. If we're making significant changes that require different environmental review that we haven't previously analyzed, we'll want to be very careful about how we proceed. We have analyzed quite a gamut at this point, and so if we needed to revert back to previous language in terms of including a zone that wasn't previously included or something like that, or re-including a zone that's been eliminated, a lot of that work, we still have those versions, and we can just clarify which one we're going with in the end. So I'm not sure that we have so much to go. I think we have a lot of background at this point, and we have a lot of language that's been developed. Hopefully we can revive that if necessary, and if not, again, our instructions would be prepared for first reading today.
Okay. I'm just raising a concern that it looks like the environmental document has been constrained specifically in areas where the board is supposedly open to revisiting issues.
Well, I think the constraint is, in order to be able to move forward based on the initial study, we have, and we're contemplating adoption of a mitigated negative declaration, we have to be able to demonstrate that we have, in fact, mitigated any identified potentially significant impacts. So the initial study suggested mitigation measures that are intended to do that based on previous board direction. In some cases, we've adopted alternative mitigation measures that are believed to be equally effective, and so various documents have been changed to reflect that. If the board were to give some direction today that fundamentally changes one or more key aspects of what's currently in front of us, we may not be able to move forward today, either because it may not be possible to develop appropriate language on the fly, or potentially it could even trigger a recirculation of the documents, depending on how far-reaching any suggested change might be. But so I think there's room to make some number of changes. It's not necessarily the number of changes we might make. It would be the complexity and the difficulty of making sure they're worded correctly and they don't conflict with the environmental mitigations or a provision of either the ordinance we're amending, whether it's cultivation or the zoning, or with each other. So all these have to ultimately be consistent. So we have maybe a fair amount of leeway, but there definitely are constraints to it, as you suggest. So with that, I suppose we're ready to move forward. I'm kind of getting that look from Supervisor Brown. It's her job to keep me in line. That's a part of an inside joke that's pretty widely known at this point. So staff, please proceed.
Okay, so we can move on to Air 2, and Air 2 was actually deleted. This was the one that required or prohibited the burning of excess plant materials, and upon further review, we realized that the requirements of Air 1, which require the consult and permits to be required from Air Quality Management District, would cover that. So we felt it was a bit redundant, and we chose to delete that and find that with the inclusion of Air 1, it was equally as effective. And then in biological resources, Bio 1, there is new language, which was developed in very close consultation with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And it reflects some slight changes to the approach. It allows for the Department of Fish and Wildlife to be engaged in helping to determine the qualifications for county staff and third-party inspectors in terms of are they capable to evaluate whether there's the presence of sensitive species and habitat on a parcel. And then it also allows the county to work with CDFW to develop a policy that would basically develop an objective set of criteria that projects could be evaluated against to make sure that there weren't impacts to sensitive resources and species. And this would be applicable in phase 1 and 2. Once the policy was developed, basically there would be no automatic required referral over to CDFW. It would be only once, for perhaps the county staff would raise an issue or see something on their, when they've analyzed it against the objective set of criteria. And so it allows for that to be turned back over to the county. And then in phase 3, it still retains it all. New cultivation sites would require a referral to CDFW. So, and again, that was developed in very close consultation with them, and I think they've signed off on that in terms of agreeing that it is equally or more effective than the original mitigation measure. And then the final mitigation measure that's been altered is Bio 3, and this was involving relocation. And this one really just had a couple of clarifications. There was a statement in there to remove dams and other types of water storage, those kinds of infrastructure, and those would be able to be retained if they were actually, in fact, legal in the first place. So it would only be illegal dams or ponds or facilities like that would need to be removed. If they were properly permitted, they could remain on site. And then we also removed, there was a statement in there previously that the mitigation measure would require additional measures to be implemented, that might be requested by CDFW or the water board. And when we analyzed that further, it really seemed that those were covered under other aspects of the program. For example, we already have requirements for them to be compliant with the water board waiver, and we already have other places where they're required to be compliant with county standards and all the other state agency standards. So we felt that those were a little redundant and those could be removed and still be equally as effective. So that's really all the changes that we've proposed for the mitigation measures. And again, I think we've found, in our opinion, that they could all be equally or more effective than the original.
Thank you.
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I want to make, Vandy, if you could scroll up to Bio 1 real quick, just as a note. So there's one, prior to any kind of action on their CEQA resolution, it has the MMRP attached to it. The version posted on the website has one minor difference from what's posted there in Bio 1, and it's in a non-consequential issue. There are two sections that are affected by Bio 1. The one is where it sat when this was drafted, which is in that 100B. In working with CDFW, they also wanted additional language about getting criteria for third-party inspectors. In drafting the ordinance update that was done last Friday, with those changes, that's added in section 130. So this column isn't necessarily required to even have, but for consistency's sake, if we have adoption of the CEQA document, I would just have that one change made to it as well, just to accurately show where the mitigation is reflected in the ordinance.
Thank you.
So the ordinance on its own went through some reorganization, in response to board direction and some reorganization. The staff report reviewed those changes in brief. I just want to run through the ordinances quickly to highlight the changes that were made for certain things that were more highlighted by the board. Many changes were just purely reorganizational or adding definitions and cleaning up sentences and grammar. starting with section chapter 10A17 and section 020, definitions have been revised pursuant to board direction. In particular, staff prepared a new definition of park that was working with planning and building to revise the language that had been there previously developed. Section 030 has been revised to be more of a simple decision point in terms of what applies in the ordinance. It's now simply between if you are a permitted grow or would be exempt under one of the personal cultivation exemptions. Section 040 has been revised to place the cultivation requirements for all cultivation, whether it be for permitted or exempt grows, in one spot. The setback increases for new permit grows starting in 2020 have been placed here. Indoor cultivation site requirements were moved from the zoning code, chapter 242, here, so it's more easily shown it's applicable to all all cultivation sites. Paragraph B has revised odor language that now reflects the language in the health and safety code that would be used by the Air Quality Management District. We view this as being a smart choice for consistency between people who might be getting odor complaints. Paragraph C has requirements regarding generators, and some of the language that had been there previously really talked about what was required for people with a permit. So we've revised that and shuffled some of the generator language around between a couple sections to limit applicable language to where it more reasonably should be. And then paragraph I includes the prohibition on tree removal that was added by the board in February. Section 050, the old version of this was deleted, and pursuant to board direction, we've tried to simplify the track and trace language and move that into a different section. Staff is, for the purpose of this ordinance, proposing deletion of the zip tie provision. Persons who will be cultivating under the exempt provision will be required to register with the Agricultural Commissioner. So that's a registration system that essentially replaces that of what a zip tie would do. So we're looking at just moving that out of here. If zip ties remain in some other version and other ordinances, that's for a different day and a different topic. And now the new version in the middle there is basically the same language regarding medical marijuana collectives with simplified introductory language. In section 060, there's now a single place for where all permit types are discussed and information presented as to what is required for those permit types. So most are simplified. The nursery permit has the most number of individual requirements for it, so it contains more information attached to that paragraph. Earlier board direction was that nurseries in TPZ and forest land could only sell to permitted cultivators, and I believe this was to limit traffic to those sites. It may be appropriate to add rangeland, so if there are nurseries in rangeland, another resource land zoning of the code, we could add rangeland to this list as well, but I would seek board direction to change that today.
So perhaps some of these things that seem fairly simple and straightforward, we might try and get direction as we go through.
Correct. This is the first time.
Sense?
Yes, this is the first time looking at direction, and I'm just trying to, if board members of the public have questions as to sections in particular, we can discuss those in greater detail. I'm just trying to provide the highlights of what's changed.
Well, correct, but I mean this issue of including rangeland, and treating it the same as forest land or TPZ in terms of nursery sales. I mean, it makes sense to me, but I don't know if as a group Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, if we're going to say that simple, then I'm going to say that allowing on parcels 2 acres or more, indoor grows with an administrative permit for 500 square feet, 501 to 2,500 use permit, that's also a simple change.
And specifically, where are you now?
I'm on what I would call page 2 of the ordinance.
Well, we're going through the staff memo right now.
Well, he said that was a simple change. That's my simple change.
Maybe we can adjourn early and save everyone a lot of trouble. So we're not going to give any direction on anything at this point. We'll ask staff to continue with the presentation.
And just to clarify, I'm not sure if I use the word simple, I apologize. It might be an appropriate change, but I'm just putting out there for board direction. And similarly, questions from any of the supervisors are welcome for discussion in terms of how we can shape the ordinance.
Well, the board knows what I think is appropriate and what I need to pass this ordinance.
Well, maybe you should put it out there right now, and we can save everyone 2 or 3 hours.
Mr. Chair, I would like to hear public comment today.
Well, I would as
before
well.
we get into final deliberations.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Please proceed with the staff presentation.
So section 070 now contains the requirements for all permits. Compliance with the zoning code is still required. That's just been stated simply up front. Several issues that were in the zoning code previously have been moved over. In particular, a requirement for permitted grows, no habitable spaces can have cultivation, or and no required parking spaces. These limitations are placed in this section, which means they would not apply to exempt cultivators. So persons growing under a personal exemption. Paragraph D has an allowance for multiple permits so long as the maximum allowed on that kind of parcel in that zone is not exceeded. And this is in response to board direction. An example would be a conforming RR5 parcel may have up to 5,000 square feet of a cultivation site for either mixed light or indoor. The intent of this provision in paragraph D is to allow that one cultivator to have 2 permits on that same parcel, one being, say, 2,500 for outdoor, the other being 2,500 for indoor or mixed light. Paragraph E is additional language on the dwelling unit requirement and exemptions that were added pursuant to board direction. Paragraph F is additional language about generators specific to permitted cultivators. Paragraph K is pursuant to board direction language on non-transferability of permits. And section 080, we're on to requirements that apply to certain phases. We've been reviewing this document as if it has 3 phases, and now it specifically calls out those 3 phases. So paragraph A states what those 3 phases are and includes a time limit for submitting applications for phase 1. The board had discussed a 90-day per application period. In reviewing what it might take to apply for a permit, we've looked at maybe having a deadline of December 31st, 2017. We're welcome to any further direction from the board on that matter. Paragraph B states the requirements for phase 1, and of particular note is relocation. This how one can relocate a cultivation site from one place to another. This is described to a greater extent in the memorandum. Staff is suggesting something that wasn't previously discussed by the board in regards to relocation, and we've went ahead in this one and made the suggestion in the ordinance that, as it's been presented, that a time period to apply for relocation grow would be the same as the sunset period. So otherwise, by default, we were looking at a time to apply for relocation just this year, which might be a fairly short amount of time if we're trying to accomplish more relocations and give people time to find a different site. So that's what we've suggested in paragraph B, is that the same time period as the sunset to apply for relocation. We try to, pursuant to board direction, we've tried to address the issue of multiple owners on a site for existing grows. There are no particular requirements for phase 2, all things considered, but phase 3 as well as relocation sites need to comply with the watershed assessment provisions. The board had previously discussed the issue of the groundwater availability analysis portion of the watershed assessment. After reviewing the goals of the issue, we believe that accepting a groundwater availability analysis as part of this 3-tiered process is necessary to meet the mitigation requirements of a mitigation measure Hydro 2. So we have the in-stream flow policy as kind of the backbone. Groundwater availability covers areas that may not be included within an in-stream flow policy. And thirdly is the will serve letter. In section 090, certain changes have been made, but this is one section that did stay structurally similar. So this is going over the application requirements. In section 100, and starting with 090, the organization of the ordinance kind of returns to where it was, so my notes get simplified. In section 100, the major change there is the Bio 1 mitigation measure language change pursuant to our consultation with CDFW. In section .120, that's been revised pursuant to board direction regarding requiring organic-like standards to use the Mendocino County grown label. That kind of ends the major changes I see for the 10A17 ordinance. In Chapter 20.242, Section 040 now houses Table 1, and that's the zoning table for existing cultivation sites. Pursuant to board direction, residential lots below RR5 or conforming RR5 are now subject to the exception language in the sunset period, and we've attempted to kind of streamline it, so we're referring back to 10A17 for those provisions. And there were changes to the industrial and cottage lines for consistency. In section 060, I just wanted to note the memorandum to discuss this as 070. We deleted a section, so all the sections were renumbered. There were revisions to Table 2 pursuant to board direction, and in what's now section 070, we have the discussion of permits, and this now includes the AP finding for certain sites. And with that, that's kind of my summary of what we have in the memorandum to the board from March 10th.
Thank you. More to the presentation?
I think that's it.
I think that's all on our end. So we welcome questions from the board. There was, again, a lot of board direction that we covered and a lot of reorganization. So if there are any questions, please let us know.
Thank you, and I do want to compliment you all for the tremendous amount of work that was done to get all these documents together and revised and put them back out to the public. I know it was really a lot of work, so thank you very much for all of that. Any questions of staff at this time, or we'll go to the public?
You have questions?
Oh, and I'm sorry, I forgot to announce that we do have overflow in Conference Room B. Some speakers potentially are in Conference Room B, so if you're listening in Conference Room B and I call your name, just come right up and we'll get to you as soon as you arrive. So I'm going to take these the order in which they were given to me. Susan Tibbin, followed by Paul Hansberry.
Do we have the lights turned back on? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Susan Tibbin, Laytonville. On behalf of the hundreds of farmers, herbalists, and medicine makers who were not able to join us today, we wish to give a heartfelt thanks to this body and to the other staff for really the countless hours, as you say, very hard and really excellent and obviously very thoughtful work attendant to the ordinance for the cultivation of cannabis. Your extraordinary willingness to listen to all of the stakeholders is really very deeply appreciated. And as with any new ordinance, omissions may occur, changes federally may occur, and it affords us the opportunity to refine the protocols of the ordinance. And we place our trust and really our ability to remain employed and living in the county with this body, as our attention and your attention is devoted to our continued input and to appeals as they may occur, so that we can shed light on ways to develop the ordinance so that it becomes as inclusive as possible and becomes a benchmark for the nation. So thank you again.
Thank you. Paul Hansberry, followed by David Aister.
Good afternoon, I'm Paul Hansberry.
I want to echo that in thanking the board, staff, the Planning Commission. The Herculean task that you guys have been doing is just phenomenal. The document, listening to the public comment and actually acting on it instead of being dogmatic, you're to be applauded for that. Thank you. The ordinance, I believe, and it's already been suggested today, that they're open to revisions after the adoption of the ordinance. So not that it's necessarily a living document, but you're open for revisions. We are all human and we can't please everyone all the time, but there are certain things that will be missed and that will come to light. I can't think of a better way to assess that and to analyze that than to insert language that would allow for some sort of discretionary review or exception due to hardship or whatever the appeal would be. And if you monitor that, that would be a very good way to monitor how this would take shape. I don't see any language in the ordinance that allows for that mechanism for an exception or discretionary review. I would strongly urge you to insert something that would give that mechanism so that you could monitor that, and it would benefit the people that need the exception for something that may have been overlooked. I think this is really, really important so that people aren't, that the cultivators that have been establishing this industry aren't overlooked and run over. Secondly, I'm sure there's a few people in the audience today that would love to know how they're going to be financially impacted. There's no language about fees or costs and what it's going to cost the cultivator in order to become legal. As much as they want to, the money in their pocket is going to drive that. And everyone's very anxious to find out what that's going to be. Thirdly, with I know that a few meetings ago, Chair McCowan so eloquently put it that there's a lot of cross-pollination between these licenses. And so I know that we're talking about the cultivation. It was suggested at one meeting that for the cottage cultivation, that they allow for, on ag land, that they allow for manufacturing as long as they only use the material that they produce themselves, that they don't source it. And I don't see any language for that for the cultivation license for cottage. And I would strongly, be in favor of language to be included. Thank you very much for listening, and thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you. And please, folks, we're going to get through this quicker if we don't either applaud or hoot or jeer. So David Aister, followed by Marita McDonough.
John.
Thank you. My name is David Eister. I'm the other David Eister.
With a different spelling, that threw me, but
I live in the town of Mendocino on the coast. I have lived on the coast for 23 years. I'm here right now to advocate for the smallest parcel people that might be allowed or disallowed indoor cultivation in the future. I believe that the rural residential parcel limit that is above 2 is probably going to exclude too many people in the future that are actually engaged in their livelihood right now. As an anecdote, I'll tell this quick story. I have a friend who works in one of the local gardening supply stores on the coast, and while they were doing their inventory this past year, he took a look at an item that is really ubiquitous to the indoor growing that happens everywhere, and that is the Rockwool cube. Rockwool cube is something that everybody needs if they're going to grow clones for further cropping. And not everybody uses Rockwool, many people do. He took a tally of how many Rockwool cubes, individual cubes, were sold from his shop during the course of a year. He took that number and, accounting for loss or perhaps other use, he cut the number in half. If he took that number half and said that marijuana plants that might be grown to maturity with that half number were grown to the size of 2 ounces per plant. If someone was able to grow a plant to 2 ounces at harvest, and the pounds from those 2 ounce plants were sold at $1,600 wholesale, the total was still over $20 million. My observation is that if it's possible that one garden shop on the coast can sell enough Rockwell cubes to potentially generate $20 million in income from cannabis, and that the parcel size, the average parcel size, is much smaller on the coast, I believe that it would be detrimental to the coastal economics, to the economy of the county in general, to say that people who are RR2 could never get a permit. They're already engaged in the activity, and I do not think that declining their ability to get a permit in the future will necessarily deter them from following what they have already been doing. And I think that's about all I have time for.
Thank you. Marita McDonough, followed by Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon to everybody. I wanted to.
Oh, and please state your name, and you'll get to
Marita
correct
McDonough.
you'll get to correct my pronunciation.
Okay, Marita McDonough, Irish.
Thank you.
Okay. I wanted to point out an inconsistency between two parts of the regulations. I think these are the most updated one. These are with regard to dwelling unit requirement. The first one is section, it's .070E, and it's on page 12 of what I had. Okay, so E, dwelling unit requirement. Legal parcels with a cultivation site are also required to have a dwelling unit, provided, however, that this requirement shall not apply to legal parcels within the following zoning districts. And it names a number: upland, residential, agricultural, rangeland, and so on. I take that to mean that in those cases, a dwelling unit will not be required.
Correct.
Okay, good. Now let's go to section 080. This is B4. It's on page 17 of what I have, and it's under multiple permits. Okay, multiple permits may be applied for and granted on a single legal parcel that is owned by multiple persons residing in separate habitable dwelling units on that legal parcel. Each owner may individually apply for a permit to cultivate cannabis. So just the first part of that seems to conflict. If these people doing the multiple permits are on one of the zoning districts that does not require habitable dwelling unit, that seems to me it's an inconsistency.
Well, please conclude your comments, or is that basically it?
That, I just wanted to point out
Okay.
that inconsistency that you might want to change or speak to, or.
And mainly, we're here to hear public comment, but it's a relevant point, so I'll briefly try to answer. I believe why this is different from the previous section cited.
Yes.
This creates an exception, and the exception was intended to address people who were coming forward. They were telling us, we are multiple owners on a parcel.
Yes.
We have multiple separate households. We would each like to have a separate permit, and this condition was intended to address that.
Right.
So if they only wanted to have one permit on the parcel, there's no dwelling unit requirement. If there are multiple owners who are saying, gee, we have our habitable separate dwelling units, why can't we each get a permit? That's what
Right.
this section is for. And I would turn to staff, is that a reasonable snapshot summation of why the difference
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think that's an accurate statement. It's an exception to the general
Okay,
rule.
so the multiple
Well, we're
permits
not
is an
going
exception, so
to
the other one doesn't
It
apply.
is, correct.
So
And
E
we're not
does
going
not
to debate
apply.
it, please.
Okay,
You-
I wasn't saying
Yeah.
to debate, I was just
Okay.
trying to clarify.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, and the next speaker is Ron Edwards, followed by Linda Gray.
Ron Edwards, CK Nursery, Willets. Good afternoon. I thought a while back with the trees, Supervisor Brown brought up the issue of safety with trees. As far as removal, I didn't see that was kind of addressed strangely. In section 10A, paragraph 10 of the nursery.
Page.
I don't know the page. He was talking about the nursery only limiting sales to licensed cultivators. That cuts out the majority of my market. As far as selling to dispensaries, that just makes that, I think that might have been an oversight.
I would go for clarification. I believe that provided to on-site sales, you could deliver them to a dispensary or no?
Without getting back to it, I think the intent is it's limiting people coming to the nursery site. It's to limit traffic coming in as opposed to the traffic going out.
Okay. And a follow-up on that, the state is going to require a nursery to have 2 permit types. They're going to have the nursery permit as well as a transportation. That was a change that was made recently, so that those are 2 that will be used up with all nurseries. Will need to have those 2 license types. The third area is that I'd really like, we paid $1,500 for a permit last year, and I would like credit because it was canceled in December to have a credit going forward to current fees with the remainder of that. The other area I'm seeing a lot of, and I don't know what you can do about it, but I'm seeing a lot of potential problem with realtors. A lot of properties are being advertised as 9.31 compliant and putting this out there, and we're going to have people coming in buying these off these ads, and where are they going to get the real information? I know that there's lots of other disclosures. We got a disclosure in our tax measure about the water board, so if there's something that I could see that could be a problem going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Gray, followed by Robert Wera.
Hi, I'm Linda Gray. First, I want to thank you. I kind of want to repeat what I heard earlier about your willingness to work with all of us. It's really appreciated. I made a statement last time I was here, and I listed expenses, and I realized that I made a mistake. I'm here to confess, and I wanted to just resubmit the paperwork I submitted last time. My mistake was that I included the enrollment fee with the water board as a separate item in my list of costs when it actually was included in the third-party certifier for the water board. So I just want it to be clear. However, I found out since then that there's a new fee, so I've got a new list of fees, and I just thought I should put that out there so everybody knows that Fish and Wildlife will be charging $3,000 to $5,000 fee plus at least a $561 lake and streambed alteration agreement fee whenever it's actually if the same issues that are covered by the water board. The water board, let's see, how can I say this? The water board is concerned with water that's hydrologically connected, whether or not it's in a natural stream course. So, you know, if you have a road with a ditch on the side and the ditch is carrying sediment into the stream, the water board wants that mitigated. Fish and Wildlife takes it a step further. If any of the mitigations are actually in a natural stream course, then they want to be involved too. So it's kind of like the Water Board and Fish and Wildlife are doing the same job in some places, but charging more fees. So our 2017 fees may or may not include this Fish and Wildlife cost. So I'm just going to hand in these documents. And thank you once again.
Thank you. Robert Wera, followed by Steve.
Chair
Excuse me.
Dr. Wera had to go do an interview for a hospice
Oh.
nurse, so he'll
We
be
will
back
come
here
back.
at 3 o'clock, I believe.
Okay. So Steve Antler, followed by Barbara McLean.
Hi, Steve Antler. Hi, everyone. You know, I moved here in the spring of 1974, and people were very excited about homegrown marijuana and cannabis, and we've seen quite an evolution over those years, over these 43 years, from that situation to what we have now. And we've actually seen, and you know it, the building of a very important economic resource within this county, and a very important part of why this county is as successful as it has been in many ways. And I'm so happy that you recognize that, and I feel that you recognize the importance of that and how important it is to the people here and to our county that that be encouraged. I think that it's time to pass this ordinance because it is going to be changed and it needs to be changed. If it isn't passed now, seasonally, it's going to create a lot of problems, and it's going to cause people not to know what to do and a lot of uncertainty. And it seems to me that that is worse than the fact that perhaps there will need some amendments and some changes in the ordinance, because that uncertainty is going to cause a lot of confusion. So I say pass the ordinance. It seems like it's good. You've done a lot of work. I mean, this is democracy in action as best as we can have it here, and it's important. And everyone appreciates it. But I think that if we try and over-refine what we do and delay it further, it's going to be worse than if you pass an ordinance that perhaps needs some amendments or needs some clarification. I also strongly support allowing permits till December 31st, 2017. That will allow some of the uncertainty to be taken out of the way so that people can apply and can still continue to apply, and that we try not to cut that off too quickly. So thank you all again, and thanks staff, and let's move together and get this taken care of.
Thank you. Barbara McLean, followed by Carol Hester.
Barbara McLean. I'm not certain this is the appropriate time to deal with the residential zoning that will come up later.
Well, it's all up
It's
for
all
public
one.
discussion, and please state your name for the
Okay,
record.
Barbara McLean. Thank you. According to the Planning Department, there are 1,320 parcels in the county adjacent to the Ukiah city limits that are zoned R1, meaning a minimum parcel size of 6,000 square feet and a little larger. There are many more parcels, as you know, zoned R1, R3, and R5 that are residential zones. We have heard from the board in the past definite support to adopt an exclusionary map which would prohibit cultivation in these residential neighborhoods. I now have read or heard recently that there might be an attempt to set up a process whereby existing cultivars who are in some of these small residential neighborhoods and are not generating complaints could apply for a discretionary permit. The original board directive was not to allow growing in those areas. This is my understanding from having attended meetings. Any overlays to permit growing should be the responsibility of the grower in these areas, not the reverse. The majority of voters defeated AF. It's the grower who should have to get the overlay, not those people in neighborhoods such as mine in R1. I should not have to gather signatures to prevent a grower in my neighborhood. That grower, the minority in my neighborhood, for example, should have to get the overlay if he or she wants it. It seems like the majority is having to yield to the minority. Residential zoning languages in Mendocino County defines a residential area as intended as a district to create and enforce and enhance neighborhoods suitable and desirable for single-family development. The bottom line is growing marijuana is a business, whether large or small, and nowhere in the code does the language say business. There's a reason for codes, and following them should be a given. Thank you for your continual diligence in this issue, but this to me seems loud and clear. There are neighborhoods where it does not belong. I do not want to have to gather my neighbors in an R1 zone of small parcels, quarter acre, to prevent one grower. Thank you.
So if I could add, ma'am,
Supervisor Jurdy.
no one's proposing anything in the R1 zoning district. Yeah, so just to be
No, but
just to be clear, nobody's proposing in the R1 zoning district. The only discussion that I'm raising, and it was the board's direction prior to January or February, which was to allow in the R2 zoning for parcels of 2 acres or more, because there are R2 parcels that are less than 2 acres, but for parcels that are 2 acres or more, to allow an opportunity for the person to apply for a discretionary permit, which could be denied if the neighbors were objecting. And what I'm trying to offer up later today is a further narrowing of what the board previously supported, which would be only indoor, again discretionary, 2 acres or more. So it takes out a whole bunch of parcels that you talked about, wouldn't even be on the table, because there's far fewer R2 parcels and R5 parcels that are between 2 and 5 acres in size than there are smaller than that. And again, they would only have the opportunity to apply for a discretionary permit, which could be denied. It's not a by right. And the truth is, there is no place for people on the coast to go other than the R2s and the R5s, because they can't go in the timberland if they're not already there. They can't go into the coastal zone because that's a 4 or 5 year process to amend the coastal plan. So, the 3 out of 10 people in this county live on the coast. They do not all live in the coastal zone. We need to do something to address the issue of the economy on the coast, the 3 out of 10 people who need some way to participate in this industry legally. It's not fair for this board, because we need to rightfully address the concerns of your neighborhood and others, but it's not right for us to address your issue and at the same time deny 3 out of 10 county residents any ability to participate in this economy legally.
So that's a preview of board discussion, and we are going to continue with public comment. There really wasn't quite a question there. So thank you. We're going to go to Carol Hester,
Okay, thank you.
followed by Kelly Barnes.
Ditto and all the thanks to all of you. Ta-da! And I would sing for you, but you wouldn't want that right now. My name is Carol Hester, and I'm representing my husband, Ted Hester, and myself. Most of these opinions are mine. He does join me because we've been married for almost 55 years. So you have a 2-page letter in front of you. It's a little more pointed and serious than some of what we've heard. I appeared before you in February with the request that excuse me, you prohibit all indoor-outdoor commercial cultivation of marijuana in RR5 zoning and lower, including existing operations as well as future operations, including no grandfathering for existing operations. The Deerwood subdivision is zoned RR1 through RR5, and there are 130 parcels there. My issue is with cannabis, which has become such a plague over the land, again, this is my opinion, and a $7 billion industry. You may know that Mendocino County is known all over the globe for quality conditions to grow this product. This is not the identifier by which we should be known. We used to be touted as the best pear orchards, the best vineyards, crops that do not damage the earth nor our people. There are legion horror stories over the negative impact. Don't boo me. I have an opinion. Okay?
Now, please.
Yeah. There are legion horror stories over the negative impact over our children, our neighborhoods, our earth, as the raping and pillaging over virgin land and water is ruined. We are under siege. There's an elephant in the room that this board is not addressing. As Attorney General Jeff Sessions expressed, quote,
Please show each speaker the respect you would like to be shown. Thank you.
too many, as he said, too many lives are at stake to worry about being fashionable, referring to PC tolerance of drug use these days. And I'm going too fast. Deerwood is residential, not commercial. We are concerned about an increase in traffic, danger to our families and children, property value, and potential flight of families for an area tolerating this marijuana cultivation. You'll have to read the rest of my letter. But, sir, I would address you. The ability to earn a living versus being able to live in my house are two different issues. And if the coastal people want to come inside, come inside where the ag land is available and all of that. But why should we have to not be safe in our homes and not have the freedom to have a home? Where can we go? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Kelly Barnes, followed by Deb Attaway.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Barnes. Again, thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of you. I am at a concern. I have a SR, suburban residential, 10-acre lot in Willits. Under the zoning of what you're proposing, we are uncertain of how you are going to pertain for our future of cultivation of marijuana. The people who are in this particular zone are also under medical collectives and have been compliant in every way in the program, including the water board and the ag department. If there is not a discretionary process of review or overlay for us, we will be put into a position to have a sunset clause. What I'm concerned about here is that in buying this 10-acre property that I have and have had for over 2 years, looking for another parcel in the immediate area of which I love in my town, my community members, I'm concerned about it pushing us into these ag lands and ag areas where real estate market will monopolize and have an advantage over our ability to still stay in our community and cultivate. I know that you guys are under tremendous stress with all these different topics. And again, I appreciate you listening to my concern in having a discretionary process for us concerning this general area and locus lane of suburban residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb Attaway, followed by Marcia Little. Is Deb here? So we'll go to Marcia Little, followed
Deb
by...
was here.
Huh?
Deb was here.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
call her again.
Sorry.
Let's go on with the next one.
Yeah, so
Go back.
Deb Attaway, Marcia Little, whoever is willing to come to the mic.
Hello, my name is Deb Attaway, and I thank you for hearing all of our public input. I especially appreciate that because I know there was some discontinuity in the Ag Department. You lost your Commissioner Morse, and so I appreciate the way that everybody has forged ahead, so thank you. Now, as a homeowner for 34 years in a small rural residential neighborhood, I strongly urge you to extend the ban on commercial cultivation of medical marijuana in parcels under 2 acres. Our location is a 16-house subdivision, and our zoning is RL 160, even though all of the parcels are less than 2 acres, and some of them even being smaller than 1 acre. Recently, without going through the permit process, a newly leased 1.1 acre parcel was clear-cut, graded from hill to flat, and a seasonal creek was rerouted. The Mendocino Planning Department has temporarily halted this project, but these entrepreneurs showed blatant disregard for the environment, the law, and us, the neighbors. I would just like to say the only good part about that was that I got a lot of woodpeckers now in my part of the neighborhood. Why? Because they cut down what they call a granary, which is like a tree that acorn woodpeckers use to feed their families generation after generation. Anyway, so that's not really good, but one existing large-scale operation has already had an impact on the safety of our street with large tractors and trailers and road degradation and dozens of various workers. And nothing against them. I just don't know who they are. They're driving a lot of different vehicles. And I just feel like the conducting of business, especially that word business, in our neighborhood endangers and desensitizes our children and grandchildren to drug production and usage. Why is this being allowed when we cannot start a commercial business without a license? So please lead the move to say you cannot grow in residential neighborhoods unless your neighborhood gets an approved exemption through an overlay, such as in Laytonville. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair Aaron Carlston. Marcia Little, and then Blair. Sorry. Playing musical cards here.
My name is Marcia Little, and I'm here reading a letter for Donna Mecca, who was not able to come because of a family emergency. So this is a letter representing the Ukiah area rural residential concerned neighbors. Dear Ms. Brown, Mr. McCowan, and Mr. Jurdy, I understand that Mr. Jurdy is standing up for some of his more vocal constituents and is asking to automatically allow commercial growing in residential areas unless people opt out. This is an absurd and insulting proposal which puts an unfair burden on neighborhoods. Cultivation is a business. Businesses are not allowed in residential neighborhoods. There are no retail establishments in our neighborhoods, so how is it possible that you would consider breaking the rules for marijuana growers? Growers call themselves farmers and want to be brought into the category of legal, so it seems reasonable to let them be guided by the rules and restrictions imposed on legal food farmers. Those rules and restrictions are part of the landscape. Accommodating a business in a residential neighborhood completely overlooks the established rights of non-growing citizens whose quality of life is being drastically changed. The dogs, the smell, the traffic, the environmental changes, the reduced property values are all impacts residents are dealing with in order to allow the establishment of a business where businesses are not allowed. The fact is that commercial cultivation is a business. As such, it's not allowed in residential neighborhoods. This discussion has been repeated for months. Requesting something now and again next week and again the week after doesn't make the request more justified and only creates a diversion from the real issue under discussion. Number one, cultivation is a business. Number two, this particular business affects the quality of life in neighborhoods. And number three, business is not allowed in residential areas. You and we have listened to the growers' concerns, and it seemed the board had already agreed to ordinances that stipulate how growers can move into legality. We understand compromises are necessary on both sides. Residents are coming to terms with the new regulations and are trying to avoid an us and them climate, although Mr. Jurdy's proposal is making it harder to maintain that stance. To allow growers to cultivate wherever they choose should not be the county's default position. If they are growing for income, it is a business, and businesses are out of compliance in residential areas. Prohibition within residential neighborhoods should continue to be the standard. Having the reverse is like stating citizens will automatically give up their rights to privacy or to freedom or to safety unless they vote to keep them. That's an absurd notion. Please prohibit commercial marijuana production in residential neighborhoods with the already agreed upon exceptions for communities that want to use the overlay process. Respectfully, Ukiah area rural residential concerned neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Blair, followed by Aaron Carlstrom.
Good afternoon. My name is Blair Gue. I'm an attorney in the Santa Rosa area. I work at Rockaway Law Group, which is a firm that focuses on cannabis compliance and representing industry operators. My colleague Erin Karlstrom will be speaking next, and she has some additional questions, but I'll limit my questions or need for clarification to section 17.090 of the red line draft that deals with the application process. Specifically, subsection L calls for a unique identification number from either a state ID card or a license for each person applying for a permit and any other person who will be engaged in the cultivation of cannabis for medical use. So 2 questions about that subsection. The first is whether this is going to be an ongoing requirement. So will cultivators be required to provide that information with each new round of cultivation? So does this happen with every harvest? And does this require them to give identification numbers, license numbers for every trimmer that comes on, or is it just at that beginning application phase? And the second question, which may be more important, is whether or not that information will be made public record, or if those specific identifying numbers will be kept private. So those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been trying to get some of these straightforward answers as we go along that may have a brief answer. County Counsel.
This section, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, this section is aimed at each application, so I would presume on an annual basis. I don't know if there's anything else we would do about a per harvest basis, but that's right now all the section speaks to. In terms of public record, we typically have about the general balancing test for Records Act requests, and so addresses, personal telephone numbers, social security numbers. I would assume driver's licenses would be things we would redact. That's my initial reaction.
So I believe it is the policy of the county that we would attempt to protect personal identifying information, but we can't guarantee what might be revealed subject to a court order.
Correct. So the court order situation is different, but in terms of a Records Act request on its face, we would argue, giving that kind of unique identifying information in a Records Act response would be going too far. We would redact that kind of information.
Thank you. Erin Karlstrom, followed by Gabriel Martin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Erin Karlstrom from the Rockaway Law Group. A pleasure to join you once again. I referenced before, I used to sit behind a dais as a member of the Santa Rosa City Council, so I know the work that you're slogging through, and kudos to you for your passion and your diligence, and to your staff as well. I'm going to limit my comments to just 3 areas. The first of which is that the document, Chapter 10A, references January 1st, 2016 in a number of areas. It makes sense to me that you would use that, or could use that as the cutoff for your pre-existing cultivation, your phase 1 applicants. My question really focuses on a section, actually the definition of legal parcel, which now appears to include a preclusion against new subdivisions for purposes of cannabis permitting. It reads that a legal parcel must basically have been created on the subdivision map prior to January 1st, 2016. So I wanted to just call that out and make sure that that is the intended consequence of this. Property owners within Mendocino County will not be able to subdivide their property for purposes of cannabis permitting. Secondly, the ordinance references in 10.17070 the non-transferability of permits, also references trusts that personal trusts that must be created prior to January 1st, 2016 in order to qualify for a transfer of this permit. I would pay special attention to that, especially as it makes sense at the foment of this ordinance. You don't want a green rush. You're concerned about a ton of people moving to Mendocino County, but I really don't see a ton of people also then going to their real estate and trust attorney to form a trust to transfer their permit. Just not sure that might not be a little bit of overkill. Moving on to the requirement to refer all your cultivation permits to the Air Quality Board. I just would caution you to recall that all of these applicants are going not only through your planning and building department, going through the permitting process with you, they're going to the water board, they're going to Fish and Game, they're undergoing CEQA review, especially for outdoor cultivation. cultivation. It's a new use, I get it. Not sure that a referral to the Air Quality Board should be required, especially for outdoor cultivators. And finally, a small point of clarification. When the language referring to the agricultural commissioner's ability to develop terms by which someone could prove their pre-existing cultivation, aerial views of the cultivation site, I wonder how those will be treated for indoor cultivation sites, if the aerial view showing simply a building will be sufficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, I have
Supervisor Jurdy.
So on that point,
Question, I believe.
well, there was actually a question I'd like to ask of staff and the board, which is on this point of the parcel must exist prior to January 1st, 2016. Clearly, I believe we wanted to discourage and not see subdivisions of rangeland and resource lands, but I'm just wondering on this particular point, maybe we want to not have that prohibition on, say, industrial lands, parcels that are have a relatively small footprint in Mendocino County. So just putting that out there.
Well, and I saw that in some of the public comment, and industrial, I'm not sure what we gain by prohibiting subdivision of industrial. It's already zoned for an intensive use. But I think that's part of our board discussion when we get there. Gabriel Martin, followed by Danielle Hansberry.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Martin. I am the managing director of the Leonard Moore Cooperative, which is a medical cannabis dispensary on the coast in Mendocino, the town of Mendocino. I'd like to thank the board, county council, for the efforts that you put forth in drafting this ordinance. I'd like to see it adopted as well. The couple criticisms and comments that I have about it. I would like to see a creation of language that details a process for the RR2 parcels to engage, and at the same time protects concerned neighbors in specific areas, neighborhoods, i.e. Deerwood. I would like to see the allowance for 72 hours from reportable activity occurring for the data to be entered in the TNT systems. These are kind of small things, but they would be beneficial. I support the requests in Jed Davis's letter to the board concerning nurseries and their needs. I believe there's a need for a small flowering space for testing and demonstration without generating sales. I would increase the lighting limitation from 35 watts to 110 watts, and I would allow for nurseries to have or multiple separate storefronts for selling out the clones. I think that would dramatically reduce the impact of travel to and from the cultivation site itself and would be an incredible benefit to the community. Very much would like to see included a transferable clause that would be able to be complied with easily enough. I'd like to see something that allows for cultivators who do not have a permit and have been cultivating, whose property does not conform, to find and develop a new parcel that does and allows them to continue operating for up to 3 years at the existing site so as to facilitate a smooth and affordable transition, essentially extending the sunset clause to 3 years. I would like to point out that there's an immense amount of venture capital out there and the terms are not advantageous for the farmer. Anything we can do to keep the money and control in the hands of the resident would be better off for our county, and will be, and allowing for the permittee to be able to self-finance their operation will do just that. In closing, I would like to bring it back to the subject of permitting RR2 parcels. On the coast, we have an overwhelming majority of these parcels, and not allowing for them to be included disenfranchises a large percentage of the population of Mendocino County, something like 30%, I believe Dan Jurdy just pointed out. By not allowing the ability for these existing farmers to engage lawfully, I'm afraid that that will only drive business to the black market. So in closing, I strongly urge the board to adopt language that both protects the community and allows for a path of permitting for the RR2 parcels. Thank you.
Thank you. Danielle Hansberry, followed by Leo Bell, and then we will have a couple of speakers from Conference Room B, Swami Chaitanya and Julie Mercer Ingram.
Thank you, board members. The biggest thing that I wanted to, my name is Danielle Hansberry. I'm from Laytonville, and I really wanted to extend a thank you to all the work that you guys have been doing to make sure that our voices are heard and that we are included in creating this new ordinance and paving the way for this process. I just also wanted to echo something that has been being said, is that this, as we go through, there may be changes that need to be made in the future. So putting wording in the ordinance that allows for amendments later for things that are overlooked, I think is really important. But overall, I think that there's a lot of really great things, and I appreciate everything that you guys have done. Thank you.
Thank you. Leo Bell, followed by Swami Chaitanya.
I think he stepped out first.
Oh, Leo stepped out, so well, we'll go to someone who might be in the room here, David Drell, followed by Leo Bell and/or Swami, whoever gets here first.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is David Drell. Yes, a lot of good work's been done. I would hope that individual differences about this 2-acre issue on the coast will not cause so much division on the board that the process gets derailed. I think the ordinance is pretty good now. A lot of good work's been done. I think I'm urging the board, all the board members, to take a deep breath and get this ordinance passed, and then work on alterations as needed. I mean, I'm sensitive to what Supervisor Jurdy is talking about and his constituents, and maybe the overlay zone process can be accelerated on the coast in order to facilitate those neighborhoods to sort themselves out as to whether they want to have small parcel cannabis farms or not. But it would be a shame to delay this process for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Mona Brambad.
Hi, my name is Mona Brambot from Mendocino Consulting Group, and I am just going to echo a couple quick points that were already raised. One was to understand if the definition of legal parcel, where a parcel needed to be created prior to January 1st, 2016, was
And
intended
please address the board.
intended to include industrially zoned properties as well. There is a client that I have who was seeking relocation and has worked out a deal essentially with someone who has industrially zoned property. They are in the process of subdividing, so the subdivision into a 4-parcel property has begun and it is approved. However, it's not yet completed, and it won't be completed until probably a couple months from now. So this person who is seeking to relocate to a more appropriate zone property is a little bit concerned that this industrially zoned property may no longer be eligible just because the subdivision date would be post January 1st, 2016. And then my next question is regarding the track and trace system requirements, and specifically wanting to understand if there's any leeway for permittees to have 72 hours from any sort of reportable activity occurring into when they actually need to enter it into the system. I realize there is a RFP out there, and I'm sure it's going to be a pretty technologically savvy system that gets implemented. However, since some of these properties are in areas where a cloud-based, internet-based system isn't necessarily something that they are going to be able to enter data into on site on a daily basis, if they have a little bit of freedom to manage their operations more efficiently, like 72 hours. The hope is that the county still gets information as needed and people can manage their operations efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to see if Leo Bell is here. Please come forward. Followed by Swami Chaitanya, if he's in earshot.
Leo Bell, Laytonville. Good afternoon, honorable board members. My name is Leo Bell. I'm formerly an intelligence analyst with the U.S. Army. I serve at interagencies specializing in economic analysis and high-value individual acquisition. My main point of speaking with you guys today is I relocated shortly after my tour in Iraq after discovering that farming was a really cohesive way to self-medicate and to provide therapy for my PTSD that I currently suffer from. I now serve as the co-founder of Aficionado Estates, Mendocino. We are published in Marijuana Venture magazine as the world's first super premium cannabis brand, and we pride ourselves on being a Mendocino-based brand. Our entire purpose for existing is to elevate Mendocino and to promote Mendocino as the epicenter for boutique cannabis. I understand this is a cultivation hearing, and I want to just bring up the point that the way we deliver market value to the market as farmers, cultivation is only one component of two. The other component is processing and manufacturing. And it's great that we're talking about cultivation, but as we proceed, we have to be conscious of that. The way we're able to bring value to the market alters our ability in which we could generate opportunities to deliver more tax revenue for the company, for the county. So what I'm proposing is if we could allow, as we move forward, to consider that people who are licensed farmers, given the opportunity to apply for a non-volatile manufacturing permit on the same parcels in which you produce flowers, and this allows people with very limited resources, such as myself and hundreds of other farmers, to increase the way we could participate in the market and generate tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Swami Chaitanya, Julie Mercer Ingram, Petra Buchanan. Is that Julie coming forward? Yes. Okay, and then followed by Petra.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Julie Mercer Ingram. I'm an attorney in Santa Rosa with Canna Legal. It's a division of Beck Law. We represent many cultivators and operators up in Mendocino County, so today I'd like to speak to you on their behalf. I've submitted a letter as well that gets way more into the weeds of what I'm going to talk to you about today, but for my public comment, I'd like to touch on a couple issues that I think are really relevant to a lot of cultivators in the area, not just my clients. First of all, the existing cultivation, the language in section 10A 178080B3 appears to require the cultivator prove that not only did they have an existing operation on site as of January 1st, 2016, but they themselves operated it. And that's a tricky proposition in this county in particular, given the a lot of turnover happens in the industry. So while there might be a lot of different sites that will fit into that narrow definition of where we can have the sites and the setbacks and all these things, and that can also prove that they were established at the right time, they might not also be able to prove that they themselves operated it. And I've listed a number of reasons why I think that we'd like to recommend that the analysis be based on the environmental land use as of that time, not the cultivator on site. And my letter details a lot of reasoning for that, which I believe is very supportive of that recommended change. The next point I'd like to bring up is the 9.31 holders. We have a number of clients who represent permit holders who have 9.31 permits, and some of those were not existing at the new required date. I would ask the board to consider, since these operators went through many inspections, improve their lands, costs through the roof to try and bring some of these lands into compliance environmentally and otherwise, to allow them to have an exemption from the January 1st, 2016 requirement, because they were in good standing with the 9.31 program. I'd also like to...
Excuse me, are you referring to people who were in the program in 2010-11?
No, excuse me, as of last year.
Okay. And so even though they had a different proof date,
Yes, because
okay,
some of them were approved and operated last year, even though it was only
Right.
6 months. They might not be able to show that on that
Understood.
parcel
And
that they were
please,
able.
put a little time back on, like 30 seconds,
Oh,
based
I
on my
appreciate
question.
that. Thank you. A third point I'd like to make is the restriction on transfer of ownership in section 2242.040, or sorry, subsection E. I'd like to make a point of reference as just under state law, until we have state licenses, cultivators and operators need to be collectives operating not for profit. So if operators are trying to do everything they can to be compliant with both Mendocino and state law, when they become licensed, they will need to transfer from nonprofits to for-profit. So I encourage you to take a look at those laws and change the language in the ordinance to reflect a change of ownership and perhaps a different structure under the transferability according to state law. I believe that the restriction on the transfer of ownership, it really impacts the ability for people to do business. If we're going to encourage people to be licensed and go through all the hoops, but then we're going to say, aha, you cannot transfer your business, that seems like a bit of a high hurdle for these small businesses to jump over. I'll just direct you to my letter for the other comments, and I really appreciate your time, and thank you so much for all your work on this.
Thank you. Petra Buchanan, followed by Jason.
Hi, I'm Petra Buchanan, and first off, I'd like to say thank you especially to John, because he's been super responsive to all my emails. I have a few questions. I'm wondering, are trimmers and other employees, is there any designation about whether or not they have to be employees, or could they be independent contractors? I didn't really see anything specifying that, so I'm just curious about
It's state labor law.
It's labor law.
Okay.
That defines what a contractor is versus what an employee is.
Okay, so, okay, I'll look into that, thank you. And then as far as the pre-existing cultivation goes, Google Maps hasn't taken a picture of my property in years. There is no way I can prove it. I mean, I registered last year, and what? Oh. So yeah, I'm just wondering what does somebody in my position do when I didn't take pictures of my garden, and you know, I don't have time-stamped pictures of anything, and because I really didn't think to do that 2 years ago. And Google Maps has not taken a picture of my property since long before I bought it. There's no changes, yeah.
Well, that will be part of our discussion, I'm sure. That issue of proof of cultivation has been raised by a number of people.
Okay. And I would like to address the people concerned about, you know, letting crime and whatnot into the county. I really think, I'm not saying yes or no to all the rural, or to the residential, letting people grow residentially or not, but I do think that by making people become compliant and then also getting rid of anyone, the troublemakers and the people who aren't jumping through all these hoops, like, it will actually reduce crime, in my opinion, because all of us who are paying all this money, we don't want to cause trouble. We want to be really quiet and stay out of everybody's way. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, can't quite read your writing, so.
Sorry about that. My name is Jason Hallis. I'm here to talk about the zoning, and also I have a question about medical collectives. I was under the 9.31 permit. I fit all the requirements, but I'm in an SR zone. There's 10 plots around us. I have talked to most of the parcels, and they've been in the community 30, 40 years, and they are content with a medical collective. We are a legal entity within the state that pays our taxes. We have qualified patients that we support, and our neighbors were all totally okay with what we do as long as we stay with the state laws and conform to those laws. So we're kind of we were permitted 99 plants last year, but now we don't know what to tell our patients at this point if we only get 25, since our zone is being kicked out. There's only 10 parcels within our zone, and 4 of us cultivate. The other 3 are content with us doing it, and we're at the end of not a through street. So we're kind of an anomaly within the zoning issue going on, and we want to make sure our business continues. If we, within our zone, we're within the code, the county code, it says we could do horticulture, we could do farm raising, we can have a cemetery, but we can't cultivate cannabis for qualified patients. We're being restricted now, and then we're going to be pushed out in 2 years, so we're going to have to close our business down. We just aren't sure, and these are patients registered with the state. They don't just have recommendations. They have legal standing within the state as a patient. So we need to have clarification on the zones and not kick everyone out of their zones if we fit every other requirement. And if our neighbors are all okay with it. If we're actually bringing good into the neighborhood. We're cleaning the neighborhood up. But our zone's now being kicked out. So we just want to have clarification if our zone will be allowed. Or, and then also with being a medical collective and by following the Attorney General's guidelines, do I get to go back to my 99 plants, or now am I restricted to 25 per our permit? But our permit was 99, so we're just looking for clarification. The season's about to start, and I'm gonna probably have to tell patients that I can't service them, which I don't really want to do. And that's pretty much it for today.
Thank you. Casey O'Neill, followed by Jed Davis.
Good afternoon. Casey O'Neill, local farmer, vice chair for California Growers Association. This has been a process. It's been a long one. And the unfortunate reality is that spring waits for no one. It's go time. So, there's definitely a lot of things that still need to get sorted out. And what I'd really like to see is a strong, firm commitment to amending the ordinance in the ways that it needs to be amended, but that it passed today. Cultivators, especially people who participated in the program last year, were of the impression that their permits were good through June. So there was a sort of feeling among the community that, like, hey, we got some time. This sort of mix and match with the sheriff's department has really freaked people out. So we're kind of in a position at this point where we really need some guidance, some surety that this thing is happening. So I'd like to really stress that to see the thing pass today, but also see a commitment to amending it so that we can address the overlay zone, address an exception process for parcels that should be allowed to, but don't necessarily fit one of the parameters, and also that there's a commitment to the coastal zone development process. I'd like to see, the proof of prior cultivation is one of the issues that I've had brought up to me a lot by different cultivators. People are really worried, people who have been here cultivating have been here, but not necessarily everybody, that we make that proof as broad as possible so that people can show that they've been here doing it. The definition of legal parcel is a biggie. Certificate of compliance is a term that I think has only just dawned on our community, myself included. 6 months ago, I didn't know what it meant. And so for a lot of our people, this is something that's really come down the turnpike fast that we didn't know existed. So the same thing with transferability, especially once it opens up in 2020 to anybody can get a permit. It would be nice to see some of my elders be able to transfer their permits. A lot of people are looking at this and saying, well, if I'm in my 60s and I've only got a couple of years left at this, what's the point of jumping through all these hoops if I can't transfer my permit? And, a couple of decades left, I don't know, I'm not, excuse me, sorry. The sunset provision is a biggie. The sunset provision is a biggie. We've heard a lot of talk about it. It would be nice to see, for instance, neighborhoods that have spoken up. Let's just make them, there's no cultivation in those neighborhoods, and then possibly, given that potential, then extend the sunset to 3 years maybe. And then the final thing that I was going to suggest is that for a filtration device for a remote cultivation greenhouse is, another added expense that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense if it's in the middle of the boondocks. So, if we can sort of avoid some of these expenses, that's going to be really helpful. And again, thank you all, staff and board. This is a long process.
Thank you. Jed Davis, followed by Simon Evers.
Hello, my name's Jed Davis. I'd like to
raise up the issue of the exclusion of cannabis growing on rangeland. There's been talk about zones and it being grown on agricultural land, places where it should be. Rangeland specifically includes agriculture, row crops, horticulture, tree crops, as well as animal husbandry. There's probably thousands of lots throughout the county that are zoned rangeland and are currently growing. A concern is that it's the only plant that's being excluded to be able to grow on this zone. Especially in the future. If you're grandfathered in, it's okay, but if you wish to move to a more desirable location, I'm in the nursery industry. I have about 10,000 potential square feet right now. I'm on top of a ridge in rangeland, and I want to move to a 22,000 square feet. I'm going to have to extinguish my property. That's a loss of property value. It's a loss of potential revenue, especially if I can't grow my business to its full potential, as well as property taxes and tax revenue. So I'd like you guys to consider allowing cannabis to be grown in a zone that is specifically zoned for agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. Simon Evers, followed by Hannah Nelson.
Good afternoon. My name is Simon Evers. I want to first just echo the sentiment of gratitude previously stated. Thank you all very, very much for all your hard work. My comment is with regard to the language in Chapter 10A 17.080 in Section B, paragraph number 4, which addresses multiple tenants in common separately applying for permits. I'd like to request clarity on how each of those potential permit applications from separate tenants will be handled by planning and building and ag. Currently, my understanding is that when planning and building and ag come to a site for a pre-permit inspection, that planning and building will want to survey the entire legal parcel. And I'm requesting that some language be included which sort of specifies that these permits will be handled individually, to the effect that when they come, they're not going to want to see my neighbor's bathroom 2 miles down the road. Just that we will be considered our residents applying for a permit, and that planning and building will be surveying our residents in area of influence. So currently, there's no language to indicate that, and that's my understanding based on interactions I've had when I've engaged planning and building recent times. So I'd like some clarity on that. And I also wanted to raise a concern that I have about the language regarding subdividing. I'm worried that there could be unintended consequences for people who are current permit holders if they choose to subdivide or have the intent of subdividing in the future that is completely unrelated to cannabis. So for example, I'm a permit holder, say in a couple years down the road, I desire to subdivide because of things totally unrelated to cannabis. If I decide to pursue that and that is granted, will my permit then be relinquished? That is my concern.
I believe you would be able to subdivide. The newly created parcel would not be entitled to a new cultivation permit.
Understood. So I could continue cultivating on the original?
On the existing.
Understood. Thank you.
I believe County Council. Yes.
Understood. Thank you.
So Hannah Nelson, followed by Flynn O'Donnell.
Hi, Hannah Nelson. You're probably sick of me, but you'll miss me when I'm gone. And I'm really happy to hear some fresh voices echoing some of the things that I've been relentlessly bringing up to you. I did submit a number of memos, and particularly regarding this exemption process, I think that my main request is that there should be some kind of exception process to some criteria. And I do think it's appropriate to figure out some way of excluding certain areas or certain aspects from being able to apply for it. But to remember that what we're asking for is a process to apply for a review. Not an automatic, yes, you can,
but a review process, and I think it's critical. Whether it happens in this ordinance today or there's a strong commitment from the board, as Casey and I submitted a joint letter suggesting that policy direction could be made and a commitment to dedicate the resources and follow up on those issues, I think might be a good way to go just to keep this thing moving. With respect to the proof of prior cultivation, which you guys are really sick of me bringing up, I did finally provide you with specific language, and that language actually reflects what I remember the board enunciating as intent behind the reason for that proof of prior cultivation. Again, this is divorced from the state requirement of proof of prior commercial cannabis activity, which is a priority standing issue. This is our county's decision to say, hey, we want to recognize people who have grown in Mendocino, and of course the land use issue, and we want to make sure that the environmental review, which was done on existing cultivated lands, is encompassed. So I ask that you just really consider the language that I presented and look at those two aspects. The transferability is certainly an issue, and I did suggest adding, if you're not going to open it up, at least add some other people onto that list. And if you took the time to read my main memo, the one dated March 20th, you'll see that instead of being hyper-technical on line this, that, I really tried to make it more conversational so you can understand and appreciate the context in which I'm bringing these things up. Thank you.
Thank you. Flynn O'Donnell, followed by Ashley Oldham.
Good afternoon. My name is Flynn O'Donnell. I'm from Comshie. I have a few questions. Number one would be the definition of canopy size. I understand the water board's thing. They're not canopy, but what your definition of actual canopy size would be.
It's the total canopy of the individual plants.
Okay, it's not like the one that was back in 2008 when you do okay. I understand that now. And then now with the removal of trees, et cetera, is that if there's not any, if it's completely unrelated to the cannabis production, say if you're doing a 3-acre conversion same on the parcel for building a house?
I believe we said if it was unrelated to the cannabis cultivation site development, that a separate independent 3-acre conversion could go forward.
Okay. And that would be all I have currently.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Ashley Oldham, and then we'll try Swami again.
Hello, my name is Ashley Oldham. I'm a farmer out of the Redwood Valley area. I wanted to also add a major thank you to you guys for all the work you've been doing. I see how hard it is, and I really appreciate the way you're trying your best to listen to everybody and make sure everyone's needs are met. If there's one thing I know about politics, it's all about compromise, and I feel like you guys are doing a really good job of doing that. There's many things in this ordinance that I'm not excited about, but I think you are doing a good job of keeping it fair and reasonable. The main thing I want to address is residential zoning. I know there is a lot of differences in opinions here about not allowing cultivation on parcels below 5 acres, but as you know, that is really leaving out basically the entire coastal region, which is really, really unfair. I have heard proposals of having some sort of exemption review process, and I want to say that I fully support that. I know that that is probably really upsetting to certain people that live in maybe the Vichy Springs, Deerwood type areas, and maybe a good compromise would be to not allow those kind of exemptions to be in those areas. But that would, I feel like, really include a lot of people and make sure that everybody that wants to be in this can be fit in while compromising not to upset people that live in areas where they don't want to see that kind of work. The main thing that is making me nervous is I would really like to see this move forward, and I hope that that can be done today. I think a good way of doing that is to maybe make some sort of agreement that the coastal ordinance is worked on and pushed forward in a timely manner, maybe with check-ins and making sure that everybody can be happy. But what I ask is to please, please, please not hold up this ordinance and make it so that we can't start our spring. I know that a lot of people are really nervous about being out of compliance, and we don't want to have to choose between compliance and survival. We want to be good, and we don't want to get in trouble, and to hold us up is really unfair, but to not include the coast is also unfair. So maybe we can pass the ordinance to allow cultivation in inland while working forward at a good rate to make sure we get the coastal people taken care of as well. I also wanted to talk about previous cultivation. Like the attorney said earlier, there is a lot of turnovers in properties, and I understand needing to prove previous cultivation on both the land and for the individual, but I don't think the individual should have to be cultivating on that specific parcel. I think you should be able to turn those two things in separately, because like I said, there's just a lot of change, and I think that only allowing certain kinds of evidence for your proof, I don't think that should be in there. I think that whatever is brought to the table should be considered, because like was pointed out, indoor cultivators with aerial shots that might not work out so well. I think that you guys have to at least agree to take a look at different kinds of evidence and not limit what that could be. Thank you.
And your first point, what zoning district did you mention?
Anything below 2 acres, RR2,
Okay.
I'm personally in an RR5, but anything below that, I know that there's just a lot of zoning on the coast, and they all have really small acreage, and like was stated before, there really isn't anywhere for them to go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Corinne Powell, followed by Swami, if he's here, or Dr. Wera.
Good afternoon, Corinne Powell from Ukiah, and happy spring to everyone, even though it doesn't feel like it outside. I think the winter will end at some point this year. I understand the concerns between the people on the coast and the inland ordinance, and I am hoping that if for any reason the ordinance does not go forward today, that you develop some kind of temporary progress method. We did it for the urgency ordinance. We could probably do it again if that's necessary. My biggest concern today is the transferability of permits, and I've written to you and spoken to you about this in the past, but there's huge disparity with the way the current language is between an individual, say like myself, wanting to transfer a permit and maintain the value of the investment that I have put into my property to make it a viable organic farm, and the other entities that are also defined in the ordinance as a person. So please take a look at that again. This is not quite right, and anything that is an obstacle to fair trade with real estate in this county, I think is a real detriment. So please revisit that and make it a fairer and more equitable situation. I am also concerned about the language in 10A17.040B, which is addressing the issues of a nuisance complaint. I know County Council referenced that he is trying to comply with other state language, but this is unworkable verbiage. I don't know how you're going to define it, and therefore I don't know how people can defend themselves against things that are inappropriate in terms of a personal issue rather than a real health concern. So please relook at that language. I am concerned about the air quality condition and when it's really going to be required, or if it's really going to be required. The language isn't clear on that point. And I'd also like you to reinsert language that pertains to timeframes on other interdepartmental reviews. I know we had some in there before, 30 days perhaps, so that as an application goes through the gauntlet of review, that there are no real long-term delays.
We do have a 30-day standard in there.
It's still in there?
Yeah.
Good. I must have missed it. I'm also concerned that and I've written to you about this, the public has not been aware of all of the issues in the black-tailed deer settlement, but it continues, I think, to raise its ugly head. And if there are other issues pertaining to that settlement that we still don't know about, that might be coming down the pike and will again surprise us, could you please tell us what that might be? Thank
Well,
you.
The settlement is a matter of public record. There were two main criteria: stop accepting applications as of 5 p.m. the following day, and enforce the ordinance. Those were the only two settlement requirements. That's all the speaker cards that I have.
Dr. Ware is here.
Oh, Dr. Ware. And please come forward with your card, ma'am, and give it to our clerk.
I'm sorry I had to leave before we had to interview a social worker for our hospice, and she was very important. I'm Dr. Robert Ware, a physician here in Ukiah, and we presented you yesterday petitions from 40 physicians in the Ukiah area. These 40 physicians represent the vast majority of the doctors that care for the people of Ukiah, and a major majority of the people who care for in Mendocino County. And as such, these are the physicians who are responsible for prescribing virtually all of the medical cannabis for Ukiah, Mendocino County. And so their views, I think, are very important and should be taken very seriously by you. And so in the petition from the 40 physicians, it read, as physicians in the Ukiah and Mendocino County areas, because of the lack of demonstrated medical benefit and documented dangers to adults, and particularly in children and adolescents, I would request that you severely limit medical marijuana dispensaries within our county, as well as limiting widespread growing of marijuana in Mendocino County. We've done this to dispel and correct the widely held false impression that marijuana has great medical benefit for a large number of medical disorders, and that large production of marijuana is necessary in our county to meet this need. Neither could be farther from the truth. The reason for this is this misconception has been you mind if I go longer, because this represents 40 doctors.
Quickly, but another minute or so maybe.
Most of this comes from the internet, which is filled with false information. And
please read your letter.
Okay. The fact is that proven medical benefit of marijuana is very small and limited to a small number of medical conditions. Consequently, the amount of marijuana to meet this need is very small, and certainly does not require large growth areas for medical cannabis. Similarly, the need for medical cannabis dispensaries is very small, so that very limited number in this county will meet the legitimate medical needs of our patients. In addition to being unnecessary, the large marijuana production and multiple medical marijuana dispensaries will result in harm to adults with risk of addiction and increased auto fatalities, but particularly dangerous to children and adolescents, including secondhand smoke. There's damage to the developing brain, which develops well into the 20s. In addition, the rate of drug addiction is much higher in adolescents than in adults. I apologize for the late presentation to you. The petition we gathered was 3 weeks ago, and we didn't realize that the ordinance had progressed this far.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wera. So I have one more card from Marie Myers. Is there anyone else here who would like to address the board today? Okay, we see 3 people, the 2 gentlemen and the 1 lady, and one more. Okay. So,
We're gonna need a break.
Thank you.
yeah, you'll be next, sir, followed by Hal Wagonette.
I'm good.
You're good.
I'm Marie Myers. Thank you. Particularly to Supervisor for District 4. I appreciate you supporting your constituents. They're cannabis growers, and I know quite a few of them. I know they've been involved in your community. They're good people. And it was great to hear someone really stand up for the support. I've only been coming this year, so, you know, maybe other meetings have been different. So I think many of my other concerns they've already been mentioned by the responsible cannabis farmers that are in the room here. I'd like to direct a little more attention toward money. And for me, I look at 2017, cannabis is legal, we have an opportunity. Our county can benefit from services that we all can receive from the money that comes in. So what I would like to see is that in writing this, that doors are left open to bring the farmers in that are on the sideline. I look at the county, I look at the people sitting here, and there's a lot out there to be captured. And they haven't come in yet, and there's good reasons if you check the history of, you know, of trust with the county, so forth, blah, blah, things are getting better. So I would like to, again, encourage you to leave doors open in the verbiage or how you word it or however you want to talk about it so that we can get these people in and we can get more money into our county. On a personal note, rangeland. I think it was Laco that mentioned concern about the traffic, increased traffic on rangeland properties. And I go back again to our planning department and that it's okay for me to have a kennel, which is going to create traffic going up and down. So one shouldn't conflict with the other just because it's cannabis. You know, again, it's legal, it's a business, you know, let's get it happening, let's bring the money in. And the last thing I want to say is, in the other ordinance before the one today, you used the term superior sites. I may have missed it here, but I thought it was really important because when you go to organic farming, superior site should always be open. This is, and as things change or the rains or everything else, I think organic farming, we prefer using the same site because we're always improving the soil. However, there are times that it's more appropriate to change it. And if you're working on healing the soil through organic farming, you want to be able to move then to another site, as well as cover crops and all of the things that I think that you probably have access to that information through the Ag Department. Thank you.
Thank you. The other gentleman and/or Hal, the other gentleman who raised his hand earlier. We're going to take a break. We're going to try and finish up 4 more speakers, if we can.
Thank you. Members of the board, I really hadn't planned on speaking, but when I heard that the Mendocino County Black-tailed Deer Association's lawsuit kept rearing its ugly head, I thought everybody should get a good look at my head. Kind of looks the same from both sides, right? I do want to thank the supervisors for their patience in this, and the public also. I think it's been a real fruitful dialogue. There are a couple of things that I would like to weigh in on. The ordinance has a very minor nod to controlling dogs. Dogs that are let loose, dogs that are not controlled, dogs that are turned loose after a season are a serious environmental impact. And we would like to see that addressed in one of the future amendments. We do not want to hold up the ordinance right now, but we do want to see that addressed. We're glad to see that you're treating this as an amendable document, because I think there are quite a few things that need to be addressed. I don't live in Dan Jurdy's district, but I think the comments here about the fairness and the applicability to the peculiar geography and zoning issues in his district are well taken, and I don't pretend to offer you a suggestion there, but I think that does have to be dealt with promptly. I think the only other thing that I really want to mention is the the proof of prior compliance or the proof of cultivation that is offered by growers is rather shaky, in that one of the most easy ways to address and certify when you have been growing or what you have been growing in the outdoor fields is through those satellite pictures that are available on Google. But not only Google, I mean, I've got a 10-year-old picture of my place. You know, there are other services that are available there, but I think that county staff should be tasked in the process of application certification with just using one of those services that are available to you in real time and with prior to January 1, 2016 to actually certify the statements of an applicant. And the reason I underscore that is Mendocino County is very large, very rural, very remote. Pretty easy to go out someplace, get off in the Tules, establish a grow, and then come in, take some pictures of it, and then come in and say, well, here it is, and here I am. Now, what are you going to do about it? Well, I think that that is a very simple electronic way of certifying things, and that should be pursued. I just want to put a marker on that side of the scale. Thank you, and good luck, and I do hope you pass it today.
Thank you, and I have a firm request for a break right now, so we are going to take probably a 10-minute break, and then we will come right back. Sorry about that. So we're going to try and get started here again. Okay, thank you. So we're going to get back to public comment here. John Dizzo, Joanna Mortz, Nicole Turley, okay, these are just going to go to the bottom here. Ann O'Neill. Oh, excuse me.
Nicole.
Would you be Joanna?
No.
You would be
I'm
Nicole?
I'm Nicole.
Okay,
Nicole
please
Turrell.
proceed.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nicole Turrell. I'd like to also address my concern regarding zoning. We're zoned for SR in a neighborhood. The neighborhood was set for SR in 1982. Since that time, there has been no change whatsoever or growth in the residential houses in our zoning. We have, I'm one of the 3 people here representing the 9 10-acre lots. So we all have 10-acre lots in this zone. The SR zoning includes tree crops, row and field crops, agricultural sales and services. So we just wanted to ensure that there's a discretionary permit process that we can be part of, since our situation and others like us might be a little bit different. Thank you.
Thank you. John Dizzo, followed by Joanna Mortz.
Hi there. I've got a couple of questions. One being, is the Ag Department going to be in charge of the whole program this year, or is the Sheriff's Department still going to be involved?
The Ag Department will be in charge of the cultivation program, yes.
Okay. So that's question one. The other question I have is for your building department. I'm a land developer here, and until as of recent, the building of greenhouses were ag exempt. Now, under the new ordinance, they are now considered commercial, of which people are going to need to get a commercial building permit in order to build. I'd like there to be some review at some point in regards to that, to have that changed, because any other product can be grown in a greenhouse, but as soon as marijuana or cannabis is being grown in it, it all of a sudden becomes commercial. And I think there should, you guys should at least look at that and maybe consider a simpler process as far as that's concerned. And I think greenhouses are probably the way of the future as far as, smell and having it being visible to the eye and stuff like that concerning the public. That's
well,
it.
that'll be part of our discussion. Is there a question, Supervisor Brown?
No, but maybe planning department, someone can come, because I believe anything larger than 10 by 10, 10 by 12.
Well, there is an ag exempt for certain uses, and perhaps planning can respond now.
That would be great. And the other thing I'd like is, I know right now currently the county has an exemption program going on, and greenhouses are not included in it. And I was wondering if maybe...
Do you mean the amnesty program?
The amnesty program, sorry, that's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can get an answer on that question as well.
Yeah.
We don't have it right now.
That would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One more time for Joanna Mortz. And were you the lady who raised your hand earlier?
Me? No.
No? Okay,
No.
so there's some other... Yeah, okay, you'll be next then.
Good afternoon, supervisor, staff, and crowd. Thank you again for hearing us. My name is Johanna Mortz, and I'm a resident of Willits, a taxpayer, a property owner, a local shopper, and a regenerative farmer. I would like to thank you for your time, and I would like to support Supervisor Jurdy and the coastal community. I know what emotional roller coaster this has been for everyone involved, and as a 5-acre parcel owner who barely made the cut, I sympathize with the whole community whose livelihood is being taken away. I would like to see cultivation outlawed in communities such as Deerwood, where the community has spoken, but why penalize every other community who is represented here? Seems as there are very distinct neighborhoods who do not want cultivation. You talk about the devastation of cannabis. What about pharmaceutical companies and oil companies and their pipelines and tobacco companies and alcohol industries that we allow in this community? Doctors write prescriptions every day for drugs that kill people daily due to overdose. In this community alone, we are plagued by mental health issues. And as someone who has suffered from mental health issues myself, and tried a number of habit-forming pharmaceuticals before I found cannabis, I am offended that you think there's no medical benefit to it. Just as you say there is no proof proving cannabis medicinal, reversely, there's not so much proof stating it's harmful. And no one has ever dosed from cannabis. I would like to ask people of the Deerwood community and all other small communities that have a negative opinion of cannabis. We have heard your complaints and we sympathize deeply with you, and we would like your concerns to be addressed. Please start understanding and hearing that there are more than one type of cultivator in this county. We are not all bad people with big dogs who don't care about our neighborhoods. All the people in this room that want to be in this program are not the people who have plagued your neighborhoods. We would like those type of people to be removed as well. But please start understanding there is a difference. It seems as though it's not so much the zone as the people within the zone. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Please come forward, and you'll be followed by Ann O'Neill. Huh?
I submitted a name, so it's Monique Ramirez.
Okay.
So my name's Monique Ramirez. I live in Covelo.
And repeat your name again, please.
Monique Ramirez.
Thank you.
And I live in Covelo. I'm here because I just have a couple questions regarding where we're going to stand legally as we are applying for the permit, because I know that that's going to take some time to get approved. So where we are legally with that for the Sheriff's Department, is there going to be some sort of list that they look at and see that people are applying and then not mess with those people? I'm curious of that. And also because I'm going to apply for the building amnesty to get my structure into compliance, and I know that that's going to be a lengthy process, and so I'm not sure if I should be waiting to apply for the cultivation permit until I get all those ducks in order. And so I'm just trying to figure out what I need to do to protect myself legally and also be in compliance with the county. And also, I want to say that I think we should try to make the permit fees as affordable as possible, because it's going to be really expensive and there's already so many costs that people are having to worry about. And that'll just help people come into compliance. And then also I'd like to touch on the issue of being able to transfer the cultivation permit in the future. I'm not saying right away, but at least by 2020, if somebody did want to sell their parcel, if the site itself was in compliance and it went through the water board and the Fish and Wildlife and all of the environmental agencies, and the site itself is allowed to have cultivation there, then we should still allow it to continue in the future. Now, the person that's going to apply for it, that person has to also, go through the process, the new person. But I think that will help increase property value for people. It will retain that value in our county, and I think that's really important for the future. And then I'm really confused about the zip ties, because I heard a week and a half ago, I believe, that the sheriff announced that zip ties are available for purchase. And I grew 25 plants and registered with the ag department voluntarily last year. So I don't know if that applies to me right now, if I should go to the office and pay for those. And that's another added protection while I'm waiting to go through the application process with the new ordinance, or if that's a waste of money, if that's part of this track and trace. I'm really confused on the verbiage on that. And I'm also not really sure where I stand in my personal zone. I'm in forest land, and I have emailed you and asked you a question about that, and you responded, Mr. McCowan, about it being sunsetted and that we would be grandfathered in if we applied this year. I don't know if that wording is still in this latest.
Yeah, for rangeland.
Say that again?
Rangeland, forest land, TPZ, existing growers can continue if they can continue to get a permit every year.
Okay, so it's kind of changed a little bit from the sunset, I'm assuming then? From
Well,
the
again, if you
original?
have rangeland zoning and you're 2 acres or more, there's no sunset.
Okay,
If
I have
you
45.
renew your permit every year.
Okay, cool. Because that was another issue. I was like, oh my gosh, I have to get my building permitted, and then I'm not going to have enough time, and then I'm going to be out. So.
Did you have another quick point?
Nope. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And as to the zip ties, the sheriff's office is selling voluntary zip ties. They're not part of any permit program. They are not a requirement, but they are available from the sheriff for those who want to purchase them, but they're not part of any current permit program or the one under development, and they're not related to track and trace. Ann O'Neill, followed by Ann Salmon.
Hello, my name is Ann O'Neill, and yes, I am his mother. I did not plan on speaking today, but I have decided to do this because I'd like to address some of the concerns of the Ukiah physicians. I am a cancer patient / survivor. 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with kidney cancer. I was told at the time that there was no chemotherapy available, no radiation available, basically nothing. They would just send me home and we would hope for the best. I was offered a position in a clinical trial at one point, and I did decide to take it with an experimental drug. It was a year of devastation on my body. I did not sleep, I could not eat. I began for the first time in my life to use cannabis. I used it in an oil form. I got better, had a couple of years of pretty good health. Then I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. Currently, I have actually stage 4 kidney cancer, stage 3 thyroid cancer, and I have a rare blood cancer that at this time we're not treating. My point is that because of cannabis, I was also able to recently qualify for a clinical trial for immunotherapy. Immunotherapy is, how do you want to say, cutting edge cancer therapy. Right now, I have stable disease. I'm getting ready to celebrate my 60th birthday that I never thought I would see. The two biggest detriments to cancer survivors are lack of sleep and lack of eating. Think about yourself. I mean, many of you here on this board suffer from sleep deprivation, as do many people in the world. It makes you crazy. Just think what it does to your body in a breakdown of the system. It doesn't help not to be able to sleep. So I'd like to say that passing this ordinance now is going to help other cancer patients, which there are many of them, like me, survive longer and maybe even find a cure for people down the line. Okay, thank you all of you for all your time and putting up with my son.
Thank you. Ann Salmon, followed by Tom Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. I wasn't going to speak either, but I thought I needed to make a few comments. I received a notice about this meeting on Thursday, and that's why I'm here. None of my neighbors knew what I was talking about when I asked them if they had received a notice. I don't know why I was picked to receive it and why the others didn't get any notification. There probably would have been a lot of people here had they got the notice. Okay. That being said, I've been hearing from all the farmers, you know, they are happy or not happy, they want this, they want that, they want the other, and it's all about their livelihood. There are a lot of rules and regulations and fees to be paid, and they're concerned about that. Well, I say, welcome to the real world. The farmers in this area have been dealing with all kinds of agencies, all kinds of paperwork, all kinds of fees, and all kinds of inspections. So you call yourself a farmer, you're going to have to deal with what they've been dealing with all these years. One lady mentioned that she had been in a house of 2 years and didn't want to leave, and it didn't comply, whatever. I have been in my house for 46 years. And then a few years ago, a dope dealer moved in next door. I had never seen, I was that naive, I'd never seen what a marijuana plant looked like. Well, suddenly there's a whole bunch of marijuana plants. So all my lady friends who'd come for book club or for visiting or for dinner, I would walk them and show them what a marijuana plant looked like, because nobody had seen it. So it was a tourist thing, you know. Let's see what this stuff looks like. But, you know, maybe these people are wonderful, but you know, there's a whole lot like me. What about the quality of our lives? What about the smells we have to endure? What about our property values? What about the danger and the crime and people trying to steal stuff? Even if it's legal, there are people trying to steal stuff in residential areas. All of you know about 2 years or 3 years ago when one of our neighbors was pistol whipped because they went to the wrong house. That is a concern in residential areas. I live in Redwood Valley. My area is very residential, and I have not read up on your thing. I'm not familiar with R1 and R2 and R3 and RZ. I don't know that. I don't know where my property falls. But I'm concerned because we are all residential houses there, and my neighbors are concerned. You know, this is the silent majority that has lived here, paid taxes for years and years. We have supported the community. We have volunteered. We have donated to charities in this town. I can't have a business on my property. Tomorrow I want to start making widgets. You wouldn't allow me to make widgets.
And conclude, please.
I can bring 1,000, I want 1,000 chickens. I can't have 1,000 chickens on my property. So why make exceptions for one group and not for another?
Thank you.
I just say treat everybody the same, no special privileges for a few people who have broken the law brazenly for years and now, you know, want to be treated differently.
Well, I'm treating everyone equally, and your time is up. Thank you. Tom Rodriguez, followed by Chantel Simon Petrie.
Good afternoon. This will be an interesting segue from the last speaker. My name is Tom Rodriguez. I'm a winery owner, grape grower, ranch owner here in Mendocino County. I sit on 2 boards, the MWI board that represents 570 vineyards and 100 wineries here. And I also was elected to the MCIA board, which represents the cannabis growers. So there's a couple of things I wanted to just throw out there. As far as the grape growing and pear growing and other agricultural products here in Mendocino County, there is a large, even though I grow organically, but there are a large number of our vineyard owners and growers that use herbicides, pesticides, Roundup, and a lot of negative elements that affect our environment that end up in the streams, end up in the creeks and the rivers, killing fish, and yet they don't have the requirements and the issues that the cannabis people are having to deal with. The cannabis people are probably the most organic farmers that we have here in Mendocino County. There's only 25% of our vineyard owners that actually grow organic. Most everybody else uses massive amounts of these chemicals put up by Monsanto. So my concerns are, Why is it that the cannabis farmers are having to jump through these large hoops where the grape growers and pear growers don't have to? I don't want to shoot myself in the foot or my industry, but it seems to me the cannabis people are being put up against the wall a little bit harder than what we already have happening here in our county. There's more destruction with Roundup and herbicides and pesticides to our environment. And the cannabis people don't use that. You can't put that in a cannabis farm. It would not be beneficial. And another thing I have is, and the cannabis people are going to be paying a higher tax. Why is it the other industries like the grape farming and the pears don't have to pay a 5% gross sales tax? That's kind of unheard of. So I know there is a little bit of paralleling with the wine industry and the cannabis industry moving forward. The cannabis industry is looking to the wine industry for regulation and how to move things forward. But I just wanted to throw those out there that these people are really kind and they love the environment. Grape farmers a lot of them are just in it for the money. These people are in it for the love, and the medicine does work. People are getting cured by it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chantal, followed by Peter Caffin.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chantal Simone Pietri. I'm an environmental compliance consultant in the county. I work with a local company called Village Ecosystems, and I'm also a lawyer with a focus in environmental and water law. I've lived in Mendocino for 13 years, and I was a 9.31 inspector in 2016, and I work regularly with the Regional Water Board. I'm familiar with the Regional Water Board program and have followed the development of this ordinance and sat in on a lot of meetings in the back and never spoken, but figured today is the day that I'll come up and offer my input. My first few comments echo a lot of what has been said. As I've witnessed the county administrative review process go forward, the more times things are repeated, they seem to actually bring about a change. And so I will echo some things that we've heard today and then raise some other points. First of all, I also would like to offer support for allowing subdivisions and subdivisions created after January 1st, 2016 to be exempted from the subdivision clause or the prevention of subdivision clause that's written into 10A17. Second, I also support other comments regarding review process and that it be discretionary, that there be some capacity or some a way for review to happen. Happens in many laws. When the law is written, then there is a way for a review to come into it and for exceptions to be made, but there is a protocol that's followed so that the exceptions are not arbitrary or don't represent just one interest group. I think the example that's raised by the group that are in SR 10 is an excellent example for that. They're the first that I've heard of in the many different zoning numbers of RR this and RR that or TPZ this or something else, that there are several of them. They've discussed with their neighbors what they have going on. How is it that they can continue to cultivate in the long term where they are? Or if it's inappropriate, give them a way for them to apply, go through the review, but at least be considered before they're automatically denied and have to remove themselves from the business in the area where they are. Whether they've lived there for 2 or 40 years, they need an appropriate way to come about and have review. The vast majority of my comments have to do with the environmental review process. I am a hydrologist by training and have worked in regional water boards and other state governments in multiple states in the country. And in reviewing this, it's challenging for me to say as a staunch environmentalist, but the environmental review that's already in process for cannabis farmers is, as another attorney said, overkill. They're being overly regulated, and I think that there's a lot of overreach by the Division of Water Resources, the Division of Water Rights, as well as by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I therefore advocate that the air quality review that is either discretionary or mandatory or to agency determination be removed. What is already done in the CEQA review is substantial as is, and it does not need to go through another round of environmental review. Finally, a couple of quick points. I support the 12/31/17 application deadline, it being extended beyond the 90 days. I know that that's what is in the current draft, but just want to offer up that that's also another one to be supported. I also support the 72 hours for track and trace reporting for the reasons just as were stated, that there is issues regarding internet connection. That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who has not yet addressed the board who would like to, after Peter? Peter is our last speaker from the public at this time.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Peter Kafin. I'm an attorney on the coast. Just a couple of points, starting with things about nurseries. I feel that nursery permits should be allowed to sell to any state license holder once those licenses become available, and that the nursery operator should be allowed to derive a consumable product for the purpose of testing of new strains, so long as they do not sell the consumable product. Something else we heard today that I also support is that if the concern is about minimizing traffic, that we allow nursery permit holders in TPZ and FL land to sell to patients and caregivers and state license holders, then require those nursery permit holders to transport their nursery from the land so that people aren't coming to the land if the concern is traffic. The requirement that a trust must have been created prior to 1/1/16 in order to be disregarded, a disregarded entity for the purpose of the transferability limitation is not particularly reasonable in my view. Also, fences should not be required around securable, lockable greenhouses with rigid walls. I understand you're talking hoop houses or greenhouses that have walls that are flexible, but rigid, lockable structures seem more like an indoor situation than a greenhouse in terms of the fencing. Thought there was an exemption from the 10-acre minimum for 2A and 2B permits on industrial properties, but I'm not seeing that in the language, so I would ask that you look into the language on that. The sunset provision should run from the date of application, not from the effective date of the ordinance. That seems more fair. Request that you please refine subsection 90M. If the intent was to prevent persons on probation or parole from the violent felony from eligibility, then please specify that. If the intent was to prohibit persons on probation or parole, please limit it to those whose probation or parole orders specifically prevent commercial cannabis cultivation. The date that a partnership was formed is irrelevant. So long as you have the names and the addresses of all the parties, of all the partners, excuse me, that seems sufficient. And then please comport subsection 110C to the same language used in subsection 070G with respect to track and trace. Something we've talked about in the past. 70G was rewritten to allow for the possibility that it matches whatever track and trace requirements are coming from the track and trace body. The language in subsection 110C still uses the old language, limiting it to an identifier affixed at the base of the plant. Just while I have a couple other seconds, it's been mentioned a few times that Measure AF didn't pass in the county, and that would be a reason to limit residential cultivation. But I'd like to point out that AF actually did receive wide support in areas of the county, and that seems to support the idea that we've talked about before in terms of overlays or exemptions or exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comment, and I would go to staff to see if there's any comments that you have at this point, or do you want to wait for board questions, or? Oh, excuse me. One thing we do want to cover, we had the question regarding permits for greenhouses, and also were they subject to the amnesty program or not, or eligible for it. So there's kind of a two-part question there. Why do you get a permit for a greenhouse rather than ag exempt, and separately, are they eligible for the amnesty program?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Steve Dunnicliffe, Director of Planning and Building Services, and I may need to come back on the ag exempt just to quote the right language for you. But greenhouses are structures and do require building permits unless they're under 120 square feet and without any systems, electrical, plumbing, mechanical systems. So that's part one of the question, potentially. Ag exempt generally is for storage of hay, feed, animals. So it wouldn't typically, it's not something that immediately comes to my mind as being a greenhouse type structure. But there are greenhouses that have been permitted under Class K. What's important with Class K permitting is that it be consistent with the intent of the ordinance. So a commercial greenhouse would not be an appropriate structure for Class K permitting. Although a greenhouse being used for personal grow or used non-commercially could be eligible for Class K permitting. And is there any other component of the question that I'm missing right now?
I think we have the gentleman who asked the question. If you want to come to the microphone and clarify the question you're seeking an answer to. And please identify yourself again for the record.
So my question is
and your name for the record once again.
Yeah, John.
That works.
Are we going to be able to get a Class K permit for the greenhouses, or are we going to need a commercial building permit for the greenhouses?
Okay, thank you for the question.
So if I may, through the chair here, it depends on the intended use of the structure. So again, if you look at the Class K ordinance, and I could get that for you if it would be useful for the discussion. It's for owner-occupied structures and related buildings. And so the way that's interpreted is if there's a greenhouse for that somebody wants to put up for their own personal use, that can be an appropriate Class K structure. But if there's a commercial greenhouse that's being permitted or installed, it's a commercial structure that would require regular permitting and wouldn't be eligible for Class K.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, and that's for the health and safety of the public, correct?
Yes. Yeah, consistent with all building code regulations.
Okay.
Very briefly. To the microphone.
Casey O'Neill. There's been a lot of discussion about hoop houses, PVC, temporary, hoop frames, small. What is the building? Are those requiring a permit as well? People have been told that those don't require a permit, so there's a lot of those out there.
Right. So does a hoop house, typically less rigid materials, does that require a permit if it exceeds the 120 square feet?
So this is an issue that's become a lot more complicated than I initially anticipated it would, and it's primarily because hoop-type structures run the gamut. Some of them have mechanical systems in them, electrical systems in them. And so the department is working right now on coming up with a definition that would clarify that a hoop house that meets this certain definition would be exempt from building permit requirements. But
however, if they had electrical or mechanical systems, they would require.
Or if it's larger, if it doesn't meet the requirements or the parameters that the department is trying to set out. And so we've got a draft of that right now that we've shared with the Ag Commissioner, and we're trying to make sure that it's the draft understands the environment that's out there, and we'll be releasing that shortly.
Thank you.
Mr. Dennicliffe. But it's also that the public may not be going into these hoop houses, but employees may. And again, I go back to the health and safety.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So with that, is there anything additional from staff at this point? Okay. So I believe it's back to the board then, and do we have any questions of staff?
Well, so I did not fully understand the issue that was raised by a couple of different speakers involving this review process, and maybe you understood what they were getting at.
Well, we do have, thank you, Supervisor, we do have some letters, and as I understand it, people are citing the need for a discretionary review process for parcels that otherwise don't meet the criteria of what we've set out for people to be able to continue in their current zone with their current parcel size. So someone might have 4.9 acres in RR, where currently 5 is required, but they might access that parcel off a private driveway, It's surrounded by larger parcels. There's no nearby residential structure. I believe they'd like the opportunity to be able to come forward and ask for an exception to the standard based on, findings that they are not actually creating any kind of a neighborhood or public nuisance. I believe that's what they're asking for, and that could apply in a variety of situations. And I would go to Deputy County Counsel. Is that your understanding of the request generally?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I think that's in line with the request. There's some kind of a mechanism for, in the zoning context, you think about a variance, but in here we're not in zoning. We're really for the ag permits we're dealing with. We have standards we're setting up in 10A17. So creating some kind of a process that would allow for, so you're close but not quite. The 4.9 acre example, I think, is illustrative. And that's something that with direction we can come back and see what we can create for that in terms of how those things would be heard or granted.
And I think the challenge would be to try and develop objective criteria that would allow a zoning and permit administrator, the planning commission, or this body to decide, yes, based on these objective criteria, even though it doesn't meet the standard, it doesn't create any of the negative impacts that the standard was intended to address.
That's correct.
So, Supervisor Brown, did you have a comment?
Well, something that stuck with me was 72 hours for reporting due to lack of broadband coverage for individuals that are in very remote areas of the county. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that.
That was specific to the track and trace requirement, which I think currently is 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it doesn't sound unreasonable, but does staff have a comment?
Since I haven't seen the track and trace program, I can't speak to that per se, because I don't know what that's going to entail and how onerous that's going to be to put that information in at this time.
Thank you. And it's not specifically on our agenda, except we're potentially adopting an ordinance that provides for an approved track and trace program. The board has not had any significant input, if any, into the track and trace program that we might be looking at going forward with. Questions have been raised as to what would be the fees to the participants, and frankly, I do not want to see a track and trace system approved or go forward without it coming to this board for approval. It just seems to me, I shouldn't even have to ask, but I would expect this board would have to give approval prior to there being an approved track and trace system. CEO Angelo?
Chair McCowan, as you know and your colleagues know, we have demonstrations set up for the three of you individually tomorrow with a potential track and trace vendor. There is no contract in place. There is no specific, we, the county, has not agreed to any specifics right now. The goal is to have each one of you sit through the demo, be able to get your questions answered, and then we will go from there. So regarding track and trace, we know that we, the county, I'm sure Chair McCowan, you have your issues with this, but I believe that we as staff see the track and trace program as something that is not only effective, but actually could help the industry, because in a couple years, it will be mandatory. So at this point, tomorrow, you'll know more, because each one of you will be individually sitting through a demonstration by a potential vendor.
Well, and again, and I would ask my colleagues, but I think it would be good policy before we adopt an approved system, it come to the board in open session, and I would like your comments to that thought.
I think it's appropriate.
Takes three. It's appropriate.
Further comment?
No, my only comment is that we will gladly bring this forward to the board. But again, I can tell you, not all of my, as your CEO and the purchasing agent for this county, all of my questions have not been answered either. So we'll know more tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have given board direction that track and trace will come to the board for a presentation and potential approval.
So
Supervisor Brown and then County Council. Did
Okay.
you have an additional comment?
Well, I do, for Ms. Angelo. And this has to do with the overlay district and getting ready to put out, what do you call it?
it's a request for proposal.
Yes,
So,
RPA.
Through the chair, Supervisor Brown, we received
RFP.
the statement of work, the information we needed from the planning department. My office will be putting out a request for proposal for a consultant to come in and work with us to develop the overlay zoning district. That RFP should go out next week. So that's the information I have. Usually when we let an RFP, we usually do 30 days at a minimum, so that those potential proposers have the opportunity to respond and write a good proposal. So we should put out the RFP next week. We should have something back at the end of April, and then we'll go from there. So that's what I know today. And did you ask about coastal as well, or am I dreaming that? Okay,
That was yesterday's
That'll,
conversation.
we'll get to
yeah,
that.
it's like deja vu. Yes.
And
But
Deputy?
the RFP, I think, is important to convey to the public at large that our previous discussion on this ordinance and what we were going to do, we are doing it.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and actually, we've worked, contrary maybe to what some people may think, we've actually worked very quickly on the overlay district RFP.
And actually, that did come up during supervisor reports yesterday. The question was asked and the assurance was given, yes, the RFP will be going out next week, we hope. And I think everyone understands the board puts a priority on the development of the overlay process. And executive office is charged on carrying that out. Deputy County Counsel Kidrowski, you had a comment maybe on track and trace?
Just going back to the idea of 24 versus 72 hours, I think 24 hours had been selected in part by Chuck Morse as a kind of this nice tight time frame to get information reported to try and make it easier for enforcement and have all, so there's up-to-date information in the database, but 72 hours could be reasonable as well. I just want to give the background as to the timing of 24 hours.
So sounds like we're in agreement there. Okay.
So
Well, do you want-
where are we going?
Well, why don't, maybe we should find out if we're going anywhere. And there's
Can
any
I
number of issues that have been raised, but.
Ask a question, Diane Curry, Interim Ag Commissioner. So going back to rangeland added to the nursery for the being added so that people wouldn't be traveling there. We didn't have that in the ordinance now, and we asked for direction as to whether that should be included.
Well, and that was on page 11 of the clean copy. And it would apply to
Right now, it
Section
applies.
D in the middle of the page. That requirement applies to forest land and TPZ zoning. And the question is, should it be added to rangeland as well? And it is intended to discourage basically commercial traffic into the resource land.
Correct.
So that in that zoning and what it says currently for forest land and timberland production, that nursery could only sell directly at their site to a permitted cultivator, but they would be able to transport their plants to other locations, presumably direct delivery, or we did have the request, I think, for a storefront. Frankly, I don't see anything here that would prohibit someone having a storefront, except they want it to be called not a dispensary. So I'm not sure how that would mesh with the state license types. But back to the rangeland district, Supervisor Jurdy.
I was going to go on to something else. So.
Oh, but do you have an opinion on having the same requirement for rangeland as for timberland production and forest land for nursery?
Well, I see item D on that page, but I'm not sure what is the requiring of.
Well, what it says is that any sales produced on and occur on a parcel within those zones shall be limited to permitted cultivators only. Well, see, I can see that that's a little ambiguous, because to me, the intent was the sale would be to another permittee would be allowed on site, but why couldn't they sell to a patient or a caregiver or a dispensary, but off-site, so we're not generating a lot of commercial traffic? So maybe, have I misread that, or what was the intent?
That is the intent, Diane Curry.
To limit the commercial traffic.
Correct.
So it should say any on-site sales.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think it says which are produced on, the sales of products which are produced on and occur on a parcel. We can make it clearer, but on occur on, I think, is trying to get to a sale actually occurring on the TPZ or forest land property.
Well, I think the wording is ambiguous.
So Supervisor, you think by adding on-site?
I think that, to me, that would clarify it if we say any on-site sales. Is that?
So,
if that's in line with
Diane,
the intent, I think it just adds further clarification.
So are we adding rangeland to that?
Well, that's the second part of the question that we still haven't quite nailed down.
Okay.
It is on page 11, and it is...
Section D.
Yeah. 17.
So do either of my colleagues have an opinion on whether that same condition should apply to rangeland as well as forest land and TPZ?
What is your opinion?
Well, I think it's reasonable to, if it applies to forest land, why not have it apply to rangeland if the intent is to limit commercial traffic into the resource lands, which often will not have the same quality of road system, so the additional traffic and dust generation and all the rest potentially becomes an issue.
So the rewording would be in the second sentence, parcel within the timberland production, comma, forest land, or rangeland zoning districts. Is that how you think it should read?
Well, that's what staff is asking, and I agree.
Okay, takes 3. I'll agree.
Is that 3?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was the easy one.
If I could ask staff to answer some questions.
Certainly.
Okay. So I'll look to this end of the table. We've had some conversations, outside the hearing, and so could staff kind of talk us through what would be the process for the alternatives that the board has in front of it. So one alternative is we've talked about an overlay zoning, but I think it's really been talked about for several different things. And so maybe we should distinguish them a little bit. So one is, we've talked about an overlay for maybe called an enterprise zone that might apply just to industrial lands or lands that look and feel like industrial but may not be zoned industrial. So that's fairly limited in the footprint it would have in Mendocino County. We're not talking lots and lots of acres in Mendocino County that would fit that description, that would even be entertained. But we've talked about an overlay for that purpose. We've also talked about an overlay for the purpose of, the request we've heard from the, I don't want to pick on Laytonville, but we've heard from the Laytonville area of parcels that are smaller than would otherwise be considered for cultivation, some sort of overlay for that neighborhood, or for neighborhoods near Laytonville. But then we've also, this issue that's come up since the board removed the R2 zoning from the table. I don't know if that was in January or February, but up until that point, the R2 neighborhoods were allowed to proceed with a request for a discretionary permit, which could be denied. It wasn't a guarantee of a right. But after January, February, that was removed from the table. So there's also been a discussion of an overlay for parcels that are in the R2 neighborhoods, or R5s that are less than 5 acres but more than 2. And so it seems to me that some of those are more complicated than others, and they may take more environmental review than others, therefore be longer to adopt. And so maybe staff could kind of distinguish and talk through the different ways that would work, and how long, what the time frame is for those processes.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So I think there are distinctions between how I think two of those three are different than the other. I think an overlay district for designating certain areas as either inclusionary or exclusionary presents certain issues that we'd have to think about, a little more difficult about, and develop policies to guide us through that. Similarly, with trying to highlight certain sites within the county for particular kinds of uses, like quasi-industrial properties, in terms of the idea of this exceptions process. There's the aspect we talked about earlier, which was, a more generic process that goes to some border body that people are just outside of the requirements. And I think what Supervisor Jurdy is looking to specifically is RR2 and RR5, and what to do with the distinctions for those properties. And the zoning table and the environmental review that went out did include RR2 properties, with various levels of review by planning department. Outdoor was a zoning clearance, and there was both an AP and a UP for mixed for indoor artificial light. So if there's a desire to look at what we can do for those properties, making it something more restrictive than had gone out for public review. So the version of the initial study that was out for review last year had them as possibilities, and that light potentially could be done sooner with board direction. We'd have to take that back and see what kind of process that might take to revise, to revert back in the initial study, and then see what's left in the ordinances to make sure those are consistent. But that process potentially could go through sooner than, again, an overlay district, and trying to define what that means, and trying to define what we mean for these quasi-industrial sites.
So the reason why I'm bringing that up is because if the board could do what I would like us to do today, we would declare certain neighborhoods an exclusionary zone, so they were totally off the table, no one could apply. But in my conversation with staff, that, like an inclusionary overlay, whether it's exclusionary or inclusionary, is going to be a fairly time-consuming, drawn-out process. Whereas if we simply allow for a use permit, which is a discretionary permit, it cannot be just assumed that someone will get a discretionary permit. They have to ask for it, and they can be denied it, which is what we had in the table for several of the types of permits. That we can make that provisional change. I don't know if we could say it today, but we can give direction today, and it could be brought back very quickly. And what I've circulated to the board, and staff's seen this, is what I said earlier in the meeting, which is because this does, in my mind, this does not affect those neighborhoods outside of Ukiah. They would never get a permit because the neighborhood has been very adamant about it. But there are neighborhoods in Mendocino County, some on the coast, and not all neighborhoods on the coast, but some in other areas of the county. But remember, the R2 and R5 neighborhoods are primarily in my district. That if the board would simply allow part of what it was proposing to allow back in January and February, which is just to allow indoor 500 square feet or less with an administrative permit, or 501 to 2,500 square feet with a use permit. Again, discretionary permits, only for indoor, only on parcels 2 acres or larger. It's a very narrow window that's primarily affecting my district and barely affecting the other districts in this county. Then at least we can move, the people on the coast could move forward and at least have some hope of applying for something within the year, actually within a few months. But if we go this route that seems simple to me, an overlay to allow, say, this in certain areas of the county, or to exclude this in certain areas of the county, although it seems simple to me, unfortunately it sounds like it's going to be a fairly long, drawn-out process, which, I've had misgivings about voting for certain things that we all have. Things come up on the agenda, there doesn't appear to be a perfect, win-win situation. But this really feels like a serious misgivings for me to vote for an ordinance that doesn't at least allow this very narrow window I'm proposing, that's narrower than the board was contemplating back in January and December. It harkens back to the vote on the Ortner contract when Tom Pinizzato was promising me details in a contract that didn't exist at the day of the vote. And those details never came forward as long as Tom Pinizzato was here. And so I never felt better about that vote after the fact. And I'm concerned that I'm not going to feel better about this vote if I vote for this ordinance without at least carving out this little exception that is largely only affecting my district. Frankly, I'm the one that's going to get the complaints because it's going to be people proposing in my district, not yours. And there's going to be somebody who won't like it. But the people that I think will get permits from the county, and I have confidence in county staff, I believe the people who get permits, there'll be people who are cultivating indoors in a barn. They've already been cultivating in a barn. They're not creating problems. And it's not the problems we've heard from these neighborhoods because they've got a very different kind of neighbor than the people that I'm talking about. So that's where I am on this. I don't want to vote for something that's going to kick the can down the road. With every intention that the board has of moving forward with the process, this process sounds much more long and drawn out than I was hoping it was going to be, to go with an overlay or an exclusionary area. I would be full support of doing that later, but at least give a temporary option for people to apply for a discretionary permit.
I would be willing to extend the sunset by 1 year. If you're worried about the length of time, rather than change what we have today. I don't know.
We've got a room full of people that is really looking to us to find some reasonable way to go forward. That was one of the dominant themes that I heard today. It's not perfect. There's, it's a patchwork of 50 different compromises. I go back to what Supervisor Brown said earlier when we were considering this recommendation from the Planning Commission to get commercial cultivation out of residential neighborhoods. And her question is, what other business do we allow in residential neighborhoods? And the fact is that we don't on an intensive scale. And this one is, in many neighborhoods, there's been no place to grow it legally. People have wanted to do it. The government has been behind the times. They grew it where they could. But it really changes the flavor of a neighborhood. And some neighborhoods have kind of, okay, this is our local lifestyle and culture, and we're not offended by the neighbor growing a particular thing because we might be also. So, I think the overlay zone is a way to recognize that. But I don't want to approve the long-term or the permanent continuation of commercial cultivation in neighborhood zones. So I'm not willing to say, yeah, I'm okay with 2 acres continuing in a neighborhood. The suggestion for a 3-year sunset, I think that gives some assurance to people that there will be time to develop a process, and I'm interested both in the process for the overlay, but also, is there a way to, on a more expedited way, develop a discretionary review process that could allow for exceptions? But in the same way that we're saying the overlay might be a good thing for some neighborhoods to allow cultivation, we might also include a direction that in some neighborhoods there would be an overlay that would disallow cultivation.
That's why I said that earlier, yeah.
Okay, so, maybe we're working towards, another compromise that allows this to still go forward today, which I think is the greatest overall benefit to the greatest number of people, whether they are cultivators or whether they are not. There's a lot of people out here that either are putting plants in the ground or hope to shortly, and they really want to know what direction we're going in. So
I've got a question for you. Okay, earlier you just said, and I think I've heard you say this before, that you want to see cultivation out of the residential neighborhoods. So how do you align that statement with the statement that if we have 2 years or maybe it's 3 years to phase out, that will give people assurance that there's a path forward for them? If your public policy perspective on this is that it should not be in any residential neighborhood,
we could have zero sunset if you prefer that approach.
But I'm saying, so what is it that you're trying to achieve here? Because if you think that it should not be in any residential neighborhood, what does it matter if it's a 5-year sunset with the promise of an overlay? Because in the end, it sounds like you won't be voting for an overlay that it does allow it in a residential neighborhood.
No, I'm totally in favor of the overlays. They make perfect sense in appropriate neighborhoods, and it certainly isn't just limited to Laytonville. And there's a lot of neighborhoods that Supervisor Brown could start naming in her district, and there are discrete areas. I don't think it has to be a large geographic area. So we heard a comment about a situation where there are basically 10 parcels in a particular area accessed by a particular road. That could be an overlay zone. If they go through the process, they apply, there's the public hearing, at least an administrative permit review at a minimum, probably a use permit. I don't know, it'd have to be a public process before the Planning Commission, I believe, to adopt the zones. Is that?
To actually adopt, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, a process to adopt the overlay district.
Zone.
Yes, that kind of process would go through Planning Commission.
And then that zone, bingo, there it is. But so I think there can be a lot of flexibility in how those zones are designed. But so I'm not opposed to residential cultivation where that's the community standard. But when you went back to the beginning of zoning, if this had been a legal substance that could have been considered, we wouldn't see it in all these neighborhoods now. So it's just like I've said before, anyone can drink as much milk as they want. No one thinks they can have a herd of dairy cows on their RR5 parcel. And this is a similar situation. And frankly, if we don't find a way to go forward today, I'm prepared to wait until we have a 3rd district supervisor and we can come back and renew the discussion. But I may not, I might have different perspectives on some things when we come back. So I'd like us to find a way to work through this and still go forward today.
So I'm attempting to offer a compromise by proposing that the board support a portion of what it was supporting back in December and November. So the board, on that table, you can see all the things the board supported in the R2. I'm only proposing a narrow band of what the board was previously supporting in the R2 zoning. And, you know, if we want to look at an interim period, we could say, maybe we say for the interim period, because we would be amending this ordinance, that only the Board of Supervisors on a majority vote couldn't even approve a use permit, rather than it being staff that approves the use permit. I mean, I have absolutely
well,
no...
it'd be the planning commission for a use permit, or perhaps a zoning permit administrator. Clarification.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. Administrative permits are simple permits without even a whole lot of notice, to be honest. They're approved by the zoning administrator, and minor use permits start with the zoning administrator, but they can be bumped up to the planning commission if desired. Major use permits go right to the planning commission.
I understand that, but we're adopting something. So why couldn't we adopt this and say that they can only be approved, these use permits can only be approved by the Board of Supervisors? That way, there'd be absolutely no concern by members of the public that in secret, someone was going to get a permit in their neighborhood and they'd be unaware of it.
If you want to go forward today, we need to develop the criteria that would be applied to determine if someone qualified for a use permit or not, I think.
I think it was already in the draft ordinance. This is just reinserting language that was already in the ordinance.
But well, yeah, so that's true if you're talking about a blanket approval, and bingo, here they are. You know, I mean, because, see, I don't want to create the situation where anyone who has RR2 comes in and here I can continue in a neighborhood. I don't want that to be the standard.
I don't either.
The standard should be you're in the overlay or there's a special exception. And, you know, this is not what the board approved in December. This is what the board looked at prior to December. Then it went to the Planning Commission. They made their recommendations. The recommendations came back to us. And then we looked at it on February 7th. We gave direction. And on February 14th, I brought back an item to try and clarify that direction. And that's when you raised the issue of RR2 and 5 and how you believe it affects your district uniquely. I frankly think there hasn't been a complete analysis of that. So I don't necessarily accept the entire rationale, and I'm not willing to change what the Planning Commission recommended and what we did based on that. I'm willing to expedite the overlay. I'm willing to direct staff to come up with an exception process, and I'm willing to go along with extending the sunset to 3 years.
I don't understand what you just said, because what we had before us was what was presented by the Planning Commission, and the board removed...
No, the Planning Commission recommended no commercial cultivation in RR2 or non-conforming RR5, I believe.
Yes. I believe so.
Well, how did it get in this chart? Who put it
What
there?
do you mean? I'll go to staff.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So the chart that's as reflected in the red line, that is the zoning ordinance as Chapter 2.242 as it existed prior to the initial study being released for public review. So that predates the Planning Commission and its recommendation on residential districts as it heard its 3 public hearings on the matter.
Therefore, it was in the chart because the board directed it to be in the chart.
That is the zoning as it
And the
existed.
Planning Commission considered it and made a different recommendation that the board then accepted.
So part of my concern is that all 3 of us, I don't know exactly the words you used when you talked to voters, but certainly the words I was using to coastal voters was, don't vote for Measure AF because the board is going to create a pathway so that if you want to comply with environmental standards, you want to pay taxes to the county, there will be an opportunity, not a guarantee, but an opportunity for you to get a permit from the county. And if we do not make some modest changes here, what I told the voters back in October and September and November will have been proven to be false. And I'm not comfortable being put in a position of telling voters one thing during a campaign and then the board not standing behind what I thought was our common agreement, which was we were going, and by effectively making 30% of the people of this county, the people that live on the coast, giving them no land where they can relocate to, let alone land that they're currently cultivating on, have any opportunity to get a permit.
Well, to begin with, 20% of your 30%, you know, which would be like 6%, actually don't live in the unincorporated county, but we have a lot of inland people don't live in the unincorporated county either. But I don't accept your analysis. So that's the problem.
Where on the coast
So
will they
maybe
go?
we need to just defer this until we have a third district supervisor, and then we can go back, we can review all the zoning maps for every district and see how it breaks down. But I'm going to stick by the principle that I do not think we should be approving commercial cultivation in residential neighborhoods as a standard.
I'm not saying it's a standard. I'm saying it's a possibility. It's not a guarantee.
We are holding it out as a possibility through different provisions. Supervisor Brown.
Gentlemen, I think I was trying to reach a compromise. With the overlay zone, we're going out, add a year for the sunset, going from 2 to 3. And I think that that's something that we should all look at. I see a whole room of people, and they want this to go forward.
I do believe that is the preference of the people that are here. You know, and again,
And
no
it's
one
a
is.
compromise, it's a compromise, because it's going to take 3 votes to pass it, so.
Well, I've said that I would
And I-
support extending the sunset, vigorous development of the overlay, and direction to develop an exception process.
And so you and I have compromised, we're both on the same page. Supervisor Jurdy.
I'd like to hear both of you repeat, though, that you're not opposed to an overlay that would allow the possibility, through a discretionary use permit, for indoor cultivation. Again, we're talking only in an overlay zone, because we're talking about an overlay process, but I need to know what your commitment is to what would be in that overlay. Because I keep hearing you say, John, that you don't support cultivation in any residential neighborhood, and I don't. There are different kinds of residential neighborhoods. There are residential neighborhoods like we've heard from today where people do not earn their income from their house. They sleep there, they live there, it's a major part of their personal investment. There are many neighborhoods like that. There are other neighborhoods in Mendocino County, all over this county, where people earn significant income from any number of activities. And yes, their business is at their house, whether they're a furniture maker, they may have made repairs on vehicles or boats, and it wasn't zoned anything other than residential. And it was there for years, nobody complained. Now maybe someone's growing cannabis in that barn. And nobody is today complaining either about that.
So if they're in the overlay, how many times do I have to say it? If they're in the overlay, or even if they're not in the overlay, but we have an exception process.
So you're saying that you would support an overlay that would allow that in a residential neighborhood?
Correct. I mean, much of the zoning in Long Valley tends to be smaller residential parcels. You know, so I'm not looking at the overlay as just something that would apply to RR2 or RR5. You know, if we create an overlay zone in some areas of the county, it could be fairly comprehensive. Now, they're still going to have, and interestingly, I think this was comment from the Laytonville Municipal Advisory Council, they still want to see the setback from schools stay at 1,000 feet. But so that's something that applies across the board in our county. But outside of that type of setback. If it's just a property line or 100 feet from a house on a separate parcel, those would be properties that would benefit from an overlay, where the overlay would create an exception on a, you know, in some neighborhoods, maybe a fairly comprehensive swath of area. It could also, again, apply to a cul-de-sac. But yeah, I don't know how many times I have to say I'm in favor of an overlay that would allow someone in a residential zone to cultivate cannabis. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And I'd like to go to County Council. How do we craft a motion to include this discussion? I'm ready to make it.
Well, there are a number of other items. I know it's late. It's been a long day. Other issues that are also important have been brought up.
Okay. So please go forward because the hour is getting late and I'm getting cranky.
But unless we have support for that direction that you're ready to make a motion, then we could save ourselves the time.
Go forward as quickly as possible, please.
On
Because
pages 11 and 12 of the clean copy, items B at the bottom of 11, C at the top of 12, we have restrictions that would apply to all permits that would disallow use of habitable space or a required parking space. The question posed by staff, should that apply also to people who have a patient or a caregiver exemption? Supervisor Jurdy?
I don't have an opinion on it.
Supervisor Brown?
What is your opinion? Takes three.
Yeah,
Supervisor
well,
McKellen.
I don't have a strong opinion on it. I can see County Council.
And we're Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, and working on a lot of different aspects of marijuana and cultivation and permits and who's exempt and who's not. I think I might recommend leaving it as is in the permit for permits only. Those people who are cultivating indoors for personal use, I think it might be getting a little onerous to try and figure out where else if they can't grow in the spare bedroom or something like that.
So I'm happy to accept that recommendation to not change the condition as it is.
And I'll be the same.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy. Proof of prior cultivation, and this is page 14, 080B. And we have had the long-running conversation. We have B1, A, photographs of prior cultivation, B, photographs of the current activities, and C, at least one additional document with the key phrase that the Ag Commissioner may accept other similarly reliable documentary evidence. The question is, should that allowance for the Ag Commissioner to accept other forms of documentation, should that apply also to A? Frankly, I wouldn't see it applying to B because anybody should be able to show photos of their current activity. I am willing to believe some people don't have photos of their prior activity and that Google Earth wasn't flying over them in the last couple of years. So that said, it's not, to me, it's not unreasonable to allow the Ag Commissioner, who is charged with determining the acceptability of proof of prior cultivation, to accept documentation that she believes demonstrates proof of prior cultivation in the absence of the photos called for in section B1A. Supervisor Brown.
Well, it's my understanding some people saved their zip ties from the previous program that they purchased,
They have a receipt.
so they have a receipt for it as well. I think showing any type of commercial bills perhaps could also be a way to demonstrate proof.
And I would just add to that, I mean, for an indoor grow on the coast, because they're most likely an indoor grow, they would also have probably very substantial PG&E bills.
And also, the photograph wouldn't really help that much for the indoor cultivator in any zone.
I would be fine with that.
So then the challenge, I think, is to county council to devise appropriate language on the fly, or if the direction is clear enough, can the final language come back for the second reading?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I would want to get the language figured out today and not try and sort out direction to staff and have that as part of second reading. But that being said, at the end of, I'm going to call it Clause C, adding a sentence, evidence under this Clause C may be used to substitute for evidence under Clause A. That's my first attempt at solving that.
Okay, so keep working on that as we... And I believe would be the third change that we have directed to this point.
Are you keeping the list? Are you keeping the list for the motion?
I am,
Okay.
and I think I'm not the only one.
One issue that came up was the application period.
Well, the application period in general is recommended by staff to be 12/31/17. That does away with the previous direction for a 90-day window for those subject to a sunset. We had suggested maybe a 90-day in general. Staff has come back and recommended 12/31/17. Is that
I'll
would apply
accept the recommendation.
Okay,
of
so
staff.
there's no change needed there.
Is that okay?
A bit of a wrinkle for the relocation. I believe staff may be recommending that if someone wanted to relocate, what is the time frame? And I think you were asking the question because we don't have anything explicit in there now.
What staff recommended was going ahead and just saying it's the same as the sunset period. So the wording was attempted to match. The time to apply for relocation was the same as the sunset. Raised in comment, and I think we tried to draft issue for the length of the sunset period based on what board direction there was, which was tying the 2 years to the effective date of the ordinance. I believe several members of the public wanted that to stretch to the date of application. I'm not sure if that's appropriate as opposed to the date of issuance, but all those things end up extending the effective life of that sunset period.
Right, and we're saying the sunset period would begin on the effective date of the ordinance, and then whatever we determine that sunset period to be, the relocation period would be the same time frame.
That's correct, and I believe that's how it's drafted right now. Staff put that language in there.
That's in there, okay.
Trying to solve a problem that existed.
Right, and if we change the sunset, we would simply change that relocation time frame as well, or the language may already provide for that. One other issue relating to relocation, I think currently we're allowing the relocation site to be rangeland if there's proof of prior cultivation on the destination parcel, and then the relocator could come from rangeland or RR5 conforming. And I wonder about opening that up, because we've identified a shortage of relocation destinations as an issue. If there are people in rangeland that don't want to continue, but they want to make their property available for relocation, is there an issue if it comes from RR5 conforming or rangeland or RR2? As long as they qualify for relocation and the destination parcel has proof of prior cultivation?
Being in rangeland district?
Yes.
So, right.
And that was on page 15 of the ordinance.
This is Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. We have these two provisions that were specifically for RR5 and rangeland, relocate to rangeland in particular. Given that we're talking baseline of including existing grows as it were, I think we'd be able to try and, if we wanted to expand, quote, who could relocate to rangeland so long as they're only going to existing sites, I'm not sure that's really an expansion for purposes of CEQA, because they're only going to existing sites as it were.
The more conservative approach is to stay with that, limit it to you're coming from rangeland or from RR5 conforming? Or are you saying it's okay? We're not impacting the baseline.
Correct. So I think there might be if there's desire of the board to attempt to allow for other areas in particular to go to rangeland, we could look into that and revise the language.
So that'd be something that if we were going to do that, you'd rather that come back rather than try to do that today. I'm not quite sure I'm getting the...
Possibly. Trying to figure out how to combine or reword those paragraphs 2 and 3 might take more time at the moment.
Okay, so, and I don't know if there's support for that with my colleagues or not, or just expanded relocation opportunities, or keep it the way it is.
I think this is in Carey's district. This is in Carey's district.
Well, I think it applies in any district, actually.
Yeah, any district. There's not a lot of rangeland everywhere in the county.
Well, so you're neutral.
Yeah, go ahead.
And your recommendation?
I'm open to having additional relocation sites. I mean, you have to have the existing site at the destination, and you have to extinguish one that that was currently legal where you're coming from.
Okay. Can you agree to that?
Sure.
If I agree? Okay.
Is that something that staff thinks you can accommodate today? I'm open to being told it's too complicated to do on the fly, but think about how it might be accomplished.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, let's go ahead and put a pin in that for the moment and see how many more things we're looking at changing. If there are additional things that it gets more complicated, or this might be something to hold off on if there are less.
Because of the CEQA document.
Okay.
No?
It's just at the moment, Supervisor Brown, it's just looking at how fast we can change the text in these two paragraphs.
Oh, got you. That holds water.
Date of partnership, I think I agree that that shouldn't be an issue as long as they're supplying information on who the partnership is, or is there an unintended consequence there that I don't see?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I can't see that there's a real, I think we were trying to just get information on the partnership, the date. You'd be looking at, and some of the date issues that were raised today in public comment, you're trying to get information as to, well, was this partnership older versus newer? If it's not if we're not concerned about that, we have the members of the partnership is providing us information on who's there, and so tying that to the prior cultivation.
Okay, so date of partnership issue. Likewise, the point was made, if it changes from a nonprofit to a different entity, but it would be the same people, frankly, I wouldn't see an issue They said that was a state law consistency issue, but that's also something that could be addressed in the future. It doesn't have to be done today.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. It's all for the record. That's why I keep saying it. I would say issues with transferability we could deal with in the future might be things easier done at a later point in time.
Right, and that was the only one I was going there, but we'll defer all of that if that's okay. There's one more issue, and it kind of is wrapped up with proof of cultivation and also the concept of trying to allow people who are currently cultivating to cultivate. Another thing that was in the ordinance at one point would have allowed participants in the 2016 program, as long as they bought their zip ties and so forth and so on, they would be assumed to have been prior cultivators. We heard from some people that
They weren't.
were on smaller parcels that wouldn't currently qualify. Maybe it makes sense to have some allowance. I forget now some of the citations from the people on, I think they were in SR zoning in some cases. They could have been in RR, 5 non-conforming, but so I don't know if that's something that there's any interest in addressing, because again, the rationale is you already had the approved permit, you participated in the program, paid your fees, you were approved. 2016, it wasn't tied to zoning. So potentially you have people that were in the program, they definitely have an existing grow site, whether it's indoor or outdoor. Do we want to, liberalize what is considered, I suppose, proof of prior cultivation that would qualify them? Either of my colleagues.
So would this allow an indoor that's in an R2 zoning with 2 acres too?
It's actually pretty serious business here. But if they participated in the program in 2016, maybe that, and
Who was the speaker that actually brought that up?
at least a couple of different speakers, I think, raised the issue. 3 hands go up. Do you want to hear from someone on that issue?
Yeah, I want to, yeah.
So
The acreage, I think suburban residential was one issue, but they also talked about acreage. They had more acreage.
well, one I think was, maybe you could come briefly, just say what your factual situation is.
Jason Hallis. So I'm on an SR zone. We're at the end of a not a through street. It was zoned SR 40 years ago in the presumption that the neighborhood would blossom. The neighborhood's actually been bought, the parcels have been bought by a group of about 3 or 4 families, which are all comfortable with us on the SR zoning, doing it with them. I was gonna bring in the signatures, I didn't have the time to get them. And so we're on the end of the zone, and we were approved last year. And we have 10 acres. We're flat. We fit all the water board. We fit all requirements of the ordinance, except now we're getting kicked out because that zone isn't being allowed. That zone is allowed. We're able to do agricultural crops. There's people with horses next to me. We can do agricultural business and sales. There's a few other things, but those all fit within.
Right. So I think we have your particular situation, and so potentially you might qualify if we were to say you participated in the 2016 program. You could qualify on that. Sounds like the neighborhood would qualify for an overlay, and it also sounds like you might qualify for an exception process. So you might have the trifecta of opportunity.
No, my other aspect is that we're concerned about this season as well, because we're a collective to supply our qualified patients, but now we're being told 25, so I don't know when to put my plants in. I don't know what to tell my patients. So that's just a clarification that we were looking on that. But the zoning, our neighborhood enjoys us. We are bettering the community actually at the end of our road.
That's great, but we got the factual information. So is there someone else in a similar situation, but with a little different wrinkle on what your personal situation is, or did that kind of capture it? Briefly, if you can. It's a challenge.
No, I think in my memo, I actually detailed a number of examples of other situations where people who may have participated in the 931 or the voluntary registration with the Ag Department, where there was no zoning requirement, are all of a sudden not allowed. So there's quite a few different situations, or that didn't have exact proof of prior cultivation as it was enunciated.
Thank you, and for the record, that was Hannah Nelson. Supervisors?
Suburban residential, I don't know what the verbiage would be, but I would be okay.
Well, SR could be a 6,000 square foot lot.
Oh, okay, but he's talking about 10 acres, Supervisor.
But I think, though, we have SR zoning is 6,000 square feet, basically, isn't it? I don't think we have an SR 10 zoning.
Bandy, Planning and Building Services. SR does have a 6,000 square foot minimum as well as a 1,200 square foot minimum, or 12,000 square foot minimum.
Right, but it's just SR zoning. It could include larger parcels, but they're all subject to subdivision down to those smaller sizes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, there may be some confusion between upland residential, which there are, I think, different size categories for UR. Where are we?
Well, I do have a concern for that. When no zoning was considered, do not know precisely through the Sheriff's Department exactly where they're at this point in approving permits, but I would have concern with that because I believe if you say having a permit this year, I don't think the Sheriff's Office asked for prior cultivation, but I'm not
There
positive.
was a date for proof of prior cultivation.
So what date was that?
It was May 17th, I believe.
May 17th, 2016?
Correct. Unless it was the 16th, but it was either the 16th or the 17th.
So are we talking about parcels that are 5 acres, limiting it to 5 acres or more? Because on the issue I keep raising, the board doesn't want to go below 5 acres.
Well, I think it was a 5 acre minimum for the urgency ordinance. To grow 10,000 square feet, it may have been a 10 acre. It was easier to find when I wasn't looking for it. At any rate, I'm open to hearing if there's support by at all or not, either way, for people who participated in a prior permit program, and I think this would apply for the 2010, 2011 as well as for 2016. Do we want to create an allowance for them if they otherwise meet the criteria? Maybe it's too complicated. Colleagues, Supervisor Jurdy?
I'd like to hear what County Council has to say.
Oh.
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, when you say create an allowance for them, what are we talking about?
Pardon?
When you say create an allowance for them, are we talking, because right now suburban residential isn't a listed zone, so they fall into the sunset period under.
Yeah, So they might still fall into the sunset unless they qualify for the overlay or an exception process.
Correct. So
But they would have an indication that they would at least be able to qualify, that they could continue until they hit the sunset period. But I think also the question is, should that participation in the 2016 program qualify, should that be one of the qualifiers for proof of cultivation, which potentially could be an exception to the 1116, because there was a different standard for the 2016 program. But if they participated in the program in 2016, is there an allowance to, is that considered proof of cultivation?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, we could add another clause to that list and note that people who participated in prior sheriff's permit programs, which limit it to under 931, which limits it to 2010, 2011, and 2016, are exempted from, are either exempt from the requirement or are considered to have met the proof of prior cultivation requirement.
So you think there is a way to come up with language to accommodate that if the board supports it, so I would come back to the board. Supervisor Jurdy, you get to go first this time.
Well, I'm unclear about how small these parcels are, because the board seems uncomfortable in the R2 and the R5s of anything less than 5 acres. But I'm not hearing that same lack of comfort for some of these other things that keep coming forward. So I'm not clear why the board is so stuck on.
I believe there was an acreage minimum for the exemption.
Mr. Johnson.
And Under Sheriff Johnson.
Randy Johnson, Sheriff's Office. Board members, 2010, 11, and 16 had a 5-acre minimum. And there were some parcels that were 10-acre minimums to grow more plants. So 5 acres was the minimum we accepted ever in any of those programs.
And 5 acres would have been 50 plants, 10 acres would have been 99, or?
It was like that in 2016. In 2010, we had a 5-acre minimum period. In 2011, we grandfathered 1 or 2 5 acres in and moved it to 10 acres. Mm-hmm. But it was a 99 plant. Then in 2016, it was 50 or 99 based on 5 or 10 acres or more.
Right. So there was an acreage minimum.
So 5 acres was the minimum we accepted.
Well, I would support that because it would be consistent. I just wouldn't want to see the board be inconsistent.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Supervisor Brown?
Takes 3.
Well, if County Council can develop language for that, it sounds like we have 3 votes for that. It may be appropriate to actually take a break
So they can do language.
I think that's what I had on my list. Did staff have something else? Okay. So
there was one other issue that was brought up, and I don't know if we're addressing it today or not, but also that was the issue of whether or not the effective date of the subdivision should also apply to industrial lands, because...
Oh, thank you. Good point. And what's your opinion on that?
I don't see a necessity to apply it to the industrial lands, because with industrial lands we're not protecting some rare plant or some environmental issue there. I understand applying it to many of the other zoning districts, but I don't see the logic of applying that prohibition on the date of subdivision to the industrial lands.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we took out industrial, did we not?
For some, we disallowed medium outdoor cultivation in industrial, but this would still apply for indoor and some mixed light with the you know, and frankly, that's, I kind of hate to raise it, that was one more issue. You know, I think all of us at this end of the room have had an incomplete understanding of what's involved and the variation of methods that are involved for mixed light and the type of structures that are used. And while some are grown in a structure that's pretty rigid, others are not. And having the requirement that it absolutely be 100% enclosed at all time and no light escapes from it might not really fit with what the actual practices are. And I think we are applying that standard currently to all mixed light, or am I wrong? We are?
Mm-hmm.
And that might be overly rigid in terms of what the actual practice is.
I would be very hesitant to change it at this time based on the CEQA document, because that
Okay.
is built into the mitigation. We had a variation of the mitigation measure at one point that it really only applied to new structures, assuming that all the existing structures were part of the baseline. But I think it was at Planning Commission that they recommended the addition of making it apply to all structures, and we did get pretty broad support of that, at least.
Okay, so maybe that's something that we'll gather data as the program goes forward and potentially be able to revisit it. So that's all that I had, really.
Okay, so are we going to take a break so we can come
We
up
are
with some
going
language?
to take a break, and we've given direction on a fair number of items. Staff, 6 o'clock? Or do you think you can come back sooner? Or later? Maybe we should take a dinner break.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I'll start
Please.
working as fast as I can for 10 or 15 minutes and see what we can come up with. 10 or
Okay,
15.
so we'll
Can we continue it until tomorrow?
Well, we are going to, I think would you say it's reasonable to take a break at least until 6, or do you think
If people want to break until 6, we can do that. And just to confirm on the was there direction on the industrial subdivision issue that those timelines wouldn't apply to industrial parcels?
Yeah, I don't think we see the need to have a prohibition on the industrial as to when they had to be created.
Okay.
For the reasons stated by Supervisor Jurdy. So we will reconvene as soon as County Council tells us we're ready to go.
It's the only thing I can see.
Oh, well, once I get the signal. So we are back in session, and we took a break for County Council to prepare changes as directed to the ordinance. Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, working late again.
The light's on.
On now? There we go. So Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, what I have on the screen is a red line of a Word version and track changes. I'll go through the changes one by one for the board to review, and if there's any comments or concerns with the language, please let me know and we can wordsmith it as need be. The first change we are looking at is the definition of legal parcel, and we're doing something with is one of my favorite tactics, which is a provided however. So leaving the body of the language as it existed and then saying provided however for real property within industrial zoning districts, subdivisions or certificates of compliance may be recognized after January 1, 2016. I guess I would also add and recorded.
Or maybe just provided, however, for real property within industrial zoning districts, the January 1st, 2016 deadline does not apply.
I did think about that. I thought this was a little bit more specific.
Okay, if you prefer this, I'm happy to go with that. Unless an objection, we'll just keep.
The next change is in regarding to paragraph D and the clarification of on-site sales of nursery products and the addition of the rangeland zoning district to that list.
Well, I think Supervisor Brown had suggested, and it's a slight additional change, but timberland production, comma, forest land or rangeland.
So it just swap.
Okay. I think the effect is the same.
It is, but typically we go timberland, forest land, rangeland, but it's just style. I'm happy to skip it unless Supervisor Brown has a strong preference. We're okay.
Next is looking at how to deal with Clause C of prior cultivation. So we look at the A, B, and C flow. A is photographs of prior cultivation activities. B is current, and C is what we're looking at how to change. So we'd have at least one additional document demonstrating cultivation prior to January 1, which evidence may be used to substitute for evidence pursuant to Clause A.
I would actually drop that down to the lower clause where we have a list, because the Ag Commissioner will provide, I think we need to scroll a little bit, and may accept other similarly reliable documentary evidence showing that cannabis was cultivated for medical use prior to January 1st, 2016. That's the part that I would make apply back to Section A. Because we want him to show one of these other things, but...
So to confirm, it's not a substitution of C for A.
Okay, well, I'll go with that.
No, I want to make sure I have it right, because the goal is that the one additional document, that second sentence, that the Ag Commissioner preparing a list, that affects the entirety of Clause C. That still affects that first sentence and what that document might be, in my reading of that.
Mm-hmm. I'm willing to go with that. Supervisors, any concern? Okay.
Continuing on in that section is at the very end of the section regarding the previous 9.31 program. And so adding persons who participated in a permit program pursuant to the county's Chapter 9.31 in previous years may present evidence of such participation in order to provide proof of prior cultivation. And that's sticking with the defined term prior proof of cultivation, which was defined earlier in this paragraph.
Supervisor Jurdy?
So I'm not clear from the language you've shown us that it would be all-encompassing to include, for example, the PG&E power bill as evidence?
Well, that'd be one of the items on the list that you would develop, I believe.
So that would be covered under C, not E. So this is that PG&E power bill kind of thing is that in that list of the documentation that the Ag Commissioner might accept. So this clause C is allowing the Ag Commissioner to develop that list
So
of.
can you scroll up, because it says at least one additional document, but as we talked about in the indoor case, there may not be photographic evidence, at least certainly not an independent, i.e. Google, photo documentation.
Correct, which is why the red line here is talking about this under C substituting for the evidence under A.
Okay,
which
all
is the older photograph. All good so far?
So are you?
No, I think it addresses the issue I raised.
And then in E, participation, but also maybe include and paid all required fees to make sure they.
But if that's one way to prove, that's not it's not required that be the only way to prove.
Oh, correct. But we're creating an additional proof here. This is, a separate category of proof. But in section C, there would be multiple categories of proof on a list developed by the Ag Commissioner.
Correct. And
Any one of which could substitute for the proof required in B1A.
Correct, and possibly that list may require, if you have these kinds of evidence, bring us 2 of those from this list and 1 from a different list, depending on the kind of the caliber of evidence being presented. This new paragraph E is suggested as just kind of an overall out for for those people who had been in 9.31 previously, if they provide evidence of that, we're going to deem that the proof for our cultivation is being met.
Yeah, I understand that. The extra clause that I heard mentioned here, if the purpose of this is simply to prove prior cultivation, then whether or not they paid all fees that they might have paid or they paid some fees seems sort of irrelevant at this point.
I did add a phrase on fees, but I'll leave that to the board to decide what that language should read.
Yeah.
I added a clause on implement of required fees, but I'll leave that to the board to decide if that language should be there or not.
I'm fine with that. Is there any objection to it?
Well, since again, at this point, we're not collecting back fees owed.
No, but if somebody didn't pay what they should have paid, then they shouldn't get the benefit of that being proof.
But there are other ways of proving that.
Oh, there's many other ways, but this is creating a separate category of proof that will fit someone who, for instance, was in the program last year. They can't prove prior to 1/1/16, but they met the standard for the current year of 2016.
As Ms. Nelson whispered in my ear that it was impossible to participate without having paid. I'll assume that's correct. We wouldn't have given them any kind of indication of any kind of allowance to say you're 9.3 when without a permit. I'm also not aware that any individuals who claim participation did not actually pay all the required fees. As far as I know, everyone who applied paid all the required fees and put all their zip ties. I'd have to talk to the sheriff's office to confirm that.
Well, I'm good with making sure they paid all required fees. So.
I just don't think it's necessary because all we're asking for is proof. I mean, I guess the question I'm raising is, will someone then want to use this and say, well, you paid in 2011 and 2012, program went away, but you could have paid in 2016, but you didn't.
Oh no, they wouldn't. They would only have to have paid in the year in which they participated.
Okay.
So if they did, so if someone was in, and this doesn't directly fit them, maybe it does in a way, but I know there's another area where we create an allowance for someone who was in the program in 2010 or 2011 that satisfied some condition, but I can't recall which section that was in. But they would not have obviously have had to have been continuously participating. Anyway, does it matter if it stays in, I would ask?
Well, I don't think it matters if the intent is that this is to establish that they participated in the program and paid all fees for that year, but
for that year, for the year that they participated. To me, that's what that means. Deputy County Counsel?
Yes, it would only be for the years that the programs existed.
Well, but what if someone was in the program for 1 or 2 years and then opted out?
There's no required fee, so there's no issue.
Okay.
And as what's on the board, I did a quick search for 9.31, and elsewhere in the document, it also just says previously enrolled in a permit pursuant to 9.31. So I think we've been non-specific because it was 3 years out of a 6 or 7 year period.
Mm-hmm.
I remember reading it, but I can't find it.
Okay. I think we got past that point.
So that's paragraph E as it stands without further direction.
Yeah, I think we've accepted that, board members.
Yes.
We've accepted it with its limited use, yes.
Okay, with the clarification. Right.
So I next have a couple of highlighted provisions. This is the provision regarding the sunset period, and I'm not sure we had clear board direction on if we wanted to extend it to 3 years or not. This is as it's worded currently regarding the 2-year sunset from the effective date of the ordinance. So it's up to the board to provide direction.
Well, if we're looking for a compromise, I think 3 years was the proposed compromise.
Well, 3 years would...
What page are you on?
Page 15.
Would refer to the sunset provision.
Right.
And which page was that?
15.
15.
Well, I was offering that as a compromise.
Well, so we're putting together the elements of a motion that would fit your suggested compromise.
For the three years. And I said that to compromise with Supervisor Jurdy. But I also want that defined, if I could, for those people. So if they're currently growing, but under this ordinance, and we're gonna go towards an overlay zoning. So that I feel is a good compromise if we get the overlay zone ordinance together and they can apply for it.
It gives more time for everyone who believes they will qualify for the overlay.
Yeah, so.
Or for an exception that we're also giving direction to develop.
But I felt that was a good compromise because we had a standoff, and it was a good compromise for Supervisor Jurdy. Yes, 3 years.
Well, it's a compromise if it goes forward. So
I think we're agreeing on the 3 years, yeah.
We're plugging in 3 years to this section.
Because very honestly, for some, the clock is already ticking, and there's others in the room that want the clock to start ticking. So I feel it's a good compromise.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, on a related note, on the next page, we had timed the relocation provision to match that of the sunset. So on the portion highlighted, I would also revise that to 3 years.
Okay.
So moving on, the next actual change was regarding the issue with rangeland zoning districts and relocating to them. And after speaking for a few minutes with Ms. Burks, we thought we could probably just delete these and get to the same result. And just treat rangeland no differently than any other district. There wasn't, has been no reason, if it's an existing site in rangeland, it's covered within our baseline. So we had been specific about who could go there, and if we want to open up, quote, open up rangeland to more relocation, so long as it's to an existing cultivation site, these provisions just get deleted, and it's treated like anywhere else we're looking at relocation, as opposed to trying to figure out if there's more specific language that might add more to it.
So simply deleting that language then would allow for the transfer to rangeland
from any other parcel that wants to try and relocate.
From any qualified origin site.
No, let's rethink that.
And they still have to meet the proof of prior cultivation.
They have to meet that, but I think we need to be more careful about the existing cultivation site. Where'd that go? An origin site. I think that's it. My apologies. So that's the broader change, and then we can we can delete number 3.
And you would not have strikeout from
Yep,
A.
you're right.
John, are you multitasking?
John.
Well, I mean, I believe that works for me. That is acceptable to the two of you.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll just note in paragraph 1 there at the top of the screen, I've corrected the typo because it was staring us right in the face. There are no districtions, there are districts. So I was going to make that change.
Gotcha.
Next up is the issue of when a partnership was formed. So we're looking at a statement listing the members of the partnership, deleting when it was formed, and so it's just the statements of members that shall be attached to the application. Page 20.
Any concern about that? I think that's consistent with our direction.
Next is in section 110. I believe it's on page 23. This is the change of 24 to 72 hours.
Correct.
It is page 23. And those are the changes. Based on board direction, there was no, there are no further changes further in the document, and there were no changes to the zoning ordinance in particular.
So
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so to be clear, so these relatively minor changes do not require amendments to the CEQA document?
No, they would not.
Okay. So we've had some assurances from the board about the intent of moving ahead expeditiously both today and at previous times on overlay districts, although I think we, as we go forward, I think we're going to understand that we may actually have possibly there may be a need to separate out those overlay districts or initiatives just because there may be additional CEQA documentation required for some rather than others, possibly. It seems to me we'd want to go as expeditious as possible, and so if one thing's going to hold up the other two, I think we'd want to go ahead with the other two.
Well, one thing, too, it will only apply to existing cultivation sites, so this is already part of the environmental baseline, so I would go to our consultant for a response to the statement.
Yeah, I think it would certainly depend on the details of your concept, whether it be an exception request or an overlay, but there are other mechanisms under CEQA than just doing a new initial study. So, for example, an addendum might be appropriate, and we could bring that in a very simple way. It doesn't require the full 30-day circulation. So, it's all going to be, the devil will be in the details, of course, but there's certainly, an expedited path forward. If what you're doing is relatively simple, it can be captured under the baseline, for example. That's a good example of something that could easily be covered under an addendum.
Thank you.
Well, just to double back on that, though, on the we haven't really fleshed out the ideas, but we have talked about sort of separate from, I would say, primarily a coastal issue that I brought up earlier today, but we have also talked about additional allowances on maybe designated industrial lands or lands that have functioned historically as industrial lands. That, it seems to me, would probably in all likelihood allow for things that have not historically occurred. At least it certainly wasn't cannabis. It might have been a lumber mill. It might have had all sorts of impacts on the property, but this is a new activity on that site. So I'm guessing that might require a different kind of a CEQA analysis.
Beth Burks with Laco Associates, potentially. Yeah, there's some things we have to consider when we're looking at whether an addendum's appropriate or a supplement's appropriate or a brand new document is appropriate. So we would look and see, are there any new impacts that would need to be analyzed that weren't previously analyzed? Are there new mitigation measures that need to be developed? Potentially if the answer is no to those questions, a much simpler document could be appropriate. So we just have to look at the program at that time.
And then on this concept of an exclusionary zoning that could be applied to areas where permits cannot even be applied for in those areas, which is sort of the opposite of an overlay that's been talked about. My understanding from talking to county staff is that that's not so much of a CEQA issue, but just sort of a legal findings issue for what's the rationale behind it. So is that true, that it's not so much of that's not so much of a CEQA issue? That
could be, yeah. Again, depending on what you're excluding and what you're doing, but yeah, if you're just becoming more restrictive or not allowing something, we have to look at what you've developed and say, is it a project under CEQA? And it may not pass that test. So I'm sorry I can't give you a definitive answer because it's pretty speculative at this point, but
So I'm hearing some hopeful overtones from county staff and from the board. I really do think that this is a much bigger impact on our county economy and the economy of the various communities throughout the county than, for example, the Mendocino Town Plan. And yet, because the Mendocino Town Plan is obviously important to that community of Mendocino and the whole county, to the extent that the town of Mendocino is emblematic of what many people think of when they think of Mendocino County. Mm-hmm. We've placed a priority and had it as a standing agenda item, and I would like to hear concurrence that we'll have this. We don't have to have a staff report at each board meeting, but I do think we should have a standing agenda item on this issue so we can hear an update on, how is the overlay process moving ahead? How is that CEQA documentation moving forward so it doesn't get lost in the shuffle of things?
I certainly agree, and we're issuing an RFP, and now would the contract ultimately for approval might come to the board, depending on the dollar value. Yeah. You as purchasing agent up to $50,000 could simply approve it, but and I don't think it would be that the board would approve the vendor selected, but I think the kickoff could certainly be a board presentation. But anyway, what are your thoughts on that, CEO Angelo?
Well, Chairman Cowan, just as with track and trace, we don't anticipate that to be a large contract either, but yet the direction from this board was to bring that forward to this board publicly, and that I don't have the authority as the purchasing agent in that case to go ahead and just sign off on the contract. So if this board would like to approve the contract for the contractor, the consultant, to do the overlay district, you could do that. We could do that as well.
Well, in that, consult with county council to make sure we're, touching all the right bases, but to the extent that that's allowable, I think I would support that. And at a minimum, once we have a contractor, there should be a presentation to the board and an opportunity for us to ask questions about the process and how they see it unfolding in the timeline, and to give our input, make sure they understand the urgency. So
Yeah, that's why I'm requesting, but also that we just, like the Mendocino town plan, we just have a standing agenda item.
at least every month, if not every meeting, or any time, at a minimum of every month, or when there's any new information to report.
Well, we could certainly have it on the agenda, and if there's
Okay,
nothing to report.
so it'll be a standing agenda item.
So just to be clear on this, my office is doing the RFP for the consultant for overlay because we're attempting to help the departments. But the expertise would be in the planning department. So just as a planning department comes forward with the MTP report almost at every meeting, then...
Well, that's now coming from the ad hoc, but yes, it's virtually every meeting, and
we could have once a month
item as well.
Have the planning department bring this forward and let you know what's happening. And what I'm hearing from you is that you want me to work with county council as to whether this contract for the consultant should be approved by the board or approved by me. So that's fine, but we'll go ahead and, whichever way we go, we could bring the consultant to the board.
I'm
okay.
fine with that, so Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm requesting, and again, that we just have a
Right.
standing agenda item. There may not be anything to report at certain meetings, but at least it's there on the agenda.
Mm-hmm. So that is, I believe, the unanimous direction of the board. And then also the other part of it was the creation of a discretionary review process where people could ask for exceptions based on objective criteria that are to be developed. And I think with everything else that's going on, I think we've been told potentially that process could come back to the board in a month and a half. Is that realistic, or is this something else we should look for based on staff capacity? We should look for outside assistance. Anyone have an opinion on that? Deputy County Counsel?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I'd probably advise, if we're talking about an exceptions-based process already in an RFP, I think that we could certainly start thinking about that as part of that contract on its own. I'm not sure we want to separate out too many different exceptions-based issues to what we're already talking about.
Well, we're thinking that creation of the exception could happen in a much more streamlined fashion than development of the overlay zones.
So, okay, on that basis, that's a possibility, but I think a month and a half is a very accelerated time frame depending on what we want to try and accomplish. I mean, if we're looking at, again, if it's hand in hand with an overlay or an exclusion zone, that's potentially problematic. If it's something easier to fit in within a use permit context, and we want to present that to the board, that might happen sooner. But we'd have to see what we can come up with, and it may just fit better within a separate process we're already thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
We obviously don't want to talk about the other business licenses that we'll be talking about later, I think the 28th. But it does occur to me that there might be some cases when we get to that ordinance that there might be a need to have some exception process as well. So I'm just putting that out there that might be another task that gets folded into the consultant that gets hired for the cultivation.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's possible.
So, Ms. Angelo, you have a comment?
Anything is possible. What time is it? I do want to clarify one comment, though, through the chair, Supervisor Jurdy, that you made. We did talk about the March 28th date earlier today, and before we do end, we'll need to know the direction from the board on the time frame on that. But the March 28th meeting is for the 930 and 931 update and direction from the board. So it is not the business licenses or basically non-cultivation.
Because
that will be a different day. There's, as you know, there's multiple different ordinances and documents that the same staff is working on. So trying to delineate which ones go to the board, and the priority, we were looking at the priority being 930 and 931 versus the non-cultivation ordinance.
Okay. Well, is there
Okay.
anything more that needs to be said?
If there isn't, I'm ready to make
And
a
we
motion.
have 3 items before us, and I think the better practice would be to take them individually.
You want to turn the lights on?
Yeah, why can't you roll them into one?
Well,
The recommended motion does that, and right after, it'd be the third sentence down, right after mitigation monitoring and reporting program as amended.
Well, it does indeed. I asked county council on the break, and the preference was to have 3 separate motions.
I think if one motion with all 3, it's a lot to read, but I don't think it's harmful in any way, shape, or form. But we do need to specify that the MMRP as amended, and that's the amendment of adding section 10A17.130 to the reference on Bio 1 of MMRP, and then also that it's the ordinance adding chapter 10A17 and all the rest of it as amended during the meeting on
Yeah, so you just,
today.
to the third part of the motion, you would just have to add as amended.
Correct.
Right after the word ordinance.
Oh, it'd be after ordinance? Okay.
After the 10A17, because we're
Okay,
not
that's right.
amending
That's right.
20.242.
Excuse me.
Correct.
Okay.
So technically, the ordinance covers both of those, so it's not relevant.
Are you ready, Supervisor?
I believe we are.
Okay, I move to adopt resolution, adopting amendments to the Mendocino County policies and procedures for agricultural preserves and Williamson Act contracts related to the cultivation of cannabis. Adopt resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the medical cannabis cultivation regulation, and authorize the chair to sign the same, and further introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance adopting chapter 10A.17 medical cannabis cultivation ordinance as amended, and chapter 20.242 medical cannabis cultivation site.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Jurdy.
I'll say
County Council?
two points of clarification, that it's the MMRP as amended. I'm not sure I heard that in the motion. And
It was what?
the mitigation monitoring and reporting program as amended.
Oh, that also.
I'm not sure I heard that in the motion, but that would be specific on that. Okay.
Then I'll amend my motion to include that, Supervisor. Second.
Yeah.
Got it, Carla?
And
Okay.
And that's
second,
because we had changes after publication.
it's just the one change of a section reference. And secondarily, for the ordinance, I would put the as amended for that after the words cultivation site at the end, because the ordinance as a whole was amended. It's just doing 2 things at one time.
We will vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all, and we are adjourned.
Do we have another?
Direction to staff on the 28th. Are we starting at 9 in the morning? Are we starting at 1:30 in the afternoon?
Board members?
I'm fine with 9 in the morning. That's a Tuesday.
It is a Tuesday.
That works for me.
So be it. The
Okay.
28th, 9 a.m.